Okay, we have to go again. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Random Show, episode number 128, with your host, Agostinho Zinga. This is Random Show, episode number 128. That's uno, dos, ocho, with your host, Agostinho Zinga, and I hope you're doing fine wherever the stream may find you. I hope you are doing great, okay? Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you are. Big up everybody in the stream chat, locking in, subscribing, liking, chatting, commenting, hating, doubting, whatever you're doing in that stream chat, I appreciate you anyways. Thank you for joining me once again. Yesterday's live stream was a bit of a madness. I felt really bad about it. I went to bed thinking, oh my God, how could I do this to these nice, kind people? How could I subject them to over, I think maybe an hour and a half of fucking Gringo Pappy to celebrate it hitting 2 million views? I thought it was going to go one way. It went another way. So I do hold my hands up and say, hey, it wasn't me. It was my brother, my twin brother, Agostinho. Not Agostinho. He was the one that was in this chair doing that. So I told him off. I told him he's not allowed back on here again, and I'm just going to do it on my own now. So I apologize for Agostinho, but this is Agostinho now, and now we're going to do what we're doing now. So big up everybody for giving man, a second chance to kind of make things right once again. Big up the stream chat for those of you that hated it. Best believe, I will not be clipping that stream. Because some of the comments I've received have let me know that, people weren't happy with it. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. It's going to be ingrained in that live stream. If you want to find it, you can. But I will not be clipping that nearly 2-hour assessment or fucking that 2-hour fucking punishment that we went through trying to rewatch fucking Gringo Pappy. That was fucking brutal, mate. Absolutely brutal. And yeah, I don't want to do it again. But anyway, what can we do? So, today's live stream, we have many things to talk about. We have obviously the Jesse on Fire video, which I watched a bit of, but I want to watch it in full with you guys for the first time to get my fresh, full reactions on it. But that guy looks absolutely well adjusted, so you're going to be watching that. There's a Crystalia Crowdwork special thing that's come out on YouTube that he's put out. I'm interested to see what that's going to be like. What else is out? A few bits and bobs from the Golden Hour. And that's about it, really. That's about it. But we're going to go through a few other things as well. If you spot any other things that you want me to check out, please do. Oh, there's also the guy that I like who makes the videos. What's his fucking name? Is it Rationalize? That's no, Retroactive, sorry. That guy, Retroactive, his channel, he's got a video about BERT KREISCHER that we're going to watch as well. That should be good. And apart from that, we've got some other bits and bobs we're going to run through. But you know the deal, innit? Standard comedy community shit. We're going to run through it, see Wagwan, and kind of go from there. But yeah, man, pick up everybody in the stream chat. I hope you're all having a good and nice day. Today, for me, it's been a bit of a mad, as you can tell with my fucking nostrils. My allergies are going crazy because today's one of the warmest days as well in the week so far. My forehead will be melting at various points of the day. I do have a nice bit of fucking, a nice cold brew here with some ice cubes and a dash of milk in there. I also have a nice green juice here with loads of ice cubes I'm going to be drinking throughout the fucking stream just to kind of keep me cool. I've got one window open also, but it's absolutely hot as fuck over here. Really is warm. I'm not helping things with my black t-shirt and my hair and shit, I know, but it's fucking crazy. I am planning to run as well after I do this stream. I'm planning on going on a little bit of a run, so I'm going to see what that's going to say, but God almighty, man. Like, honestly, like, life could be so much better if I wasn't fucking, scared of fucking pills and shit or medication I don't need to take. Yo, big up, Sting.
What are we doing
Agu.
here?
What are we doing here? It's this big up Sting Agu for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. What are we doing here? Thank you for joining me, my friend. Thank you for joining me. Make sure if you do enjoy the stream that you like it. If you don't, you can dislike it. But thank you for joining and being a part of this little stream community we have going on here. Yeah, I was about to say, I wish I could have the temperament to take pills or medication that I don't need to take. Because then I would take something like Ozempic. I really would. But so far, I've seen some side effects about the Ozempic face and other bits and bobs. I'm like, you know what? I have to just cut out on fucking eating like shit and going on more fucking runs and working out. But if I could take a pill that would just fucking help me stay fucking skinny so I can fit in all my nice designer fancy clothes, I probably would. Because honestly, working out, especially in the summer, when you have allergies, is a fucking myth. It's some fucking myth. Working out in the summer with allergies. I'm fucking taking my asthma pump. I'm doing my fucking anti-allergy tablets. I'm running outside and I'm, you know, part of me is thinking, part of me when I go running outside, I'm like, oh, I wonder if this is going to be the day, right? When I fucking just bend over and just like die, just flatline on the floor. I wonder if this is going to be a day. And I'm always making sure when I go out for a run, I've got clean underwear on and clean fucking socks on. The last thing I want to do is see these paramedics find me on the floor trying to resuscitate me and I've got a fucking nice, wet, you know, stinky ass. Do you know what I mean? That nice fucking, what's the thing called? That nice sriracha sauce bum. Do you know what I mean? Just wafting in the wind, full of fucking, full of my sweat and shit. So I'll make sure that I have some good underwear on and some good socks and I've taken a shower before I've gone outside. Exactly, Wayne. You know, no skid marks. I don't want any skid marks. When I go out, I'm always in that mindset of like, oh shit. Imagine if I just like bend over and die and my heart just like, I just fucking stop because of these fucking allergies and my inability to fucking breathe. So I'm hoping I can get it sorted, but you know, this is my life, innit? I got this fucking, what's that thing called? Sports related fucking allergies. I have to carry my asthma pump everywhere I go now. They even upgraded me. I used to have this fucking grey or blue asthma pump. Now I've got this brown one I have to take. It's a little bit more intense. It's like a steroid type of thing, which should really be making me run faster, but it doesn't. But, you know, hey, man, what can you do? So if you hear a story about some, you know, some 300-pound, 6'4" black guy dying in the streets of London, you know who it is. You know, unidentified male. You know, like just on the floor, just spread eagled. Just fucking horrendous there. Like, honestly, it's fucking amazing. I fucking love it. But yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody that's here. I appreciate all of you. It's always big up Stinger. Good, appreciate you, brother.
Play Gringo Poppy again.
Exactly. Hey, who wants me to play Gringo Pappy again? Who wants me to play Gringo Pappy again? I'm gonna ask the stream chat that. Who wants me to play Gringo Pappy again? I want to see the Y's in the chat if yes, and the N's in the chat if no. Let's see. Do you want me to play Gringo Pappy? Should we go through it once again and see what the deal is? Y's in the chat for yes, N's in the chat for no. What's saying that? I don't want that. No, N. Please no. Okay, cool. Yes, Stinger Goose says yes, of course. Richard Williams says yes. This is gonna end up being like the Gringo Pappy appreciation fucking channel. N again. Space Guy said N. Ryu Ken says watch You Be Surprised. Actually, I would watch that, but I think I'll get flagged because it's a Showtime thing, innit? Play it again so I can focus on work instead of this. Jesse says that. Okay, thank you. Ouch. Richard William. Abe Martin says TEY. Once more. Oh, hell nah to the nah. Okay, cool. Old young guys. No one fucking wants it. Oh, god damn. Anyway, cool. Let's jump on. Pick up Abe Martinez.
Yes, me mofo. What's up with Jesse on crack?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, bro. Jesse on crack, Jesse on Addies, Jesse on meth, Jesse on coke. Who knows what he's on, bro? But those eyes don't lie. Those eyes do not lie. Any of my stream chat fucking community and pals and viewers who have partaken in some of the class A's in their life, you know what those eyes are like. Especially you guys in America who like have, you know, prescription pills and all that shit. You know, those eyes don't lie. If Jesse on Fire tries to do the whole Sam Tripoli thing and say he's on multivitamins, I'm gonna laugh so fucking hard. If he tries to say, oh yeah, it's multivitamins, I'm gonna be laughing so fucking hard. We all know what those eyes look like. Those eyes do not fucking lie. Fucking hell. He's gonna come out and try to say that. Multivitamins, yeah mate, I'm not on anything actually. Absolutely hilarious. Anyway, let's jump onto the show and crack on to what I want to talk about. I've got a couple of things here I want to go on and kind of find out with you guys in real time. So as most of you guys know, all these Hollywood actors are on strike at the moment, right? I personally don't really understand what the whole strikes are for. I know some of it has to do with AI technology and whatnot, and some of the kind of things the studios are doing in terms of making them want to work certain hours, or especially when it comes to the AI stuff. From what I've read online, there's this there was a suggestion that was being put out there that these Hollywood studios were essentially going to own the rights of individual actors' images and be able to do whatever they want with them using stuff like AI, which is obviously incredibly unfair, isn't it? Like, you just think they'd cut them a little bit of money for it, but they're basically saying, hey, if you're Matt Damon and we own your fucking rights, then we can do what we want when it comes to AI and essentially make a whole movie without you, just using the AI thing, which is obviously super, super stupid and super crazy. And of course, part of it as well is to do with the streaming platforms. I've only found out because of the strike thing now that some of these people aren't even getting residuals, which is insane. I thought the whole residuals thing was like a part of the deal. I just assumed if he was an actor, you may get, yeah, big up Salami Tech. Come on, play the fucking TTS, you fucking shithead. Okay, maybe because you put a swear word in there. But it says Jesse's acting like a total, what do you say? Like a total prick yesterday, threatening BC. What a cunt. Yeah. We're going to go through that in a minute, brother. He's absolutely mad wild. But going back to the actors thing, anyway, let's read the article. Let me not keep rabbiting on what I think it is. I want to see the article. So this is the article courtesy of Guardian. The Guardian, sorry, over here in the UK. It says Hollywood actors strike, everything we need to know. Gives like a brief overview of what's going on. So the strike was called on Thursday morning by US Actors Union SAG-AFTRA, which was formed in 2012 after the breakdown in negotiation with the AMPTP, which represents studio houses. SAG-AFTRA has around 160,000 members across film and TV shows, as well as video games performers, radio presenters, models, and YouTube influencers. Technically, the union only covers the US, but it is global rule number one demands that members pull out of any production anywhere in the world. Who is SAG-AFTRA firebrand leader? The union president and figurehead is Fran Drescher, who might remember from 90s TV show The Nanny, having faced down a medicom of criticism for shooting off to Italy for a photo shoot with Kim Kardashian as negotiations were heading to the rocks. Drescher stormed back with an incendiary speech in which he poured scorn on studio bosses and invoked the spirit of French Revolution. Who are the major supporting players? The preview of the A-listers putting in the SAG. I want to see what's happening. Why are they actually striking? What does SAG want? One of the union's main roles is to negotiate terms with the studios. The last major agreement was signed in July 2020, though it is almost immediately undermined by COVID. The agreement was due to expire on 30th of January, hence the start of the negotiations. One of the main sticking points appears to be residuals, the payments that performers will receive for repeat shows of films or TV shows. While the issue of who owns actors' likenesses also reproduced by AI is also a major flashpoint, SAG-AFTRA negotiations are demanding residual payments based on viewership levels on streaming services, but the studios, which include streaming platforms like Netflix and Amazon alongside Disney, aren't willing to share information. Cool. So, I'm surprised by this, right? Because I just assumed if you were an actor, you had like two types of deals. Either you get like a deal with like a high fee but low residuals, or you get a role with low fee and high residuals. But I always thought you'd get some residuals, because why else would you? It wouldn't make it worthwhile, because imagine if you are on a show that blows up like Game of Thrones, maybe you'd want residuals for that, but then if you do a show that maybe doesn't blow up, you still want to get paid for your time. So you kind of covered on both ends, and you have to kind of decide what the deal is. But I didn't know that nowadays it's not very common for anybody to get residuals. They all get flat out fees. That's the thing that's fucking crazy. So these actors are legitimately doing this for the love, or doing it just for the fame and the attention, but not for the money. A lot of these guys and girls are probably earning minimum wage, but they're probably earning a decent salary, but not what you'd think they're earning. Not like multi-millions based on what they're doing, which probably explains why most of them are always fucking working. They never fucking stop working and doing other shows, because, you know, they basically need to keep a steady flow of income in, because they're not making as much as you'd think they're making. And also a lot of it is based on kind of invoice payments. I know, having done a bit of extra work myself, I was an extra in like some Idris Elba. What was it? And so what movie was it? It was a TV series here in the UK. I forgot the name of it, but it was like based in like the 70s and shit. And I was an extra in one of these shows, and you know, it takes a while for you to get paid for this shit. Like, I think it might have taken me like 6 months for me to file in the fucking details and shit. and then have my payment come through. So if that's the case, I'd imagine that's the same for everybody. It just takes a while for the money to come in. So it might be a lot, but then you're always getting it like a couple of months, you know, late than what you're meant to be getting it. It's all coming at once. So when it comes at once, it's hard to budget it. I know from my small time, my very, 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 very small time. Get fucked. Young old vibes. I saw your comment. You get fucked. You were interested. Stunt double. You guys are so fucking mean. Honestly, you guys are so fucking mean. Anyway, I'm gonna focus on what I'm talking about. So fucking mean. Anyway, whatever. I lost my train of thought now, motherfuckers. Anyway, has streaming changed everything? Streaming hasn't just killed a mid-budget movie or the linear TV series. It's also changed the way small films and shows are presented to their audience, and exact money from them in return. Streamers make money from the subscribers, and shows and films are essentially promos for subscriptions. Plus, they are just up there. As shows and films and streaming platforms become even larger, more widely watched, then the potential residuals become even more significant in amount. So, there's a thing when it comes to streaming platforms, right? Where they don't like to share statistics and analytics, right? And having worked in startups myself, I know a large part of that is because that's their like what's that thing called? That's their point of negotiation, right? That information is valuable for them because it allows them to have the advantage when they come into negotiation. I forgot what that term is, what people use when you got the advantage of negotiation. Anyway, that's what they used to say, right? But over time, it didn't really make any sense to me why they were hiding the statistics and the analytics of certain shows, or just shows across the board. No one gets to see the numbers, you know, behind the scenes on what shows like Netflix and Amazon Prime are doing, or whatever streaming platform is. Now I'm starting to think there is some sort of like, what I would say, like, there's a bit of scamming going on. I think part of the reason why they don't want to let the studios and anybody know what the numbers are is because the numbers are actually worse than what they make them out to be. So I think a lot of these streaming platforms lie across the board or embellish the truth about the numbers of people that are watching certain things. Because I remember recently actually speaking to a friend about shows and shit, and he was basically like, I haven't watched this, I haven't watched this, I haven't watched that. And I'd be like, hold on, what do you actually watch? And he basically said, I don't really watch anything. Mostly watching YouTube, maybe a movie here and then, a cinema, and that's about it. And I remember speaking to my little brothers who are younger and shit, and they were saying the same thing. They hardly watch like TV stuff or stuff on streaming platforms. They catch a clip here and there on social media. If something happened, you know, crazy on a show, they'll see what's going on, what people are talking about. But in terms of watching stuff, they're not watching as much as you'd think they are. So my theory is there's not a lot of people who are actually watching these things. They actually lie about the numbers. So because they're lying about the numbers, those numbers that they lie about are also part of the reason why they get the funding that they do. So if they were to reveal what the actual real numbers are, it might put into question all the fucking funding they get, and it may expose them to other litigation and all these other things going on down the line. That's what I think is going on. There's a whole big scam going on with these streaming platforms about the numbers. That's why they don't want to reveal it, because most of these shows aren't doing as well as you think they are at all, in my personal opinion. That's what I currently think is going on. They kind of hold, you know, but then obviously, you know, it's a stranded startup thing where they're just burning money for the sake of it and hoping one of these shows fucking hits, which is fucking crazy to think about it. And then it goes, yeah, what about AI? 6 months ago, no one gave AI a second thought, but that's how fast things have moved from zero to an existential threat. Right now, AI-generated imagery doesn't seem quite sophisticated enough to replace traditional filmmaking wholesale, but the speed of machine learning has got everybody worried. The AMPTP said that it offered a groundbreaking proposal of AI, but SAG chief negotiator Duncan Crabtree Island batted that one away. They proposed that our background performers should be able to be scanned, get 1 day's pay, and that their companies that should own their scan, their image, their likeness, and that should be able to use it for the rest of the eternity, any project that they want, with no consent, no compensation. So if you think that's a groundbreaking proposal, I suggest you think again. That's fucking insane. Obviously, this is more so for background people like myself, extra people, not for the main guys and girls, but that's fucking wild that they kind of proposed this, to be honest, and thought this was a good idea. I thought actors were rich. Acting is a bit of like a sports world. There's a bunch of big money earners. There are people on those on whose behalf Tom Cruise went ballistic during the Mission Impossible shoot. You can't tell it to people that they're losing their fucking homes because our industry is shut down. It's not going to put food on the table. Matt Damon reminded reporters of the struggles of the US working actors. He says it's $26,000 to qualify for health coverage, and a lot of people are on the margins. Residual payments are getting them across their threshold. This isn't an academic exercise. It's a real life death. It's a real life and death situation. So, in conclusion to this, right? Because I don't read the whole thing. Do I give a shit? I'm gonna say no. A part of me is going to be mean and say, I don't fucking give a shit. Even though I'm a person who kind of advocates for the UFC fighters to unionize and to kind of figure out a way to get more money, to figure out a way to get health coverage, to figure out a way to just make the sport fucking worth their while so they're not going out and getting fucking punched and elbowed in the face for 10 grand, right? That's absolutely obscene how Dana White and the UFC fucking treats their fighters. It's also their responsibility. If they can't be bothered to kind of get around the table and sort things out themselves, then why should we really care? Same thing goes for actors. These guys are in the privileged minority of people. They get to work a job where they get to be basically adult pretenders for the majority of their lives. They don't have to worry about the daily struggles that regular working class people have to kind of worry about. And if they are in this position, then it kind of is what it is. It's part of the process of evolution. It's part of the process of things changing in the world. So if the streaming platforms are deciding that they actually don't need these actors as much as they think they do, and they figured out a way to pay these people without giving them residuals, and some of them were happy to take it because they were getting loads of money to start, and now the money is starting to drop down, that's their problem. I really couldn't give a fuck. I've got way too many of my own daily worries to fucking worry about than for me to come here and start crying about Matt Damon's inability to do shows and shit. Now, is it fucked up that they have to not work for a while and pretend they all are down to strike? Yes, because I think a lot of these people, actors specifically, who are striking and doing this whole fucking performative holding up sign sort of thing, I think a lot of these people are just doing it because they don't want to be looked down upon by their fellow actor friends. But I think a lot of these people are pissed off. I think they would rather be working. So the fact that they all have to kind of sit on the sidelines for a long period of time before the negotiations start and shit is probably a bit fucked up. But again, I honestly, really and truly, deep down, don't give a single fuck. Really don't. And if anything, if there's 160,000 actors, in SAG or something, maybe that 160,000 needs to be whittled down a bit. Maybe they need to have a bit of a cull. Maybe this is part of the process of the life we live where they need to kind of whittle those numbers down because maybe 160,000 is too many. Maybe there needs to be less of these people around to make it somewhat worthwhile so that maybe they can negotiate for higher rates. Because if there's 160,000 actors, that maybe mean there's different people who are willing to take far less than what these guys are willing to accept. So, you know what? I really couldn't give a fuck. I'm not going to lie. I really couldn't give a fuck. It is what it is. If they figure out, they figure it out. If they don't, who fucking cares, man? Who fucking cares? Moving on from this, we got this fucking crazy headline courtesy of BBC. McDonald's workers speak out over sexual abuse claims. That's a fucking crazy thumbnail. Imagine this. Is there some sort of ring of sexual abusers inside of McDonald's? The fucking area managers are molesting people while they're fucking frying or while they're fucking stacking up the double cheeseburger. Someone's touching your breast. This is fucking wild. Let's see what this article is about. But you know what this made me think about? This made me think, right? This might be the reason why this might be happening. There was a period in time, especially in the UK, where there was, unemployment rate was super high. And essentially everybody was getting fired. I basically got let go at the beginning of the pandemic of this job that I was at. That was pretty decent because essentially, money was running out, not enough funding, the business was going down, so everybody basically got let go. And a lot of those kind of what I would say mid-level jobs that I was sort of working in, a lot of those people were basically out of jobs and they had to make money. So a lot of the people, my friends included, got into doing delivery driving or gig work, and also got into working in places like McDonald's and shit for the period of the pandemic. Because I know one particular friend of mine worked in McDonald's basically for a year during the pandemic and made a decent amount of money. And then when the pandemic was over, was able to go back to the office job because the world kind of opened up again. So people were doing that for a while. So I wonder if this is in part due to the unemployment rate. which forced loads of people who normally wouldn't work in McDonald's to go work in McDonald's. So you're getting all these kind of people who'd work in office jobs and other sort of places working in these sort of low entry jobs. And by default, with numbers and shit, more than likely, you're getting people who probably don't look like they'd be working in McDonald's, working in McDonald's. You know what I mean? So you might get like a receptionist at a fucking hair salon who now can't work in a hair salon because it's closed because of COVID. Now in McDonald's saying, hey, can I take your order? Looking like a fucking dime piece. And then this fucking manager who hasn't seen a woman above a three in like 6 years is now working alongside a girl who looks like she belongs in Love Island. And he's near the fryer and he's just getting a bit delirious, right? It makes a lot of sense why it's probably happening. I'm not apologizing for it, but it does make a lot of sense why it's happening. But let's read the article because I could be completely wrong. So it says here, a toxic culture of sexual assault, harassment and racism and bullying has been alleged in more than 100 current and recent UK staff at outlets in fast food chains and McDonald's. The BBC was told that workers, some as young as 17, are being groped and harassed. Imagine getting paid $6.99 an hour and you're getting groped and harassed. Life truly isn't worth it. That's the moment where I'll decide to grab myself a fucking blicky and fucking air that thing out. You're making me work, bust my ass for $6.99 an hour, right? And then you're gonna try and grope me over the fucking fryer. You're gonna fucking grope me whilst I'm fucking stacking up a fucking McFillet fish or whatever it may be called, or a Big Mac. Nah, I'm airing this bitch out. Everybody's mum's dying. Everybody's mum's crying. Sorry, I'm not on this vibe. Anyway, the UK Equality Watchdog said that it was concerned by the BBC's findings and is launching a new email hotline. McDonald's said that he had fallen short and deeply apologized. It added that employees deserve to work in a safe, respectful, and inclusive workplace. The BBC began investigating working conditions at McDonald's in February after a company signed a legally binding contract with the Equality and Human Rights Commissions in which it pledged to protect its staff from sexual harassment. At the time, McDonald's insisted, we already have a strong track record in this area. Imagine bragging about having a strong track record against sexual abuse in the workplace. That should be a given, shouldn't it, really? But hey, our investigation has revealed a very different picture. Over the 5-month period, we reached out to McDonald's workers to ask about their experience working there. Of the more than 100 allegations from the employees, we spoke to 31 related to sexual assault and 78 to sexual harassment. We also heard 18 allegations of racism, while 6 people made allegations of homophobia. Like, come on, Agostinho, you black cunt, you're late. Get on the fucking fryers, eh? Get on the fucking fryers. This is why your people got fucking... Yeah, you know. Claims the BBC had include a 17-year-old current employee in Cheshire who says a colleague of 20 years older than her called her a racial slur and and asked to show her a penis and said he wanted to make a black and white baby. Yo, that's mad pickup line. First you call her a black bitch, then you say, do you want to see how my fucking penis works? Then you say, hey, do you want to make a kid? Like, that's a mad line of pickup. A former worker who was 17 when a senior manager at Plymouth restaurant choked her and grabbed her bottom. A shift manager also sent her sexual explicit images. There's nothing, no job, let alone McDonald's, is worth getting harassed like this, honestly. People are way more tolerable than I am, because I would have aired that bad boy out. I would be stuffing fucking managers' faces in the fucking oil and shit. A manager in Hampshire who suggested a 16-year-old male worker perform a sexual act in exchange for vapes. Fucking hell. A manager who preyed on a 16-year-old new female starter in Cheshire restaurant trying to pressure him into having sex. I love how they're all fucking under 19. That's really cool, isn't it? That's really cool. All under 19. God almighty. A woman who said she was called a slur and subject to racist jokes at the Aberdeen branch. A worker in Essex who says she faced anti-Semitic abuse. A current worker in Oxfordshire, originally from India, who says the crew member spoke in gibberish to imitate her and called her a Pakistani, a colleague, a terrorist. Oh, yo, this is the most English insults I've ever heard in my life. Male managers and crew members at a branch in Wales making jokes about putting cash bets on which of them could sleep with a new recruit. An outbreak of gonorrhea. Oh my God. At a branch in Northern Ireland where sexual relationship between staff members were commonplace. Gonorrhea in McDonald's. Yo, imagine going to go pick up your late night snack after a night out and you're being served by a fucking gonorrhea infested McDonald's employees. Gonorrhea outbreak in a McDonald's in Northern Ireland. Fucking hell. Multiple workers told the McDonald's managers at outlets across the UK were responsible for harassment and assault. All too often, senior managers are said to have failed in the act on complaint. Staff also told the BBC of sexual relationship between managers and more junior members of staff, which is against company policy. Young women have described feeling constantly judged about how they looked. How can you judge them how they looked? Have you seen McDonald's uniforms? They're not exactly sexy. McDonald's uniforms, no? This is how you know there's a lot of people in those McDonald's places who are legitimately thirsty and are dying to be quenched. Because if you go into a McDonald's, right, and you're working in there, and you honestly look at the ladies in there wearing these fucking uniforms, and the first thing you do is that you want to get your dick hard, there's something wrong with you. Like, honestly, how can these uniforms make you hard? Please, how can these uniforms make you horny? I don't get it. I'm sure, that being said though, I'm sure there does exist a fucking genre of fucking porn where you can see people that work in McDonald's getting fucking plowed. I'm sure it must exist. But I've never walked into a McDonald's and thought, oh yeah, that girl over there by the fucking fryers is fucking beautiful. The last thing I'm thinking about is that. I want to get my shit and get the fuck out of there. But God almighty, I imagine if you're working in these places, right? What happens, I don't know if you guys have had this before, but when you work in a workplace long enough, you sometimes get workplace goggles, where sometimes people that look quite ordinary outside of work, because you see them every single day, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, they start to look way hotter than what they actually are, you know? You start to notice certain things. Oh, look, she's got a rack. Oh, look, she's got a bum. Oh, look at her face. Things that you'd never notice in her because, you know, she's probably a fucking free. But then when you're at work, that kind of happens. So maybe that happens also at McDonald's with these type of people. They're seeing their colleagues every single day in these horrible, mustardy, grey fucking outfits, right? And they're fucking thinking, yeah, you know what? I want to get down with that. It's absolutely bizarre, really. Really, really bizarre. Really bizarre. There's a saying at McDonald's that tits on tills. What? Boys in the kitchen, girls at the counter. The idea is to put attractive people in the front, said Lucy, who was 22 and worked in Norwich. Tits on the till. Oh, I fucking love it. This is so horrible. It kind of reminds me of this pub. There's this pub here in London. I think it's in Shoreditch. It's a pub that the artist Tracy Emin is kind of friends with the owner. And if you go into the pub, they've got like loads of artwork of Tracy Emin hanging on the walls and shit. It's pretty cool. But one thing I remember about that pub was that the landlady who owns that pub, she only hires girls as bartenders. There's no dudes that work there. And I remember it's kind of probably one of the better, no, it's probably one of the more popular bars in that area because there's all these like cute little hipster girls that work there and stuff. And it's a pretty clever tactic because it does work, especially in that sort of Shoreditch, Liverpool Street, financial type of area. All those office boys and shit, those finance boys come down after work to go and hang out there, to, you know, to try and chat up these bartenders who are never going to give them any joy. But it kind of adds to the kind of appeal of the bar, and they probably do a whole lot of money in there. So it probably is a thing that happens. I'm sure you can't do it legally, right? You're probably not legally allowed to just say only girls are allowed at the tills. But most supermarkets I've been to, even in the UK, have usually women working on the tills. I'm not sure if it's the same in the US. Is it the same in the US? Like if you go to like a Target or like a, I don't know, whatever shops that you guys shop in to buy your groceries and shit, is there usually women on the tills? Because it is over here. Usually it's like women, and it's usually like, you know, people that look like they could be your mums and shit, who are working on tills. They rarely, if ever, let the fellas work on the tills. Probably it's just one of those things. It continues. The exception is that you work at McDonald's, you'll be harassed. Expectation, sorry, is that you'll be harassed. Had Emily, who was 20. She left a branch in Brighton last year after a male colleague in his 60s. A male colleague in his 60s kept stroking her hair in a sexually suggested way and making her feel uncomfortable. Oh my God. Yo. I said it before because, you know, on my main podcast, Agostinho Zinger Show, when I cover stuff about dance, you know, club cultures and shit. It always surprises me how flagrant and how fucking, you know, much of a landmines it is for girls who are operating within the dance music space. And it kind of surprises me. But this doesn't surprise me now, right? It just is one of those things. Unfortunately, if you're a woman in a workplace, no matter where you're at, you're going to be facing some level of harassment. It doesn't matter if you're working in a fucking garage, in a fucking farm, in a fucking factory, in a fucking fast food chain. You're always going to be subjected to some level of creep behavior. It's fucking wild, man. A 20-year-old and a 60-year-old, you know? Madness. What people saying in the chat? Yeah, same here. It's both in the US. We have a place called Hooters. It's kind of like that. Okay, yeah. I know what Hooters is, motherfucker. McDonald's is one of the largest private sector employers in the UK. I didn't know that. Fucking hell, really. The fast food giant has more than 170,000 people working in over 1,450 restaurants. Its staff are also one of the country's youngest workforce. 3/4 of its employees are aged between 16 and 25. For many, it's their first job. Most workers are not directly employed by companies, as McDonald's uses franchise system, which means individual operators are licensed and no outlets employ the staff. I'm surprised it's that young, because whenever I go into McDonald's, I always feel like the people in there are a lot older than what they look like. Or maybe it's just their face looks older, but they're actually younger. I never think they're between 16 and 25. They always look a little bit older than that. But yeah, mad fucking thing here. Man just turning a blind eye. What are people saying here? In February, what this girl saying? Let's hear what this girl says. Or these two ladies said. Or no, okay, only one video. Let's play this one.
I think that they don't really think about their staff at all. They have little to no regard for our feelings and how we might feel in the workplace and how we're being treated. Yeah.
Because if they did,
they'd do something about it.
Fucking hell. They're going to get paid, though. If this is what they're saying it is, they're probably going to get paid. There's one thing McDonald's doesn't like is lawsuits, having to deal with it, or the public fucking backlash and shit. They're going to want to sweep this under the rug as soon as possible, which is unfortunate because these girls or these people who have been subjected to this will probably get paid, but they'll sweep it under the rug and it'll just continue. That's the thing. We'll just continue in you know, under, you know, what's your thing called? In the shadows sort of thing. It's actually not going to get sorted out any type of way. But yeah, man, this is really crazy, to be fair. All of this stuff, me no likey. It looks fucking sad. It's really fucking bleak. Let's see, this is training not taken seriously. In February, agreement, McDonald's pledged to zero tolerance on sexual harassment and to deliver training for employees. But staff have told the BBC the training has not been taken seriously by the managers. One employee described perching an iPad next to a McFlurry machine and speeding through the harassment training video while he made drinks. Yo, that is so disrespectful, isn't it? Baroness Keshwa Faulkner, chairwoman of the EHRC, said every firm should have a zero tolerance policy on sexual harassment and protect its workforce. McDonald's culture has faced scrutiny globally, in the US for facing a multi-million-dollar lawsuit brought by employee sexual harassment. Sorry, the executive Steve Eastbrook was fired in 2019 after he was revealed to have inappropriate close relations with a McDonald's employee. Allegations of harassment on McDonald's first service in the UK 5 years ago, when the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union says it received 1,000 complaints. There was little reporting of the allegations at the time, and this could be because some of the cases were settled using confidentiality clauses. Sarah Woolley, General Secretary, said the new allegations uncovered by the BBC are shocking. So it's kind of crazy to work in McDonald's. It really is a bit of a landmine. If you're out there, be very careful, because clearly there are victims here who are sharing their story, which is absolutely crazy. So make sure that you're watching your P's and Q's. And I'm hoping for hoping's sake, that these people get something out of this to kind of make up from some of this fucking craziness that's been happening to them. But more than likely, you know what will happen? Nothing more than likely. Anyway, moving on from that, I want to play this because this is fucking hilarious. Have you guys seen this? Have you guys fucking seen this? This, for me, made me laugh so fucking hard. I couldn't not stop not laughing. So this is courtesy of Rick Glassman's podcast, and it features Bryan Callen being asked about fucking algorithms. And the way he answers this is fucking hilarious. The way he edited it as well is really rude. So let's watch this video quickly. I'll show you what I mean.
You know how algorithms work?
Yeah, that's
Explain
impressive.
it to me.
I think an algorithm is something that...
You could say, I don't know.
No, I think I do know. An algorithm is I guess it's a mathematical equation where you put you essentially
you had you could you do you want you could do so you do you want
Again, you could say I don't know.
so like an option would be an algorithm, right?
No.
What is an algorithm?
Oh yeah! One more time.
You know how algorithms work?
Yeah, that's
Explain it to me.
impressive. I think an algorithm is something that
You could say I don't know.
no, I think I do know. An algorithm is I guess it's a mathematical equation where you put you essentially
you had you could you do you want you could do so you do you want
Again, you could say I don't know.
so like an option would be an algorithm, right?
No.
What is an algorithm?
Yo, I love this only because this is the best example that you ever need as to why people in general have fallen out of love of podcasts, especially comedy-based podcasts. Because the reason why comedy-based podcasts were great was because they were funny and they basically allowed you to kind of tap out from your regular scheduled regular scheduled troubles in life. They kind of allowed you to have a place to just kind of laugh uncontrollably at these guys' funny stories. And because more importantly, the host of these podcasts didn't take themselves too seriously, right? It wasn't something that they'd go on to start spouting about politics or new stuff or societal stuff. It was just a place to be fucking silly. Then over time, maybe because of ads, maybe because of money they were making, maybe because of fame, I don't know. But these guys and girls started to take themselves way too seriously. They started to actually believe that they were smarter than what they were just because they had the ability to kind of garner viewership on a podcast. And really the reason why we were all there is because they were funny. And then they started to turn it into a basis of being trying to display how intellectual they are, how aware they were, and blah, 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 blah. And this is in part why I feel like comedy-based podcasts have kind of fallen off. They're just not as funny as they once were, and they all take themselves too seriously. In this particular case, to be a little bit fair to Bryan, it's difficult nowadays because the whole point of a podcast is that you're meant to speak about shit. So somebody's asking you something, because you're on a pod, you sort of feel inclined to talk like you know what you're talking about because you're speaking on a podcast. There's not an opportunity to kind of like, be like, acquiescing, like, you know what, I don't know, I'm not really too sure. You always feel like you should know what you're talking about because somebody's asking you the question. But I feel like a real strength in somebody, I've always said this, a real strength in a person is the ability to say, I don't know. It's an ability to be honest about, the limits of your comprehension, the limits of your understanding, the limits of your knowledge. That actually makes for a far better interview, for a far better podcast, and for far better content in general, personally for me. But if you look at Bryan Callen's history, he's always been a bit of a, wannabe pseudo-intellectual. That's always been a thing he's kind of put his hat on because he's the type of person who will go on like Goodreads. He would go on like Wikipedia with the summary of a fucking book. He's basically the white version of fucking LeBron James. LeBron James is always pictured with a fucking book opening the first fucking 10 pages. And he never finishes one. He wants to appear like he's intellectual as opposed to just reading a fucking book. I think Bryan does the same thing with his book summaries. He goes on fucking Goodreads, he reads the fucking book summary of a very topical book and then starts spouting off his opinions, or most likely what he will probably end up doing is listening to a podcast or watching a video of somebody else summarizing the book and then fucking basing his views and opinions off of the basis of that. So in his case, he's always kind of looked upon it. And if you look at some of his old fucking podcasts from the mixed mental arts to the Bryan Callen show, they were always centered on being intellectual, on being smart. When he's a professional stand-up comedian, I never really understood that. He could have been way more successful with his own individual podcast if obviously he was more consistent and wasn't so lazy, but if he also did them and they were just funny. But he didn't. They were always based on fucking him trying to be smart. He'd have that bookless book club bullshit that he was trying to do with Sam Tripoli. He had obviously the mixed mental arts. What else did he have? The Callen show where he was doing certain things and challenges and whatever. It was just nonsense sort of type of stuff. So it was funny to see Rick Glassman call him out on that sort of shit. But again, this could have been so avoided by just saying, hey, I don't know how algorithm works. Most of us probably don't. The most thing that I know about algorithms is that they're just it's some sort of calculations, or it's like a set of instructions or something in computer language. That's all I basically know about the premise of an algorithm. you know, most likely I use the word algorithm in the wrong way when we're kind of trying to describe certain things about how the internet works or how social media works. But in terms of what it actually means, that's as far as it goes. But I'm not going to sit there and start pretending that I fucking know how they work and describing them in fucking excessive detail, especially if I'm a stand-up comedian. That's not what I should be doing. Make a fucking joke out of it. But he's trying to be serious. He's trying to speak with some sort of level of knowledge, and then he gets absolutely embarrassed, and I fucking love it. I fucking love it. So big up Rick Glassman for doing that. You are a fucking G, my friend. You are a fucking G. Moving on from that, we got to talk about this a little bit also. Where is it? Yeah, let's talk about a little bit of this. So, I've not really been paying too much attention to Brendan Schaub's wife, really, right? This lady, what's her name? Joanna Zanella Schaub. I'm mostly the type of person that says you have to kind of leave the family and friends, the family out of it when you're speaking about Brendan. I think Brendan gives us enough content. Brendan is enough of a redact for us to kind of focus all our attention on him. We don't need to focus on the family and shit because he's enough of a redact and he's a public figure, do that and that, right? But then there's also a suggestion that she is fair game because she's a somewhat public figure. She's a verified account on social media, was, you know, a presenter in her own right, did some acting before and shit, counts herself as some sort of influencer or whatever. So maybe in that respect, you should be treating her the same way you treat Brendan Schaub. In this case, I'm just only mentioning this one time because this was just too good not to mention. So somebody posted this on the Fire and the Kids subreddit, and it legitimately made me think, you know what? Maybe these guys deserve each other. Maybe Brendan Schaub and his wife deserve each other, and not in a mean way, because I think in general, you have to kind of marry the mate that you kind of deserve, and you know, in a way about where you are in life, right? You should never try and, I won't say never, but you should never try and like bat too far out of your fucking range. It should always be within your range, whether it's like a little bit below or a little bit above. But you can't go super crazy high because it ends up being the same sort of issue that happened with fucking Keke Palmer's baby daddy, right? When you fucking try and aim way too high, that's where you end up being in that sort of situation. So you kind of have to play within your kind of remit. So that being said, maybe they are really perfect for each other, because this post somebody made on the Fire and the Kids subreddit made me think, fucking hell, these guys are the same. They're literally the same person. So this is courtesy of the Fire and the Kids subreddit. Look at this post. Please look at this post. This is taken allegedly from an Instagram account, and big up the person who posted it over there. And it says the following about the writer's strike, about the actor strike and stuff, right? So she says, the acting world has changed so much since I called it quits around 2017. I see a lot of actors posting that they are on strike. However, realistically, how many of them can actually make a living from acting? Not many, let alone Latinos. So what is this strike really going to accomplish? Maybe a good story or a post for the gram. Acting isn't the way it used to be, period. The next post. Also, I know people are so picky with water. All water tastes like shit to me, but what's the best water to drink out there? LOL. I think they deserve each other. I know there's a lot of people that watch my streams that hear me talking about Brendan and the many times that he's allegedly cheated on this woman, which is countless now if you believe what we read online and shit, and you think to yourself, oh, she deserves better, you know, being with a guy that does all this malarkey. But actually, thinking about how her brain works, I think they actually both deserve each other. I legitimately think they both deserve each other, thinking about how their brain works. Oh, is my volume gone down? Sorry, my volume gone down? Whoops. Hello, can you hear me now? 1 second. Can you hear me? Bear me. So much. I'm not gonna lie. I legitimately think I might have blown out the microphone. I think I blew out the mic, baby. Okay, cool. Let me lower the fucking gain on my film. I think I may have blew out the mic.
Zinga looks like a black Shinsu Yi. Victory hand.
Thank you, I think. Thank you. Thank you so much for that lovely word that we posted. Okay, let me get the filter. Let me do it cool. Hello, can you hear me now? Is that low or is that too high? Low? It's still a bit low, isn't it? Damn, son. Hello, can you hear me now? Is that good? Is that good? That's good, isn't it, right? Yeah, that is good. I think that's good. Mic check 1 2. How is that? Is that all right? Mic check 1 2. I'm blowing out the mic, blowing out blowing out backs and mics. Oh my God, what did Brendan do now? I can't believe it. This is fucking crazy. Blow out the mic, blow out the mic, blow out the mic, blow, 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 blooga, blooga. Okay, cool. We blew out the mic. Holy shit. We blew out the mic, yo. Holy shit. We blew out the mic. Apologies. I blew out the mic. I blew out the ears. I apologize. We blew out the mic. All right, cool. Anyway, cool. Let's go back to this. Right? All right. So I think the volume was way too high over there. So maybe it's working now. Yep, it's good. Okay, cool. Let's continue. So, as I was saying, right, these guys are definitely very well suited to each other and should definitely be together, because for some reason, Brendan Schaub's wife cannot understand why people are going on strike if they don't get paid well enough anyway. Part of me thinks the reason why they're going on strike is because they want to increase they want to increase the amount of pay that they're getting, right? They want to be able to go back to the negotiation table, you know, with some sort of leverage. So that's why they're basically going on strike and refusing to work, so that the studios and whatever it may be are going to be forced to negotiate with them on their terms in some regards, and they can come to some level of a conclusion that can be beneficial for both parties. Yes, big up Crash 1984.
Thank God. I thought you were going to have to use the jail call headset. Grimacing face.
You guys are pieces of shit. They're not jail call. They're pretty good, actually. It's a good brand. I don't know why you guys hate them. Look at these. It's actually a good brand. It's this. What is it? Logitech? Is it Logitech? Yes. It's a decent brand. These are decent headphones. But every time I use them, everyone fucking hates them. Oh my God, get those off. They sound horrible. But I love these, but I can't use them because you guys are fucking haters. That's what you are. Haters. Anyway. I got the Logitech Pros, the Logitech HDs, you know what I mean? Gang business. Anyway, moving on. So, she can't understand why actors are going on strike to demand more pay. She can't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. I love the little humble brag here about I quit in 2017. I'm going to be honest and say more than likely there weren't many jobs in the pipeline for the old Joanna, right? Let's actually look. Has she got an IMDb page? I'm actually curious to see that. What's her name? Joanna. That's her, right? Let's see if we got an IMDb page. I'm actually curious. IMDb. What's the IMDb saying? I'm pretty sure there weren't many fucking, roles out there for her to fucking have in the first place anyway. So this idea that you called it quits is fucking hilarious. Probably the industry called it quits on you. So let's see what the credits are saying. Let's see here. Scroll down. Let's give it a look-see. Yo, big up Austin Case. Appreciate the donation, brother.
Big up Has. Can you imagine what the conversations are like between Brenda and his wife? Lol.
Yo, I cannot imagine. It must be. To be fair to Brendan, when I see some post about his wife online and how she speaks and the way her brain works, I can kind of understand why he doesn't like being at home. I kind of get it. Why he's always on tour, why he basically uses every opportunity to get out of the house as much as possible. I get it. Because this lady seems a little bit redacted. But not in a mean way. Everyone's got their thing. No one's meant to be fucking Einstein out here. But she doesn't seem to be, you know what I mean. So, what we've got here in terms of fucking actress roles. We've got only 5 roles. Imagine saying you quit being an actor when you've only ever had 5 roles. Legitimately that have been acknowledged. 5. We've got Un Día en el Banco in 2009. We've got Reality Terror Night in 2013. We've got Hold the Line in 2016. We've got Sin Vergüenza in 2017. And we got Sleeping Dogs Lie in 2018. That is a pretty crazy lineup of things to check out, bro. Oh my god. Like, like shit, bro. That is not the best illustrious thing to check out. I'm not gonna lie. I actually want to see the trailer for. The trailers are gonna get you banned off thing in there. I don't know. Man, I wish I watched some of these trailers. I want to see what this fucking acting chops are like. But all of these movies, Un Dia en Banco actually got 7.8 on IMDb. So did Sin Vergüenza. That's actually rated quite highly here, 8.0. So she wasn't in crazy shit things, but definitely not the most illustrious career in the world that you would definitely describe there from those 5 bits of credits, right? You would definitely not think that was the case. But LOL at her saying that she actually quit fucking acting in 2017 when most likely the acting world ended up quitting on her. That's really the name of the game. The other part that's really amazing about this post is the next post here about her not liking water. And this essentially sounds like something Brendan would say, because I remember Brendan would say something about not drinking water and only drinking coffee. Let me see if I can actually find it. Let me see if anybody actually uploaded a video of that on YouTube, because I actually want to see if somebody's got that, because he spoke about not liking water and it legitimately blew my mind, because I didn't understand how a grown-up adult male could say that they don't like drinking water. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. But let me see here. Brendan, let's see if I can find it here. Bear with me a second. Brendan Schaub, not Brent Fires. I need Brendan Schaub here. Water drinking. Let's see. Someone must have a clip of it. Did someone upload it here? There we go. Here we go. See? It's a myth. There we go. We've got it here. We've got it fucking right here. Somebody already has added it. I'm happy to find it here. Let's play this clip. He says drinking water is a myth. This is fucking insane. Let's see what this is saying.
Do you drink a lot of water? You gotta hydrate.
Never drink water.
Ever? You're a fucking athlete, dude.
You gotta be careful.
I'm not an athlete anymore, bro.
But I mean, when you were
it's a myth, though. It's also a myth. So if you drink...
Yo, big up Richard Williams.
Sleeping Dogs Lie was amazing.
Really? Did you watch it? Did you actually watch it, Richard Williams? Are you trolling or did you actually watch it? Oh, okay, fair play then. Fair play if it actually was amazing. But I actually don't know. Did you actually watch that shit? Okay, kidding. Never heard of it. Great show. Never met him. Great show. Never met him. Great fucking show. Never met him. Let's see this once again. Let's go back in. Let's go back again. Let's do one more time, because this is fucking incredible. This. Imagine admitting as a grown adult that you don't drink water and thinking it's a flex. Just imagine that. Imagine that. Just imagine doing that and thinking you're actually doing something. Absolutely crazy. Let's play it one more time. Bear with me a second. Let's refresh that. Play it one more time. Come on, come on, come on.
Do you drink a lot of water? You gotta hydrate.
Never drink water.
Ever? You're a fucking athlete, dude.
You gotta be careful.
I'm not an athlete anymore, bro.
But I mean, when you were
it's a myth, though. It's also a myth. So if you drink 8 cups of coffee, that still counts as fluids. It's a diuretic, but it's still a fluid.
It's a diuretic, which means it's dehydrating you.
Imagine who's drinking 8 cups of coffee. And I love how his brain works. It's a diuretic, but it's fine because it's hydrating you because it's 8 cups of liquid. But it's fucking coffee. Who drinks 8 cups of fucking coffee a day? Like, even I don't drink that, and I drink a lot of fucking cold brews. 8 cups of coffee a day is fucking insane. And then using that as an excuse to drink water, not to drink water, is batshit crazy.
It's pushing it through, but it's still liquids.
You're gonna get kidney stones and stuff.
That part
I feel great right now. Although I was getting pretty sick from drinking so much coffee, started throwing up and stuff on sets. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Brendan Schaub has convinced me it's a total myth that water.
I fucking love it. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Although I was throwing up on stage, although, you know, my heart is giving out a little bit, but who cares? But anyway, her not drinking water sounds a lot like Brendan, which is why I think they're fucking perfect for each other. And then I think we have another post here also that demonstrates how perfect they are for each other, courtesy of this post that was fucking uploaded by her on fucking social media that says the following. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Guys, I did it. 1.5 liters down. Thank you, God. Like, we're meant to be giving this lady a fucking round of applause for drinking a bottle of water. This is why I think they deserve each other, and why maybe sometimes, you know, you can't just have to let things play out the way they play out. Because if this grown-up woman with fucking 2 kids, another one on the way, is really going to advocate for her kids not to drink water is absolutely insane. Imagine that. Imagine being a parent with kids and you not liking water, so you're not going to be advocating for your kids to be drinking it. So what are your kids drinking on a daily basis when they're not drinking, you know, what are they drinking? Like juice every day, fizzy pop. Like fucking hell, man. That's absolutely redacted beyond belief to say that. And then of course, we needed a confirmation that things were really, really fucking crazy with this last post, which I thought was absolutely special and probably the best thing you're ever likely to see, right? Let's fucking show this here. Bear with me 1 second. That somebody posted. This is fucking great. Have you seen this? Look at this. Oh, hey guys, it arrived. I got my fucking little water cooler thing. But look at where the water cooler thing is placed. Look at where it's placed. It's placed inside the Lambo truck so you can get a good eye on the fucking logo, on the dash and shit, right? You have to fucking buy a nice trendy cup to drink your water out of because dare you try to drink water normally from a fucking Evian bottle. That's not good enough. It has to be out of a fucking trendy water cooler like all those mums on TikTok and shit. And it has to be inside of a very expensive fucking luxury car. Absolutely incredible. That's why for me that maybe people should be a little bit more, you know, chill with these guys and think, you know what? Maybe they find actually their own soulmates and they actually deserve each other if this is the way that they have to fucking display what they're doing out there. Again, the materialism, again, all this sort of stuff that they kind of do on here is really, really funny. It makes me LOL continuously all the flipping time. But I'm wondering though, right? Is there another comedian on Brendan Schaub's level who's as rubbish as Brendan Schaub at stand-up comedy, you know, objectively speaking, doesn't get booked as much, and who seemingly on paper on social media has this glitzy lifestyle? Does it exist? I can't think of anybody else on his level of stand-up comedy who maybe lives like a fucking retired NFL wide receiver or something. I've never really understood why he does that. Because there was a time where the podcast was really popular and you could maybe justify or you could maybe excuse the over consumption and materialism because you're making a lot of money on the pod. Do what you want to do with your money. I'm not saying not to do it. But now his career is kind of going a little bit down the pan. I'm really confused as to why this is the case online. Why are you trying to look like you're living the life of, like I said, like somebody that has a lot of money in your field or you're very popular when clearly you're not? It's really strange, to be honest. But also maybe explains why that theory that Unique said about him maybe running out of money is somewhat true. Because even if this car is leased, that's a lot of money. Even if this car is leased, that's a lot of money you're paying on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis. And you also have to look after a whole adult woman who's not working at all, plus 3 kids, like plus their schools. That's a lot of fucking money you're fucking expending. And it's all what? Coming out of Thick Boy. It's all coming from like 50,000 views on like the Fire and the Kid and shit. And a few Thick Boy t-shirt sales. That doesn't seem too sustainable in my opinion. Something will have to give eventually, you would imagine. Because I don't think leasing a Lamborghini truck is cheap. What's leasing a Lamborghini truck gonna cost you? Like $1,000 a week, a month? That's still a lot of money, bro. Like it's not expensive. It's not cheap. You know. And then again, like I said, to fund the lifestyle of this person, who doesn't like, you know, she doesn't have any Velcro wallets, for instance, right? All of her luggage and fucking handbags are designer and shit. That's a lot of fucking money. The kids go to private school. Poosh. Young and old vibe says it's only $3K a month. Yeah, but that's still a lot of money. $3K a month plus whatever he's leasing his Ferrari, whatever the lease is on that new Ford Bronco, the kid's private school. The outgoings, Brendan Schaub's outgoings are probably quite crazy if you think about it, really. And again, think about it. He's a stand-up comedian, really. Yes, he's a podcaster, but his main identity is like a stand-up comedian. Like, that kind of expenditure for just telling jokes on stage is too crazy for me. That's like, what? 20 grand a month outgoing. So how much are you having to make per month to make that work? That's a lot of P. And I'm saying just 20 grand just to kind of throw a figure out there. $20,000 per month outgoings. You know, for I don't know what the fucking house is going to cost and all that shit. How much do you have to make per month to keep all that shit going? 50,000? 100,000? That's a lot of fucking views. That's a lot of ads, right? You're gonna have to sell a lot of fucking tickets to keep that life going. So I don't know how he does it personally. Part of me thinks daddy is involved in some regard to kind of offset the cost, but I'm also not too sure, man. Like, as a dad, would you really want to be paying your kids? Would you want to be giving your kids money so they can just like what? Keep up appearances and keep a lease on a Ferrari? Or would you only give them money to like make sure they keep, you know, a roof over their head and shit? That's what I'd be doing. You wouldn't want to be, you know, indulging them in their fucking fantasies of living this fucking baller lifestyle. That's not what you're there for, really. You're there to help them out of a fucking bind when they need some help, but not fucking baller life shit. So I don't know if the dad will be willing to do that. Maybe he is, who knows? Or maybe, another thing to kind of put out there, maybe he actually is making a lot more money than we actually think he is. That's the thing you have to realize as well. Like, I think I was thinking about it the other day myself, like with these ads and shit, like they pay a lot of money. Yeah, sometimes it's a flat fee, you know, sometimes it's a reoccurring, it's a, you know, a payment you get fucking every single month, a recurring amount, but maybe they're getting paid a lot more money than we think they're getting paid, so it kind of makes things kind of worthwhile. But I don't know, having a wife at home and 2 kids you have to look after, and you're just kind of the only sole fucking breadwinner in the house, and you're also paying for your fucking mother-in-law's house and shit, that's a lot of fucking pee. That's a lot of fucking money. Like, I can't imagine which might explain again maybe why he's so fucking stressed out and he always looks a little bit kind of ratty sometimes. Like, that will keep me up at night. I'm not gonna lie. That will legitimately keep me up at night because this woman drives a fucking Lamborghini truck. She's not gonna be happy driving a fucking Prius. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna have to sell your car before you sell hers. You know, like they do not fucking play. She's used to a certain amount of lifestyle, so she's not gonna want to go down. So you have to kind of keep that level of fucking spending going to make it make sense. So I can't imagine what that guy is going through on a daily basis. It must be fucking so fucking stressful, to be honest. So fucking stressful. What are you guys saying in the chat? Here, it's way more. Big up Austin Casey. Appreciate you for the donation, brother.
Comedians are meant to have problems and be like the everyman. We all know that many are really rich, but when they start to flaunt their wealth, it reminds us that they aren't like us and makes them less relatable. Just my humble opinion.
Yeah, Austin Casey, I agree with you. Thank you for the donation, brother. Thank you. No, I agree with you. I think that's one of that for me, I think people don't really give him enough praise for it. But I legitimately think that's one of Joe Rogan's superpower. Joe Rogan's able to present himself, or he used to be able to. Now, not so much. If you listen to Joe Rogan speak, you can tell he's a little bit, you know, he's kind of lost it in that regard. He's very detached from the lives of everyday people out there, to the point where I don't really think he even knows how much, you know, a bottle of milk costs in the shop or something. He's not that kind of guy anymore. But Joe Rogan's original superpower for me was his ability to seem like the everyman, because he's been rich for a very long time. Joe Rogan's had money since, like, you know, news radio day. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's always had money. He's always been like, he's been a millionaire, I would guess, for probably more than 2 decades, right? And he's obviously got a lot more money now. But his one superpower was that he always come across very relatable, very kind of normal, quote unquote, and never kind of flaunted his wealth anywhere. You don't really see him post pictures of his cars or his homes and shit, or the stuff that he buys. He just basically kind of lives a life of somebody that has no worries about money, but doesn't exactly exude it by the things that he buys. He's not here with a Rolex all the time, wearing a big massive gold chain and shit. He just kind of keeps it chill and humble. Another good example of that is probably BERT, KREISCHER, for a period of time. Then of course he hit a point where he kind of started showing the wealth. But I just think in general, if you're a comedian, it probably doesn't serve you to be like that. Maybe only Kevin Hart can probably do it, but again, he's more of like a Hollywood actor. But you kind of have to play the game and pretend you're a little bit of the average Joe to kind of make it work. You can't really be too flaunty. Unfortunately, again, I think it's your money, right? Do what you want. But I think, unfortunately, in that particular field, you have to kind of pretend like you're with everybody else. The same thing goes for DJs. I think DJs do a good job of it. DJs, especially in techno, you can't really act or display your wealth. You kind of have to act a bit humble and pretend like you're just like the ravers on the dance floor, when really you've been flown in on a private jet. You get fucking Ubered everywhere. You stay in the best hotels. You always get fucking, great meals. You live in a great house and shit. But you have to kind of play the game a little bit. You can't let people kind of know how much money you do have, because it may sometimes taint their image of you. And I think in stand-up comedy, it probably is a greater kind of a sign of doing those kind of things going forward, which is probably difficult, like I said, because a lot of these guys and girls work hard for their money, and you want to kind of maybe, show the fucking trappings of your success or your hard work, and you really can't, because it never is going to sit well with the audience who are mostly working class. The thing that I don't like about it mostly is the fact that comedians especially, for the most part, I feel like their lives are being funded by working class regular people. But then they also seem to have the biggest bee in their bonnet about them as well. Like if you throw an opinion back at them, or a criticism or a critique or just some whatever, they don't like to hear that from you. They just want you to buy their stuff, attend their shows, and keep your mouth shut. They don't really want to hear from you in any way, shape, or form. And I feel like they kind of look down upon you as well. Rogan's a good example of it. Do you know what I mean? About how he talks about office jobs. When most likely everybody that goes, I'd imagine not everybody, I imagine the majority of people that watch Joe Rogan perform stand-up comedy live have office jobs. Yet he fucking hates them, which is really bizarre. I don't really understand that personally. But hey, yeah, exactly. Young old vibes. Exactly. They always assume working class is equal poor. I don't like that. What's people saying in the chat? Joe said he stacked his money well. He bought a house he could afford like 20 years ago before the YouTube podcast money. True, probably. Bert's not even funny. Joe's had money since he was 25. He used to be in touch with regular people. True. Lots of Bitcoin transaction from these addies. Joe Wi-Fi causes cancer. Drugs and prostitution. Teju says, bro, Ethan Klein doesn't even drive expensive car, and he for sure makes it exceptionally more than Brendan, so no way Brendan can afford these cars. Yeah, I don't, to be honest, I've never understood it personally with Brendan. I never understood it. Like I said, I think my main kind of hypothesis or theory with Brendan is that he tries to kind of overcompensate by showing off like this because he always wanted to be an American football player, and he always wanted to be a bit of a like TV personality in the same way that, you know, that guy from Ridiculousness and these other NFL guys who are on TV. Like, who's the other guy that is on Barstool Sports? The blonde guy that used to be a punter. He kind of always wanted to be those type of dudes who kind of live this kind of baller, famous, kind of like bro type of life, right? But he was never afforded that because he never made it in the NFL. And obviously his comedy isn't greatest, so he doesn't really get booked as much as he probably should do. So he tries to overcompensate and make up for that by displaying the trappings of somebody that's successful in that field. I think so, because if you look at it on paper, he's got a podcast that averages now only 50,000 views, a stand-up comedy career that's kind of flatlined, yeah? Not really that close to Rogan anymore, yet he's out here driving all these expensive cars and living in these crazy mansions and shit. And it's just like, it's unnecessary. It's not needed, really. If he cut back a little bit on these expenses, maybe he wouldn't be in such financial difficulties that he's allegedly in. Maybe. Who knows? Scrolling back up here. It's not sustainable. $2 million house and the mortgage, true. Really? Brendan's house is $2.5 million. Is that true? Actually, let's see if have they got it up on Google. Brendan Schaub's house. I never actually know what it looks like. What does it look like? Brendan Schaub's house. What do we have here? I've never seen what it actually looks like here. This 2023. Okay, cool. So this might be the most recent one. Okay, so so he sold his house in 2019. Brendan Schaub knocks out a home sale in West LA. So let's see what this one is about. I didn't know you sold his house out in fucking 2019. AMH Brendan Schaub knocks out a house sale in West LA. Despite many cosmetic touch-ups, Brendan Schaub could not quite break even on his house sale in LA. The comedian and former pro mixed martial artist has sold a 2-story home near Santa Monica Airport for $2.17 million. That's a $2,500 less than he paid for it last year. The gated estate was completely remodeled in 2017, and Schaub added some elements of his home, splashing a bit back on including high ceilings. He sold it after a year only. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? And then again, let's see the newest house here. I've never seen what his actual house looks like. Let's see what the newest house looks like here. Brendan Schaub's house, a modern retreat in West Hollywood. Or is this the house that he sold? I think that might be the one that he sold, no? Brendan Schaub's American professional. His net worth is $6 million. Successful career has allowed him to live in a beautiful home located in the West Hollywood area of Los Angeles. The house boasts 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and over 3,000 square feet, making it an ideal choice for a young family. Is this the place? Maybe it is. I don't really recognize it. Actually, I think it might be. Remember that video of him speaking to that guy on what's that podcast? It was in his kitchen. This probably is the place, probably, isn't it, right? Brendan's backyard retreat. There's the rooms. You see this. Not from the garden. Shit, bro. Well, how much is this worth? What was it? What was this place worth? It doesn't say. Okay, cool. I never actually seen what it actually looked like, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. 2023, and that's about it. Hollywood Dreamhouse. Okay, cool. Fair play then. Fair play to him in that regard. But again, there's no need for it, to be honest. If you tell dick jokes on stage and you do a semi-popular podcast, I don't know, man. Just rake in the money, allow you to kind of live a somewhat comfortable life, but there's no need for all that extra stuff just for the sake of it. To impress people online, to make it seem like you're living a somewhat better life than what you probably are day to day. It doesn't make any sense to me personally. I don't really get it. But again, I'm not his position. Maybe he has different struggles he has to kind of rein in with. It kind of is what it kind of is. Let's move on from that one. We've got this amazing little skits and bits segment courtesy of BC, the original fucking CEO of PF Chang's. Big up the Fire and the Kids sub community for uploading this one. This is fucking great. Let's play this. I fucking love this. You guys, have you seen this before? This is absolutely amazing. Oh, I gotta take off the mute. Bear with me a second.
Hey, did you see BJ Penn said CTE wasn't real, and also that in 2050 we're going to be teleported back to the year 1850, and that dinosaurs were fake?
Dude, do you know what fixes CTE?
Good thing he ran for governor, you know?
Do you know what fixes CTE, Luke? Nicotine patches.
Does it?
I don't know. Some comedians are always putting them in there thinking that.
Oh, I see. Sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were being genuine. You were just doing skits.
No, that's where I heard it. That's why I heard it on
I have no clue. I have no.
It's fucking relentless, man. I love it. I fucking love it. That was actually the first time I've ever fucking heard of Brendan actually saying that. And it's funny because I think he took one bit of research, like a research study, and kind of extrapolated that because nicotine has some sort of positive effects of dealing with fucking CTE, that somehow stuffing your face full of nicotine pouches, when the guy can't even fucking speak as is, he already has a bit of a heavy tongue and whatever, you know, things are going on with his mouth, which my theory is some sort of ulcer or some sort of abscess, something going on in his mouth that doesn't allow him to say words in a certain way, which is why he kind of has this kind of whole heavy tongue thing going on. But he's already got that shit going on. And then on top of that, he decides to stuff nicotine patches in his fucking gums because he feels like it's going to help him with his fucking CTE, and delaying it some ways or allowing him to become, I don't know, more articulate or something. I don't know. It's fucking incredible really to hear him do that sort of thing. But the nicotine patches thing was fucking incredible. Because, okay, sorry, what? Oh, you heard Rogan. Okay, that makes more sense. KP said he heard Rogan talk about nicotine that can help creativity, so he started stuffing his mouth with nicotine patch. Okay, it was Rogan. I thought you just read one study about nicotine. Oh yeah, it was Rogan, because Rogan had this thing where when he does stand-up comedy, he says he likes to take a couple of puffs, a couple pulls on a cigarette, and that, you know, gives him a bit of a nicotine rush, and then he goes on stage and does his comedy shit. So Brendan loves to rabbit the stuff that Rogan does, so clearly that's probably what he ended up doing. Yeah, I remember that actually. That's a good little reminder, actually. I do remember that. Rogan's fucking infatuation with nicotine at the time. So big up BC for being a fucking top dog. Appreciate you, brother. Then moving on from that one, we've got this little clip or this little video, this little picture, courtesy of the Find the Kids subreddit, again, taking the piss out of fucking BERT KREISCHER. I've got an unpopular opinion when it comes to BERT KREISCHER and posting these videos or images of him looking super bloated and super horrible. I personally think it's a little bit out of order because I'm one of those people who think BERT KREISCHER most likely is going to be the person who's going to outlive all his comedic peers. That's my theory. I think BERT will end up outliving everybody, despite him looking incredibly unhealthy, despite him being a functioning alcoholic. I think he will be. And I also think he's clearly happy being the way he is. He doesn't mind. His family doesn't care because they get money for it. They get to go to private schools. They get education paid for. They get to be a stay-at-home mum. They get to drive nice cars. They get to go on good holidays. So BERT being a morbidly obese, functioning alcoholic is actually beneficial for the family because they all get to live a life that they will probably never get to live if BERT was working a regular job. So if that's the case and they're all okay with it, then everyone else should leave him alone. Personally, everyone else should leave him alone because I feel like some people, when they keep posting these pictures, I guess this is taken from the tour that he's currently on, the Fully Loaded tour, where he's got these screens that project that you can kind of see him in fucking full head to toe with his fucking beer belly hanging out, and now he's starting to look bloated in the face and in the belly because he's obviously on tour and he's indulging in absolutely everything that is being given and served while he's out there. He's looking absolutely incredibly red and incredibly fucking blown up. Fair enough, but I feel like when people post these sort of things, what are they hoping happens? I feel like some people are kind of secretly hoping that he does bend over and die because it's going to justify or it's going to make them feel like they were right when they said, oh, Bert Kreischer's fucking, it's fucking going to, look, this person said he's not going to make it to Sober October. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's just me and I'm a little bit of a Bert Kreischer's secret cuck or simp or whatever. But I just think at some point, what do you guys actually want? Do you want him to die to justify that you are right in terms of some people aren't able to survive drinking like this, or what? Because I feel like some of you or some people that don't like his level of drinking aren't honest. We all have friends or people that we know in our daily lives who look like this. Like I've said it before in the Discord, in my local pub that I go to sometimes to watch football and shit, there's plenty of guys I see there every Saturday who legitimately look like Bert, if not worse. And they live long and somewhat fruitful lives. And they die of fucking old age. They're functional alcoholics. They fucking drink themselves silly. They don't give a fucking fuck. And they're always there. So I don't know. I feel like some people kind of exaggerate and kind of don't take into account, what people they see in their everyday lives who kind of look like this, if not worse. Maybe. What do you guys think in the chat? Am I bugging or not? Am I bugging? Who cares if he dies or not? Okay, Teju. It will be funny that Bubba will live through an apocalypse like a cockroach. He may forever get a chance to be gay. If you want someone to pass away just to be right, then you're a psychopath. Exactly, Intashki. I was never bullied in high school. Says Mew Mew. Mega fan is calling him Dirt Creaser. Tashki saying just using eyeballs and common sense isn't wanting him to die. Okay, that's fair. But I don't know. I see a lot of these posts online. I see a lot of these fucking, oh my God, look how terrible Bert looks. It's like, that's how he's always going to look. Until he decides to quit drinking and get healthy, he's never going to not look like this. It's just getting a bit boring now. The people I know like this don't spam my Instagram with promos for their half-baked show. Okay, Koila, fair play. Fair. That's a good point. He's also addicted to Xanax, sorry. Mega boosters. Booze affects people differently. But yeah, I don't know. I've just got a feeling he's going to be around for a very, very long time. And I feel like people who are wishing on his demise are probably wishing on a star, which is not going to happen. I think he's going to be perfectly fine. He's going to be here for a very, very long time. And he might end up outliving all of his peers. And I think in general, I'll say peers, like Rick Ross says it, peers. But in general, I just think all these posts are a little bit boring, a little bit redundant. They kind of are what they are. Will he get healthy? No. Will he probably get healthy anytime soon? I don't think so, personally. It kind of is what it is. But yeah, he does look a bit crazy. Don't get me wrong. I know. But it kind of is what it is, isn't it? And also the pictures as well are not the best because the red lights in the fucking stadium, the iPhone lights, or smartphones in low light aren't the best. So he's looking way more red and inflamed than he probably does, to be honest. But it's not good, It's not good. Let's just say that. It's not fucking good. But anyway, let's move from that one. Let's watch the Bert Kreischer video courtesy of Retroactive here. It's a channel that I like that puts out some decent little compilations together. So let's see what they said about Bert Kreischer. It's called The Flop of Bert Kreischer. Let's see what this is about.
Do you think that you're an alcoholic?
No.
You would, wouldn't you?
It's funny how old that laugh got, in it. There was a period in time where that laugh was somewhat endearing, but very quickly the internet got very bored of Bert Kreischer's laugh in an instant, which I kind of like because I feel like the internet and social media, which is probably why the comedians hate social media and comments, because the internet and social media doesn't suffer fools gladly. They call out shit instantly. If you're annoying, if you're being a redact, they're going to let you know. And I think comedians just want to be insulated in a bubble of fucking positivity which is fucking incredible because most of the comedians are fucking negative and the biggest haters in the world, right? They are always talking bad about each other, behind each other's back and shit. They are some of the worst people when it comes to hating on each other. Jealousy, envy, and all that sort of malarkey. But when it comes to fans, they don't want to hear that from you. But I do love how the fans online mostly get it right. And when they said, nah, this laugh is annoying, I fucking hate this guy, you know, everybody was like, you know what, I actually think you're right. That laugh became old very, very, very quickly. And I think a lot of it had to do with the pandemic. I think we were inundated with content from these guys during the pandemic, during lockdown, because we were all at home. And then we suddenly started to realize how annoying some of these people were, how unfunny they were, how redacted they were. And we've never been able to let it go since.
What have I missed? What can I miss? Oh, we gotta be done.
We're done. Yeah, we're done. We're done.
No. I meant every word of it. It's not that f***ing funny, dude. Holy shit.
You're gonna sit in front of 750 people and watch yourself? And I was like, hey, Mark, secret time. I'm going to cry watching myself. I'm going to cry and I'm going to mouth my lines.
Embarrassing.
With a long drought of good comedy films, Bert's the Machine had the chance to bridge the podcast/comedy world and the big budget world of Sony. Instead, its $20 million budget only brought back $10 million, with the film also in theaters for a brief 2-weekend.
God damn, those figures are blockbuster, innit? Fucking hell, mate. You know what's funny also, because he hasn't spoke about it much since it flopped. That's the thing that I don't like about these guys. It's okay for things to flop. It's hard to make movies. It's hard to be successful in that kind of field. No one's going to get it right. But then don't try and retcon it like it didn't happen. Because when he started making that movie, he was acting as if he was going to, you know, be the person that would restart, rewrite fucking comedy movies, be the person to basically make that whole genre of movies come back again, make fucking comedic movies great again and whatnot. He had this fucking really crazy ambitions. It didn't, you know, get there. It kind of fell a bit short, but you should be humble enough to kind of come up and say, you know what, I was wrong. It didn't work out. Explain why and kind of keep it moving. But he just completely has hid away and run away from it. Do you know what I mean?
Showing probably due to the exclusive streaming deal with Netflix being the plan to recuperate some of this loss. While the film was smashed by critics, audience scores of 87% on Rotten Tomatoes and 5.9 out of 10 on IMDb are still pretty promising for future comedian-focused or written films, as while it wasn't a Big Lebowski or Team America, it definitely wasn't The Room.
Hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Finishing 8th out of currently showing films, one could make the case that The Machine, if it didn't have high-budget action scenes, would have worked better released independently to fans via his own site, the way Louis C.K. or Russell Brand now release, cutting out the corporate middleman. This would have been the best way to avoid the corporate budgetary stress to make the money back and be able to make future films, and the competition of releasing the same month as films that are revolutionizing their mediums. Good luck. On top of that, Bert just had a...
But the thing about these guys, what I fucking realized over time, as much as they like to rag on the Hollywood and the industry, they actually want to be part of the industry really bad. That's actually the funny thing about it. They actually act like they want to be apart from it and that they're being cancelled by the fucking industry and all this shit. But they actually want to be part of the fucking industry. That's why they're always quick to take industry dollars, industry deals, and not do shit on their own. Because Bert could, if he wanted to, do that movie on his own. He's got the money. He's probably got the, even if he's not got the money himself personally, he's got probably the ability to pull that money together for his friends. He's got the ability to fucking promote it and push it on all the biggest platforms that he uses at the moment. Like, he's got all of those things in his fucking, you know, in his favor to make that shit work independently if he wanted to. But they kind of want the acceptance of the industry, really. That's what they kind of all secretly crave. The same thing like fucking Andrew Schultz. Talk bad about Netflix and about how bad they are and do it on your own and put it on fucking YouTube and all this shit. And then as soon as Netflix offer you a deal, you run to them with open fucking arms. So a lot of these guys kind of like talk out both sides of their mouth when it comes to this sort of stuff. And rarely, if ever, really put their money where their mouth is. They'd rather kind of spend other people's money than do it on their own, even though they like to speak about independence and how important it is to do it on your own and mainstream media is dying, all this sort of shit. It's all performative and fake.
connecting the whole universe moment of anger upon realizing his agents are putting pettiness over his career.
My guy at CAA and your guy at UTA are mortal enemies. There's a story there.
They are.
Did you know that?
No.
They're mortal enemies. In fact, so there's a photo in my phone.
No, it's
Oh.
Right? So they used to work together at an agency, and they hated each other because of the temperature of the room.
They fought over the temperature.
Right? So would like it hot.
How am I just hearing about this?
It's an origin story, man.
Yeah, this is like
this is real.
Thermostat beef.
Because I will tell you.
Thermostat beef. It's about the temperature of the office. What?
Are you fucking
No,
kidding
this
me?
is
No, this is real. This is real.
We need to change
Thermostat.
subjects.
What?
We need to change subjects.
Why?
Keep going. What else is going on?
Have I blown your mind?
No, it's. I would. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really talk, man. That's the thing.
No. What I'm saying is.
Well, I guess maybe that internal dialogue sometimes is very accurate. When you lay in bed and you fight with yourself and you think what people think.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
very
accurate.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever spoke about this on the pod or the stream before, but this was a pretty crazy fucking revelation, to be fair. And if anything, it's probably really illustrative of why that whole agency sort of thing is really toxic, and sometimes for them in general, you'd think about it, it's probably harmful overall. It really is, because essentially what happened is that you have two agents with their own personal beef that they then allow to spill into how they handle their fucking clients, which if these guys weren't successful as they were, could have really hampered their routes to success, could have really hampered their chances of success. And if you think about it, if this is happening with Bert Kreischer and Bobby Lee, just imagine what's happening at the more lower levels with certain people. It's really fucking crazy. It's not surprising too much because we have known the industry kind of works that way. Like, you know, certain people get deals because they're well liked. Certain people don't get deals because they're not liked. So it makes sense why it can maybe apply it to the fucking, you know, agency level. Because a lot of people always say that in, you know, entertainment industry or in Hollywood in general, sometimes the people that you fucking work, the saying they always say is that always treat people the same, you know, on your way up as your way coming down, whatever, because you might see them on the way coming down, right? Yeah, on your way up and see you coming down, blah, blah, blah. And the reason why I say that is because usually interns ending up, you know, being fucking showrunners, executives and shit in the industry. So that kind of thing does happen quite often. So imagine if you treat an intern very terribly one time when you were fucking the big shot, and now suddenly this person becomes a network executive. It's no surprise that every time you try and pitch a show on that person's network, it never gets greenlit, because they remember how you treated them like shit when they were fucking doing the coffee runs. You know what I mean? So you can see why that sort of shit can happen and how far it can go. But it is it's for me is an illustration that more than often than not, if talent like these guys could be bothered to do hard work and not just sit in front of a camera and just talk shit and actually handle their business, most of these guys and girls don't need agents. They don't really need agents, especially at their level. They've got such brand recognition, such clout, such fame. A lot of the offers are going to be inbound anyway. All you need is someone to just handle the fucking inbound emails, or for you to sit on the emails at the end of every week and just check what the offers are coming through. But you don't really need an agent. I don't think so. Maybe you need a lawyer to negotiate your contracts, but you don't need an agent to take 10% fee and to kind of get involved in your business and to basically, you know, be your mouthpiece when they have their own personal biases and kind of grudges they have with other people. It's probably not the best thing to do.
A lot of it is that. Bert, listen, Bert.
Yeah.
Look at me now.
It's over the fucking thermostat.
I know. But let me tell you something right now. A lot of it, dude.
I may not be able to do this podcast after this.
His mind is blown.
Why?
This is because
this specific one. Why?
This no. Let's change subjects. Let's change subjects.
All right. Whoa.
Now just imagine the sleazy network execs throwing the biggest PR fit ever upon hearing the star of their film just talked about his set boners and crying to his own movie on the biggest podcast in the world.
I did that when we did the first testing of the movie. They sat me in the front row. I had 2 bottles of wine. I sat with Leanne. I had a notebook. I was supposed to write things in for notes. The movie starts and I start bawling, crying. And I start mouthing my lines. I'm laughing hysterically. I'm like, I loved watching me more than a narcissist would ever like. It was like the craziest thing. So we go to the next screening. I didn't know there was kissing scenes in the movie because I don't read the action when I read the scripts. I just read the dialogue. All I'll say is the pants I was wearing were loose fitting, and I don't wear underwear. We did one take, and I was like, costume change, please.
He doesn't wear underwear. Can you imagine what Bert smells like on a daily basis? Can you imagine what this man must smell like? What's the thing with not wearing underwear anyway? What's that deal about? So he wears like raw denim jeans with that body, just like his piece just hanging around in there. Is that common for people? So that means you have to always wear a belt, right? Or always have to wear stuff that kind of fits very correctly. Because let me see that picture of him actually. Where's that picture of him? Where is he? Oh yeah, yes. You always have to wear a belt then, right? If you're not wearing underwear as a dude, you can't not wear a belt. That's fucking wild. Imagine wearing denim jeans, and these aren't like, for what they look like to me out from the outside, these look like real good quality jeans. So like, you know, raw denim and shit. They're a bit hard to kind of break in. Imagine wearing those fucking bad boys with no fucking underwear. That shit is just like, oh, scratching against your fucking asshole and shit. Your nuts and your fucking little winky just like rubbing against the fucking buttons on the front every time you fucking walk. Like just slapping against it like, oh, God almighty. After a fucking session on the bevies. Imagine what your body, because usually, I don't know about you guys, but when you drink a lot, especially when I used to party a lot, you sometimes smell a bit funny. I don't know if you guys know about that, right? If you're dancing a lot and you're on a lot of drugs and you're drinking a lot, you sometimes end up smelling really funky from all that fucking dancing and fucking, you know, going for it and shit. So imagine doing it on a daily basis. Imagine doing it on fucking Bert Kreischer's fucking budget, right? I'm just a regular schmegular guy. I've got my little $50 I take out of me when I go on a night out. But this guy's got money. And also he's a comedian. And also he's going to fucking comedy clubs where they're indulging him and happy he's there and he's meeting fans. They're like, yeah, let's drink. And he's getting shots for free and all this shit. Imagine what he must smell like. That's sometimes I wonder, like body smell wise. Like, does this guy even shower that much? I remember when I used to watch his podcast, he used to say he used to sometimes shower in the fucking swimming pool. He'd go home and he'd be like in the swimming pool. That's how he, like, you wouldn't shower. Like, what? That's not a shower. That's a fucking swimming pool. That's like, most people that have swimming pools in their homes have like an outdoor little shower thing that you usually rinse off in so you can get rid of all the chlorine and all that fucking swimming pool fucking juice on you. And sometimes having even shower on the outside. But he sometimes would say sitting in the pool would be his form of showering. So I think Bert must smell fucking crazy in real life. I think a lot of these guys must smell really crazy in real life. Like, oh.
They're like, what? I was like, I need to change my pants. I guess I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular dude.
Oh my goodness, Bert.
They're like, huh? And I was like, I don't know. What the fuck are you supposed to do? You're supposed to kiss someone and then just, like, how the fuck does that work? You ever kiss someone?
Your body doesn't know that it's just acting.
No. She kissed back, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? This is different. Holy shit. And then I'm like, costume change. I need tape. Hey, someone get me ice.
I want you off the fucking...
Jesus Christ, Bert Kreischer, man. And the thing is, well, that's funny when you're like 30 or something, or like 25 or 19. This guy's in his 50s. 2 kids, a wife and shit.
Shit, you prick.
Yeah, what did he? Yeah, exactly, Teju. Did he bust because of a kiss? Is that what he's trying to admit?
Are you allowed to talk about that?
You're not supposed to.
An insight into the mind of the 24/7 365 party man who gets upset at other comics that go to sleep early 2 nights in a row on tour. Oh, the travesty.
And I worked with a person and I got off stage Thursday. All shows sold out, right? Great room. Portland Helium.
I like that room.
Yeah. Get off stage Thursday, and I go to the green room. I'm like, where's ... And they're like, oh, they went home. I went, oh. So I texted them. I said, are you feeling sick? And they said, no, just getting to bed early. I went, cool. Friday, 2 shows. After the first show, they're not home. They went for a walk they got off stage and went for a walk. Show back up for the second show, and I was like, "Hey, you gonna hang out tonight?" And they're like, "Nah, probably not." And I went, "Okay." Saturday comes around, and I'm fucking fuming. I am fuming.
Yeah.
And I say, "Hey, just so you know, you're not that funny."
Yes. It came out that way?
It came out, it spilled out, and they went, "What?" And I said, "I didn't bring you here because I think you're brilliant." You're not here because you're funny at all. You're here because I need someone to be around. I can't be by myself.
Wow.
And I can't be around. And now I'm stuck. I would rather do a one-man show if you're not going to be here.
Yeah.
And that person was like, "Oh, okay. Well, I can hang out tonight." And I was like, "Yeah. Oh, no, you can't. You're going to hang out tonight. You're going to sit at that bar and you're going to drink. I don't care if you're in fucking rehab. You're going to drink at that fucking and then you're going to tell me how great my show was. You're going to watch my whole show."
Wow.
I was like, what the fuck?
Recently.
Okay. To be somewhat fair to him, I understand where he's coming from, because I'm assuming when you go on tour as a comedian, part of the reason why you take people on the road with you is for the hang. You don't always take them because of how funny they are. You want to basically take people on the road with you who can do comedy, obviously, but also are decent enough to hang out with when you're kind of off stage and whatnot. Fair enough. But the way that came out is fucking insane. Essentially, he's upset that some people are like adults and treat their job with some level of seriousness. They have their fun on stage, they tell their little dick jokes and shit, have a ha-ha he-he, take some pictures with the fans, and then they go up to their room and sort of like, decompress. Because you don't want to be on 10 all the time. Like, if you actually listen to professional, artists and people that have been in the game for a long time, most of them don't do anything after the shows. They just go straight back to the hotel room, decompress, unwind, and go to sleep, ready for the next day, ready for the next shows. That's what you're meant to do. So you could be providing the best level of performance for your fans when you're playing, basically. But, of course, if you're Bert, you want to party every single day. That's what you really want. So I get it in that respect. And maybe if you're going to go on tour with him, you should know that, you really can't be an adult. You kind of have to kind of, get into his flow type of vibe, which kind of brings me back to the whole, like, there are certain friends that you hang out with who don't allow you to just have fun and to just hang out and fool around. They always want to always go above and beyond a certain level. And sometimes it can be a little bit exhausting to kind of be around those type of people. So I kind of get that in some respects, but that did sound incredibly, incredibly toxic. I'm not going to lie.
Theo attempted to edge Bert towards less party mode, much the same as Tom Segura and neuroscientist Andrew Huberman.
Oh, yeah.
And I've talked to him about it. He's like, "You're not an alcoholic. You just drink too much." He's like, alcoholism's different. Being powerless to alcohol is different than drinking a lot. I drank a lot yesterday and I woke up in the middle of the night. I've never done the whole recovery thing. And
yeah, did you ever think about it? Because you go, you go pretty hard,
Yeah, I think about it all the time. Yeah. I mean, the problem I have is, this is going to be the most horrific statement you'll ever hear me say on a podcast, trust me. But like, or you'll go, let's not drink on private jets. That's like, if you're buying a private jet to get yourself to work, maybe you should use that as that really expensive plane ticket as a time to recovery and work hard and read a script. And I don't drink the whole fucking day, so that's really good for me.
3 days where he'll
imagine praising yourself for not drinking the whole fucking day. And having a stipulation, okay, no drinks on private jets. But if I fly commercial, then I can drink because it's fucking commercial. Who wants to be on a fucking plane full of pores and shit, right? Yuck. So I'm going to drink on that to kind of get my mind off of things. But on the private jet, I got to look like I'm, like I'm successful, that I'm working hard. I got to be writing, you know what I mean? This guy's a fucking psycho. That's part of the reason why I stopped listening to the Bertcast. It was that whole, like, annoying delusional self-speak stuff. I just couldn't get around. It was just giving me a headache.
He'll have 6 to 8 drinks, and then 3 days where we're talking about usually 12 to 18 drinks, right?
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Is there any side effects with that? Anything happening?
There's a name for it. It's called alcohol use disorder.
With Tom Segura now looking jacked, the comments on Two Bears One Cave are turning their attention to Bert, who still looks like he's going to explode. Whether you love or hate Bert's comedy, it's genuinely sad to watch anyone go down the binge path. While Bert has a hard time understanding that normal people also worry about their health, he at least shows a bit more self-awareness within this therapy session with Tom Segura.
He's on statins. His blood pressure is perfect. His cholesterol
Your
is
dad was
perfect.
young when he had you. 24?
Yeah. That's back when people gave up on dreams. Think about that. No dreams. Think about that. No dreams. No. My mom, no dreams. No dreams. Wanted to be a singer. Wanted to be an ice skater. Nope. Teacher. Think about that. I think about that sometimes when I see dudes like get in an elevator with like a briefcase and then work boots.
Yeah.
And then like jeans that are kind of like, and then a shirt that's a collar, but it's got a name written right here. And you see the dude and you can just see it in his eyes. Like, I fucking killed it today. I busted my ass.
Yeah.
But like, this doesn't, I'm not getting an award for this. This is just work.
Yeah.
And I see that and I look up to that guy. I go, I wish I had what you have. And watch them order. And, you know, they don't think about statins. They don't think about fucking, they just think about like,
I killed it today.
You got a cheeseburger?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, man, that's the majority of this world is just fucking getting after it day to day.
Sure.
And fucking, and then you look at pussies like me who wake up at midnight and then take more NyQuil because they don't want to sit with their thoughts.
There is something about
I can't get on an airplane. I can't get on an airplane. I mean, I look at like men. I am so far from a man. I am so far from a man. You know, like there's some self-actualization.
What is
that's been
happening today?
Like I'm so far from like a man, right? A man who goes, yeah, everyone else first, then me. It's not how I think. I go me, and then, oh, there are other people here?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if
What do you think that is, though?
I don't know. I wonder if I wonder if I never became a man, like if I'm still a boy. You know?
There's a definitely boyish quality to you.
Later on, Bert had a 30-minute-long questioning of switching sides and sexuality in general, almost killing Tom's distantly giggling producer.
Yeah, we'll drink each other's jizz.
Oh, man.
No, I won't drink yours. I'll drink mine.
Fuck.
It's got to be quick. You want it hot.
You're going to shoot a load into your mouth?
I don't know. I mean, no. How many views do you think we get if we drank each other's jizz?
Probably a lot, but I don't know if it's worth it.
But I don't think I was given the option to be gay. Meaning, like, it wasn't presented as like an equal option as being straight.
Yeah, but I think here's the thing, man. I don't think you really need the option. You would know what you're attracted to. You know?
I don't know if that's true.
You don't know what makes your dick hard at this point? Like you do.
No, but okay. So wait, in this point in history, am I like? It seems like I'm an outlier in sexuality because it seems like the majority of this country is gender fluid.
No.
Well, it seems like I'm watching kids.
Yeah,
and the way kids happening
different.
with kids.
The conversation's different, but
it's like everyone's cool with like hooking up with the same sex. Whereas like I wasn't presented that option. I mean, that was not like a presented.
But does the idea of that make your dick hard?
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. You're not gay.
It's not hard.
Yeah, but I don't think. It's almost like
if I was like, hey,
all he has to do to eliminate all these thoughts from his head is go on a run, abstain from drinking alcohol for a few fucking months, and all this will go. But because he's been living a life of some level of fucking privilege and fucking indulgence for the best part of what, a decade, this is what happens to your brain. That's actually quite weird, isn't it? That's a fucked up thing about how your brain works. When you overindulge, all these fucking dumb thoughts enter your brain. When you sometimes have a little bit of self-discipline, a little bit of control, when you abstain from things, when you're not indulging in fucking everything, when you have some sort of level of balance, when you have a purpose, when you live for your people, you know, when you live for others, not just yourself, maybe these things don't cloud your mind too tough. But when you indulge in all the vices in the world out there for you, and you actually live a life of, you know, gluttony for a certain, for a lack of a better term, this happens to you. You get to a point where you're legitimately sitting there questioning your sexuality.
I never had Indian food. Okay.
Yeah.
So I never craved Indian food. I never craved it.
Yeah.
I was never like, God, man. I mean, I heard about Indian food.
Yeah.
But I was like, all I heard were like the bad things.
Yeah.
Smells like shit. Ruins the hallway. Like you get diarrhea. Your fingers burn. You can't finger a chick. Like all the negatives about Indian food.
Yeah.
And then you have Indian food, and you're like, oh shit, man. I didn't know I liked Indian food.
Yeah.
Like fuck, I never had Indian food. Had I known about Indian food, I
You
would have
can
had Indian
go
food my whole
fuck a
life.
guy, and if you feel like just the option is there, that it might change. I just don't. I think you would have done it by now. You would have
would've
realized.
definitely tried it.
Yes, dude. You'd be. First of all, you'd always be like, your brain and body would be posturing to try to get closer to men in a sexual way. It wouldn't just be like, I wish that option had been here.
For real?
Of course, man. You'd be in that booth right now.
But where are our
guys,
friends? Where are
rubbing
all
their
our friends?
shoulders? Good job where I work today. You know.
Where do you think there'll be a lot of kids that go, you know what? I think I want to get married and have kids, and I'm not gay.
Some kids will, sure.
Hopefully Bert's the Machine still helps pave the way for new comedy films regardless of the criticism, with Tim Dillon and Joey Diaz releasing their own books and Louis C.K. writing directing his own films. Maybe we might end up with something other than the 40,003rd identical superhero movie. And thank you for watching.
Looking good, everybody.
But essentially, the whole point of the issue is that picture at the end of Tom Segura, isn't it? That's basically is the issue. When you and your best friend are both fat, and then suddenly your best friend becomes fit, it's going to do stuff to your head. It's going to fuck with you. Because, you know, you weren't fat by accident. You both were fat for doing the same sort of things, drinking and eating a lot. And then they decide to change their life. It's going to really fuck with your head a little bit. It really is. And Bert, if one thing is always done, he's always indulged himself. He's always kind of excused his behavior based on the kind of the money he makes and how hard he works. But then when your best friend decides to kind of change their life, it's going to fuck with you a little bit. That's what I think is happening with Bert. He still hasn't been able to kind of deal with the transformation that Tom Segura has kind of gone through in real time. And he's finding it hard to kind of make it make sense. Because one thing Bert's never going to do is have some level of control or chill out from the drinking and eating or whatever he's doing while he's on tour. He's not going to do that. He's never going to do that. He's always going to indulge because that's kind of what he always has done going forward. But yeah, that was a fucking crazy funny video. Big up Retroactive. The video is called The Flop of Bert Kreischer. You can check it out on his channel now if you want to see it there. Let me give that a little thumbs up. It's there. This is there. The title, The Flop of Bert Kreischer. Check it out if you haven't already. It's a pretty entertaining watch. It's a pretty entertaining watch. Next on list here. What else we have? We have. Oh yeah. Let's see this before we get on the Jesse on Fire video. Let's watch this. This is fucking hilarious. Let's see this quickly. Something that's on the Fire and the Kids sub. I thought this was fucking super funny. Bear with me a second as I load it here. Let's see what our guy Jesse on Fire, or Methie on Fire as he's called, is saying here. Let's see this. This video is fucking crazy. So big up the Fire and the Kids subreddit guys for uploading this. This is fucking brilliant. Jesse on Fire, to groom or not to groom? That is the question, right? This is fucking brilliant. Look at this. Let me get the fucking sound on. Let's zoom in a little bit. Look at this.
Fear that the clip I'm about to show you might be the start of an insidious creep towards the normalizing of sexual contact with children. Have a listen.
If I met Gabrielle when she was 15, thank you. If I was not legal, right? If I was 25 and I met Gabrielle when she's 15, she would be my wife still, and I would have no fucking shame in that. People would be all, "You groomed her." I'd be like, "Yeah, cool."
Great guy, never met him. Yo, and this is the thing I think is funny about Brendan and all those guys. They always talk about fucking social media haters and stuff and whatnot, and people coming after them and comments and whatnot. And something I feel like they never really acknowledge or they never fucking admit to is the fact that they are surrounded by some very questionable people. They are surrounded by people who are very suspect, very questionable in their lifestyle choices, in what they say, in how they maneuver, and how they act. So it's no surprise that if you're surrounded by those type of people who are your friends, whether it's rape allegations, diddling allegations, grooming allegations, it's no surprise that you're also going to get an unmitigating level of hate also in some of your comments, maybe more than other people are getting, because you're kind of sometimes judged by the company that you keep, and they don't really ever understand that part of things. They just sometimes think, oh, you can be friends with who you want to be friends with, but you shouldn't judge me based on their actions. It's like, yeah, but we kind of have to, innit? You kind of being their friend feels like you're endorsing their behaviors by being their friend and riding for them so much, especially Brendan, this Jesse on Fire guy, because he gave him the fucking, oh, you are the, what is it, Thick Boy fucking presenter of the year bullshit award he gave him, which is fucking incredible. So clearly he kind of rides for him in that respect. But let's see the video anyway. Jesse on Fire going fucking crazy at Brian Campbell from what's it called, from Morning Combat, and also in part going back crazy on the fucking Throwing the Kids subreddit guys. He's actually going and having a little unhinged segment here, which kind of felt a little bit unprovoked. Brian Campbell does his little thing in his own space. It's not something he kind of, you know, it's whatever. It's kind of like a running joke on his side of things. Brendan essentially ignores it or pretends it doesn't exist. So the fact that Jesse on Fire is talking about it, he's sort of bringing more attention to something that Brendan actively tries to ignore. That's the funny thing about it. Like, he's not actually realizing that he's actually not helping Brendan in what he's doing here. He thinks he is. He thinks he's trying to basically back up his boy or protect his meal ticket, but he's actually hurting him more than he's helping him, really, if you think about it. Let's play the video anyway. This is Jesse on Fire going at Brian Campbell and everybody else.
Of his co-host, whatever his name is, over and over and over referencing that he is one of these like Brendan Schaub hater group guys. Let me just play a little bit of this for you.
Schaub and East has become our part of our lives. Everyone, it's just what it is, Luke. Okay.
I mean, that's partly true.
Who gets this obsessed with making fun of a person that they don't know? I don't understand it, dude. I've never understood this phenomenon ever. I just want to show you like how much this guy does this.
But someone, I don't know, someone must have made fun of you, Jesse on Fire. You objectively look like you're easy to make fun of. If you've always had those kind of fucking, 10,000 yard stare eyes on you, if you've always had that sort of head shape, if you've always had that kind of no neck kind of posture, if you've always looked a kind of bit ratty, then most likely you probably got made fun of as well when you were growing up. You just look like you would be made fun of quite easily. So it's surprising that he doesn't understand why some people get made fun of on the internet. If you look a certain way, if you say dumb and stupid things, people will make fun of you on the internet. It just is what it is. And if you're Jesse on Fire and you have that sort of hairline and you have that sort of nose, right, and you have those sort of no lips, those no show, no lips going on, then most likely you're going to get made fun of also. I think so, personally. Maybe you did retaliate and you kind of went a bit crazy. You were like a fucking chihuahua going at people's fucking ankles and they made fun of you in school, but they probably still made fun of you. I'm probably sure they still did. So him not realizing why people get made fun of is fucking hilarious.
Comments at all? But did you see there was a comment on...
every time.
You're always texting me like, how's socials? I'm like, dude, I don't really tweet stuff out.
I've never texted you that.
They should improve their relationship with former heavyweight Brendan Schaub, too. A lot of back and forth, Luke. I don't like it.
All right, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
That's a good picture. Come on. That's a really good picture.
Wait.
Look how angry he is. Look at how disgusted and angry. Like, I don't understand boys or men in general who cuck for other men like this that they've only known in their adult age. Like, I don't understand this. I don't even go for bat for people like this that I've known at work for a long time. Like, men in media or in content creation who go so hard for other men they've just met in the last 5 or so years, maybe less, is incredibly redacted to me. It maybe shows like a level of like immaturity or a lack of actual real friends that you actually decide to go so hard for people that you only know because you make content and because you're somewhat useful to them. Because make no mistake, Brendan's only friends with this fucking, this fucking Brendan's only friends with this guy, right? No, you know what he is? Yeah, Brendan's only friends with fucking evil Uriah Faber because he goes hard in the paint defending him. That's the only reason why he's friends with fucking evil Uriah Faber. If he wasn't so active in fucking clapping back at the fans who kind of go at Brendan and showing how angry he is at the trolls and shit, Brendan would be friends with. So it's only a friendship of convenience. Brendan knows he could always get something from this guy because of how hard he's going to defend him really in that respect. But he doesn't get it. He actually thinks they're pals. They're not. In my opinion, anyway.
Here, huh?
I mean, are you getting lip injections, Luke, like some comedians these days?
Again, once again,
right?
you're Brendan Schaub's #1 fan.
Dude,
agree.
No, I love Brendan Schaub. I'm just simply pointing out like this.
Luke Thomas never partakes in this, by the way, that I can tell. It's all his co-host.
Oh, let me finish reading here. Turnover page for more instructions.
I mean, just
There's a podcast that only talks about the podcast, okay?
Who are you gonna see?
I forgot the fella's name. He's like a real comic though. Okay, you'd be surprised, bro. I mean, seriously.
Okay, so that's 54 seconds. This goes on for another 3 minutes.
He's attacking him. He's attacking him. He's attacking him. He's attacking him. Look at this guy. Look at how angry he's getting at another guy just getting insulted on the internet, bro. Like, relax. It's not that serious. It's just jokes. It's just some LOL. It's just some banter. It's just some ha-ha, he-he's. Like, relax, brother. Honestly, relax. You think he probably chokes himself with the chain while he's jacking off? That little thick boy chain. You think he probably does that whole fucking asphyxiation thing as he's fucking whacking off in his studio, thinking about Brendan.
Of just, his co-host just ripping shot. Like, this is the whole thing, dude. I'm buddies with Shaw, but it's not even relevant. It's like, dude. Okay.
See you later, Jared, brother. Take care.
When I was in high school, there were always like these like rando people who ended up being like the butt of every joke. Like it was like they were at the absolute bottom of the social hierarchy.
He's talking about himself, by the way. He's talking about himself. He's talking about himself. Anybody, I'm sorry, but anybody who makes an illustration of themselves for looking like this, in my opinion, here's what I've got to say for this, right? This is a very uncontroversial opinion. If you're the type of person who changes the skin tone color of your fucking emojis on your phone keypad, you're fucking redacted. And you're probably the same person who, when you make a little bit emoji of yourself, you give yourself bigger eyes, nice and plump lips, you give yourself fucking cheekbones, a nice jawline. You add all these little extras in which that you'd hope to look like. That's what he does. So if this Jesse on Fire guy has this fucking avatar animation shit where he looks like this, that's why in high school, he definitely got bullied. Because that's what he actually looks like. Because if you saw that animation or that illustration, that cartoon, you would never think that was Jesse on Fire's fucking logo. You'd think, oh, that's just some like supplement. That's some like bodybuilder influence on fucking YouTube, right? That's some fucking personal trainer on Instagram. You would never in a million years, if you didn't see the fucking logo on the bottom, you would never in a million years guess that that illustration is meant to be illustrative of this fucking mongoloid on the fucking right here. You never think Evil Uriah Faber is this looking guy. Ever in a million years. Ever. Who would think that? Come on. That's how I know he's talking from personal experience. That's how I know he was a guy that got bullied. Because only guys that got bullied in high school will be sitting there getting offended that some other guy that you just met 2 years ago is getting made fun of on the internet. Casual jokes here and there. That's the only way you'd be annoyed by it. Because it kind of reminding you of your fucking own, horrible experience in school and shit. Again, my own opinion, what do I know?
Where everyone could bully them, right? Like anyone had license to steal on this guy. Oh, you know what I mean? Like there was a guy in my high school, there's a guy in my middle school, just like that, a couple of them.
What do you do? Did you make YouTube videos for them too?
I never partook in that stuff, dude. Never. I always would actually go out of my way to be nice to them, to the point that it actually became a problem because they'd be like, oh my God, and they'd want to hang out all the time. I'm like, dude, relax, man. I'm just...
So then what you end up doing? You ended up taking the piss out of the same... So what you're saying is the people in school who were made fun of were actually kind of annoying anyway, in the end. Is that what you're basically saying? So you're basically proving everybody's point correct, right? Maybe if somebody's getting made fun of on the internet, maybe there's a reason why they're getting made fun of. Maybe it's somewhat justifiable. Maybe not to the fullest extent, but there might be some reason why they're getting made fun of. That's what you're basically saying here. Cool.
I just want you to know I'm not on board with this shit.
Look at him, he's crossing his arms. He's not happy. I'm not on board with this shit. This shit is really sad. Crossing his arms. Come on, man. Grow up. It's not that serious. And also, this isn't going to help you get on the next Calabasas Fight Companion. This is so fucking cringe. Oh, you know what? Most likely, if you see this guy on the Calabasas Fight Companion, you know why. Because of this little audition. Don't take a piss out of my Brendan. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, man. Grow up.
I was in a fraternity. I never hazed pledges ever. Never. Not once, dude. I never partook in it ever. Not one time. I don't get down with that shit. I don't want to fuck with inferior opposition.
What? What's he even talking about? What? Hold on. I'm confused about this.
Not once, man. I just want you to know I'm not on board with this shit. When I was in a fraternity, I never hazed pledges ever.
Oh, hazing. Okay, so you never took part in hazing when you was in a fraternity. When he's in a fraternity. Okay, cool. Congratulations, bro. How old is this person? Why are you talking about high school? Why are you talking about fraternities? Why? How old are you? Isn't he like 50 or something? How old is Jesse on Fire? How old is Jesse on Fire? His name is Jesse Forbes. Is that his name? No way. He's 38. This guy's 38 years old. No fucking way. Yo. He looks fucking... What is that? Why does he look like that for? Is that Addies? Is that too much creatine? He looks 50. He looks like Joe Rogan's age. This guy's 38 years old. No fucking way. Is this him? This is him, right? Jesse Lee Forbes. Oh my God. Is that him? Or is it not him? Maybe it's not him. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. Yo, this guy's 38 years old. 38 fucking years old. But still, it doesn't matter. 38 years old talking about high school, I'm sorry. You are fucking redacted. If he is 38, I don't believe he's 38. I think a lot of... To be fair, you know what I have to say, a little rant. White people, especially in Hollywood, entertainment industry, you guys lie just as much as we do. Just as much as the blacks and the browns who play professional sports, we love a good lie. We love to kind of roll our years back 5 years so we can get into teams and pretend like we're this young phenom when we're actually 55 or whatever. Cool. But I think white people lie just as much, because the other day I saw somebody say that Margot Robbie is 31 years old. Do you fucking believe that? She's a fucking hottie, clearly, right? But someone told me that Margot Robbie is fucking 31 years old. Fuck off. She's not 33, not even 33. I don't believe that in the slightest. Sorry. White people lie about their ages just as much as black people do. She is not fucking 33 years old. I don't care what anybody says. She's a fucking dimey dime of the dimest, but this woman is not 33 years old. I do not care what you say. Definitely not 33. She looks better than Jesse on Fire, don't get me wrong, but she's not 33. I don't believe this. No fucking way. We all lie about our ages. Let's continue.
Never. Not once, dude. I never partook in it ever. Not one time. I don't get down with that shit. I don't want to fuck with inferior opposition.
What? So you didn't take part in hazing. Hey, big up Abby Martinez. Big up you.
Brenda gave Jesse a gift for new content creator.
Yeah, exactly. That's that chain in the background as well. Come on. Fucking awful, bro. But big up Abby Martinez. Appreciate you, brother. But, so, what is he bragging about here? He's bragging that he never took part in hazing. Because this is weird sort of like brag. I didn't partake in hazing because the people that were getting hazed were inferior. Is that what he's trying to say? That's not really a good thing, is it really? Because you're now saying, no, I don't understand this. Let's go back again. 1 minute.
Down with that shit. I don't want to fuck with inferior opposition. I don't.
What? How is that a good thing? If anything, the people hazing are actually treating the people with respect, because if you're getting hazed because you sort of like, you're worthy of something, right? You probably see something in you, or they want you to be a part of their group, whatever the reason why they're doing it. That's actually way more respectful in a way. If you're kind of looking at it from a very, very far out point of view, you could say some respect. There's probably more kind of respect being placed on the person that's hazing as opposed to the person not doing it. Especially if you're sat there saying, I'm not going to fuck with somebody if they're inferior. Huh?
I don't understand it. To me, it just looks like pussy shit. You know? You want...
Oh, you called us pussies.
Conflict with me, send me someone who is a worthy adversary.
This nigga's talking like he's on set of fucking Gladiator. Look, what's wrong with these fucking guys, man? Why do they think they're in the fucking Colosseum? You're recording a fucking video online via a webcam like I am, sitting in your fucking room somewhere of your house, chatting shit. But you think you're fucking slaying dragons. Like, fucking do something. Go jump out of a fucking window or something. Get a fucking life. Splash your face with fucking cold water. Have a fucking glass of water or something. Please, go on a run. Get some fresh air. These guys literally take themselves way too seriously. Like, what? Bro, you're not a gladiator. I promise you, you're not. You're just a guy that makes videos like everyone else does. It's not that deep. People make fun of you. It is what it is. Make fun of them back a little bit or keep it moving. It's not that deep, honestly. Yeah, big up Sting Agu. I appreciate you.
He's that white boy that smokes meat too much.
Hey. Big up Sting Agu. I thought you were going to say something else, but big up you. He's that white boy that smokes too much. Yo, if he comes out and says he's only on multivitamins and all he does is creatine, I'm going to fucking laugh. I'm going to fucking laugh until I fucking faint. If he does that Sam Tripoli thing, I'm only on multivitamins. All right, cool, bro.
And all this shit looks like to me, I've said this a million times, is like you're telling me that this dude, not him. You're telling me that
looking forward to that.
You're telling me
I don't even know what does that mean?
For safety purposes.
You're telling me this guy was like,
Oh, you know what I love that. Look back there. Look at the video in his recommendations. So Jesse on Fire actually does watch a lot of fucking hater videos, because look at the video that came up in his recommendations, the next video.
You're telling me
look.
looking forward to that.
You're telling me
that looks like a hater video, no? That looks like a 2 days to try video. Yeah, see? So he does watch a lot of hater content. That looks like a 2 days to try video, doesn't it? That's like the Fire and the Kid something Reddit. That's a 2 days to try video. So here he is ragging on people who make fun of Brendan, yet he's watching videos of people who make fun of Brendan on a daily basis. Come on, Jesse on Fire. Get your fucking facts straight, please, son. Look at that little video there. We see ya. We know what you're watching, brother. We know.
I don't even know what does that mean?
For safety purposes.
You're telling me this guy was like, Mr. Cool, like he's always top of the food chain socially, growing up, whatever. Because all this looks like to me is this anonymous,
How does that make any sense? So you're saying the people that are in school that were not the coolest and got bullied by people like Jesse on Fire or Brendan Schaub have now decided in their adult age to sit online and make fun of people like that to get back at them? Or could it just be that people, when they see you say and do things online, especially if it's redacted, especially if you're thin-skinned, especially if you're not self-aware, especially if you can't take criticism, especially if they can see it gets to you, will start trolling you? Isn't that what happens usually? If you want to troll somebody and you see that they bite every time you do troll, it makes it fun. Because guess what? Trolling is fun. I know some people, they don't like to hear it, but some people do find some enjoyment out of trolling people and getting them to react and getting them to break down and getting them to cry. Look at Wings of Redemption. Look at DSP. It's a fucking occurrence. It's a fucking sport for some people out there. They fucking love it. I fucking love watching the content personally of it. I don't go out there and do it to them personally, but it can easily rile them. So this idea that somehow all of these high school people are holding onto these grudges all these years and then waiting until later on in their life to make fun of these guys is ridiculous, because again, what it does is that it paints these guys as the most important people in the world. You're not that important. People just saw your content online, thought you was redacted, and thought, you know what? I'm going to point and laugh at this person. That's all it is, really. It's never that deep. But for them, it's like, oh, it's these grudges from school, and they weren't cool, they weren't this. It's like, all right, cool. Whatever makes you sleep at night.
Bully crew. That's all it looks like to me. Is like, we're going to jump on this guy any chance we get. It's like,
imagine being a 38, 39, 50-year-old man, however old Jesse on Fire is, and crying about fucking bullying on a live stream. Imagine that. I'd rather go outside and touch grass than kind of get on stream and admit that anybody's bullying me. Maybe I have too much pride. Maybe I have too much ego, right? But if I'm a grown-ass fucking man and I can turn off the fucking internet and I don't require to make content on the internet as my job and shit, and I can go back to my regular life with my regular people and hang out and shit, I'm never going to get on stream and admit that people are bullying me, even if they were fucking bullying me. Even if it was my fucking job, I'd never fucking do it. That sounds like the worst thing possible, because guess what happens? Guess what happens when you sit online and you admit that people are bullying you? More people fucking bully you. That's basically what ends up happening. It's absolutely redacted to do so. You probably shouldn't admit it. Even if it is hurting your feeling, even if it is not nice, even if it hurts you more than you'd ever know, right? If you're going to hurt me, brother, you hurt me. You don't ever admit it. Because once you admit it, they just won't stop.
and listen, dude, fucking with people is kind of funny. But to be...
You see? What is wrong with this guy? Is he fucking schizophrenic? One moment he's saying bullying is bad, and the next moment he's saying,
is like, we're going to jump on this guy any chance we get. It's like, and listen, dude, fucking with people is kind of funny.
what the fuck is wrong with this guy? 1 minute bullying is bad, 1 minute trolling is evil, 1 minute these guys are lame, and the next minute fucking people is funny. Make your fucking mind up. But honestly, these eyes do not lie. Those eyes do not lie. These eyes do not lie. We know Wagwan.
But to be this heavy on it, it's like, who the fuck, dude? You're a fucking nerd, bro. Okay?
I'm not gonna lie. You're more of a nerd for hanging that chain up on your fucking studio wall. You're more of a nerd of having this made for you to kind of, portray what you ideally would want to look like. There's more nerd in this entire square than the entirety of the fucking content that lives on the Friday the Kids subreddit, over what BC has said. This whole fucking rectangle of content is fucking nerd alert on fucking 1 million. All of this stuff is nerd alert 1 million. That's the funny part about it.
Break this to you. You making fun of him? Dude, you're not like in the cool crew now because you're making memes about a dude who would.
No, we kind of are in the cool crew because we can laugh at people and have a bit of fun, ha ha he he, and then go about our merry lives. You're the guys who are constantly online crying about this, thinking about this, talking about this over fucking chats and shit, getting on stream, telling me you're gonna defend. All this stuff you're doing is the opposite, the complete opposite of fucking cool. Actually, if you think about it.
Beat the fucking shit out of you in 1 second. You're a fucking nerd, dude.
Look at your fucking background. As Ben Nip said, look at it. Look at this. Look at it.
Okay? You're not cool. You're not on the bully team.
The bully team. If I'm not on the bully team, I definitely don't want to be on the Jesse on Fire team. Definitely don't want to be a Jesse on Fire team. Please. Please
okay?
no.
The guys who could really bully people don't.
Yeah, they do. What are you talking about? They bully people all the time. Bullying has never fucking gone out of style or gone out of vogue. It's probably worse than it's ever been now, especially with social media and shit. This guy's on, I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay? The guys who can really bully people don't do it. They don't do it. Because why? Why would they have to do that? What the fuck what do I get out of bullying someone that a bunch of other people are bullying? What do I get out of that? You think I need that to feel like I'm fucking tough? I don't, dude. I don't. I'll bully you.
Hey! Say it again.
I don't, dude. I don't. I'll bully you.
Ooh. real tough guy shit, bro. Real tough guy shit. What's the opposite of a Karen? What's the male version of a Karen? Is it Ken? Is it Ken? It's Ken, right? It's giving real Ken vibes here. Ken, Kevin, right? I'll bully you.
Tough? I don't, dude. I don't.
Bully you.
I'll bully you.
His legs will be swinging and he's in the chair. His legs swinging back and forth as he's saying that, right? I'll bully you.
Because you look like a chubby fucking sorry ass.
Okay.
That's being mean for no fucking reason.
Uh-huh.
Has Schaub ever said anything about you? Does he even fucking know who you are? I mean, I'm sure he knows who you are.
Hey, redacted.
But he's never done a single fucking thing to you. Nothing. He's never said a word about you. Not one word. And you think about him that much, you're fucking bringing it oh my God, look at this Schaub mean. You look fucking pathetic to me, dude.
Fucking hell, he wants to fight, innit? He wants to fight BC. I can't wait for BC to see this and what he does next. He really wants to fight him. He really wants to fucking fight BC. This is fucking hilarious.
Why don't you pick on me, dude?
Oh.
I'd be a good adversary.
Why don't you pick on me?
You look fucking pathetic to me, dude.
Adversary.
Why don't you pick on me, dude? I'd be a good adversary. Why don't you try that shit with me, motherfucker? I'll make you my hobby. I'll fuck your mouth every single...
Oi! Pause! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! It's just banter, bro. Hey, yo! Fucking people's mouths and shit. Hey, yo! Bro, chill. It's a prank. Chill. Bro, chill. Chill, man. I don't even know you like that yet, man. I don't even know you like that, bro. Let's hang out first. Chill. Shoot the shit. Throw some darts and shit. Play some fucking pool before you start fucking throwing your fucking little winky in my fucking mouth. Relax, bro. Take it easy. Yo. Don't even know you like that, bro. Relax. God damn. Does Brendan endorse this type of message? God damn. He wants to Facebook BC for making fun of Brendan on his show. Little bits of memes here and there. LOLs here and there. Yo.
Pathetic to me, dude. Why don't you pick on me, dude? I'd be a good adversary. Why don't you try that shit with me, motherfucker? I'll make you my hobby. I'll fuck your mouth every single day on here, dude.
Big up, Salami Tech.
5 feet 2 inches Jesse gonna bully 6 feet 4 inches BC, really?
Exactly. It's fucking redacted. Big up Salami Tech. Appreciate you. It's fucking redacted. It's absolutely stupid. Look at his face. Look how angry he is. This thing I don't understand. These guys wouldn't even get this angry if somebody insulted their wife or their children. But you dare insult their content creation meal ticket, their link to Joe Rogan, their link to the LA comedy scene, their link to the UFC or something, they're going to fucking go crazy. But you probably wouldn't see him go this nuts if you insulted his wife online. If you took the piss out of his kid if he's got one. He probably wouldn't go this nuts. But take the piss out of some random guy he met 5 years ago. Why do you come and bully me? Why do you come and attack me? I'll face fuck you. I'll fuck you in the ass. Show you who's boss. It's like, whoa.
You know, look, I could be a much more worthy adversary, dude. I don't have a million people coming at me. You come at me,
You come at me? I don't know, bro. You gotta relax with the comes. You come at me, I wanna fuck your face. Like, you gotta relax with the... It's just too much. There's too much going on here. I don't know what's happening here. Don't have many adversaries.
Fuck your
Let's go
mouth
again. One more time.
every single day on motherfucker. I'll make you my hobby. I'll fuck your mouth every single day on here, dude. I'll make you my hobby. I'll fuck your mouth every single day on here, dude. I'll make you my hobby. I'll fuck your mouth every single day on here, dude.
Look at that face. He fucking means it. Every fucking day. Ask my wife. Ask my gym partners. Ask my sparring partners. Ask them. I'll fuck your mouth every single day, dude. Okay? I'll fuck your mouth every single day, dude. Like, God almighty. He sounds like one of those kids on like a Call of Duty lobby. You know? Like, I'll fuck your mouth. I'll fuck you in the ass, man. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. That's what he sounds like. Those Call of Duty lobby guys, right? Fuck you, you fucking fuck, man. Hope your mama dies, y'all. Yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna shoot you in the face, man. I'll shoot your mama in the cunt. It's like, shut up. Stop talking so loud. You're in your mum's house, all right? Open the windows.
You know, look, I could be a much more worthy adversary, dude. I don't have a million people coming at me. You come at me, we can do this.
Anyway, that was it. Jesse on fire is on fire. Jesse on fire is on fire. Jesse on fire, on fire. Oh my God. Who's this guy? Who's this? Strickland's burner says, is this black guy supposed to be tough if Jesse isn't this guy? Ah, okay, cool. I'm not pretending to be tough. That's the thing. I don't ever to pretend to be tough. I actually think, you know, there's more strength in actual restraint, and there's more fucking strength in actually pretending that you're not tough than actually be getting on camera and fucking shouting and barking about fucking strangers that you don't know like that on camera. But again, what do I know? I just think it's quite redacted that this guy, being a grown-up that he is going so hard in the paint for fucking Brendan. That's it. And it's really funny watching him do so. That's the only reason why I'm mentioning it on my side of things. I don't think I'm tough. I don't think I'm a gladiator. I don't think I'm slaying dragons. I don't think that every day that I'm fucking out here that I'm some sort of fucking, you know, Roman fucking soldier or some shit. I don't. I'm just a regular schmegular guy making regular schmegular streams. But if this guy was to go on the internet and say what he said and do what he says, I'm going to laugh at it. I'm sorry. I'm going to laugh at it. Doesn't mean I think I'm tough. It just means I think he's a redact. That's it, brother. That's it. What are you guys saying here on the chat? Nothing worse than an angry dork. Exactly. Acting tough on the internet is corny. Exactly. But yeah, man, I don't know. Hey, you know what? Maybe he is tough. Maybe he is saying dragons. Maybe I got it wrong. I don't know. Maybe that is the case. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But either way, I think it's fucking redacted, and I can't wait to hear what BC has to say once he finds out that guy said what he said. It's gonna be fucking awesome. I can't fucking wait. I really, really can't. But oh my god, man, what an absolute amazing time of the year. Anyway, moving on from this one, we got to talk about this a little bit. Where is it? It's this, yeah. So this is courtesy of the Find the Kids subreddit here. Let's see this video. Oh god, that was fucking incredible, man. What an incredible guy. He actually got really angry. He got really mad about BC just making some jokes. Really pissed off. Really upset. I can't believe it. Anyway, let's continue here. Let's see this one. Let's go here. Let's see this video. This is a video courtesy to Find the Kids subreddit. Got Brennan here when he was back with this video. Let's see if I can reload it again just to make it make sense. Bear with me a second here. Boo. Okay, there we go. It's loading. So this video, I think, the title is remember when Schaub used to post these on IG. The funny thing about this video is that, if anything, this is a reminder as to how far things have gotten for fucking Brendan. Right? I honestly think if he would have just stuck to just being a semi-decent podcaster and just did live shows as part of the podcast and a few stand-up shows here and there and just played within his range, he'd be perfectly fine. The moment he started to get a little bit too big for his britches and started to fucking, you know, walk around like he could do no wrong and that he completed the fucking game of comedy, and then more importantly, he started to annoy other comedians, and then he lost their good favor, he lost their fucking protection, or even protection of fucking Rogan. That's when things went downhill. But this video is very telling because I don't think there's been a time since he's done these type of videos where he sold out a whole fucking theater or something and is fucking bragging about it on social with all these fans. They're happy to be there and shit. I don't think I've seen this in a very long time. Let's do it! Seattle, what's up? Nuts. You guys are crazy. This is nuts. So crazy. And that to me looks genuine. He actually looks really happy. I don't think I've seen Brendan look this happy in a very, very long time. Like, that's actually a fucking genuine smile on his face. Like, he's legitimately over the moon at having all these people turn up to see him tell dick jokes on stage. And I feel like if he just would have played within his range a little bit and stopped being so fucking egotistical and not thinking that, you know, he make mistakes and shit and feeling like he was impervious to fucking feedback and that he knew everything, he would have been perfectly fine. It's really a cautionary tale for people out there. It's fucking a cautionary fucking tale to just make sure that you never ever think that you can never be humbled. You never ever think that you've completed life, and you never ever sometimes lose sight of who you are and what you kind of got in this for. Because a part of me also thinks maybe this was the era around the time that I stopped losing interest of the show, when he had this white hair, when he started to do the whole white hair thing, when he started to do auditions for E. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with dyeing your hair white, but just so this represented him trying to cross over and believing that he was going to be this big Hollywood star that was going to be doing red carpet interviews and doing TV shows and being a talking head on panels and stuff. And then generally, he just didn't do enough of a good job to do it. And also, he didn't probably have the fan love for people advocating him online to basically be put on these shows, which is probably quite important also. But a lot of this stuff went to his head and it has never been the same ever. So this should definitely be a cautionary tale to other comedians out there to never ever think that your shit doesn't stink. Always kind of, you know, be somewhat humble and just make sure that you know exactly what you got in this for. And just treat the fans with some level of respect and whatever it may be, and not fucking, you know, take things for granted, because that room is packed full of people that are really happy to be there, all super excited, all happy they got to see their favorite fucking podcaster live, and then he fucking found out a way of fucking it all up. And that's been definitely the story of Brendan throughout his entire time being a content creator or somebody online, has been his ability to take something that he's been given on a silver platter and just fuck it up, which is really impressive, his ability to do so. He has the ability to always get another chance, which is annoying because I think regular people don't get those second chances. But it's also his ability over time to just always fuck up a good thing. Always end up fucking up a good thing, which is really, really, really bad. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Mr. Definer, not a black person in the room. Yeah, for sure. What do you expect? I'd be surprised if there are, not that black people have a fucking, not that we're fucking all united by the type of things that we find funny, but I would be surprised if there are legit black people out there who actually are fans of Brendan. I don't know. Maybe for like his trainers and shit and for his cars, I don't know. But I can't think of many people who are black who would want to be fans, who would be fans of Brendan, who would kind of like his humor, like the things that he speaks about. It's just a bit like, I don't know. Not to be offensive to you guys out there, but it does seem like a little of like, you know, Caucasian ha-ha he-he's. You know, like it's hard to be a fan of his if you're not within that kind of field, you know? Like dick jokes and shit. We don't really, well, I fuck with that because I love dick jokes. So I think they're funny. But I think my other brothers and sisters, they don't really take too well to like humor about dicks and shit. They don't really like that too tough. They think it's a bit sus. So maybe that wouldn't endear him to some of my brothers and sisters out there. But, you know, it kind of is what it is. He kind of has to fucking figure it out as he figures it out. Or maybe not. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? We don't know. But anyway, let's move on from that one. Natashki, I'm surprised any human finds him Neanderthal funny. It's sad to see how he just walked into comedy and there are veterans that have killing it for years and deserve better than him. No, that's the thing that I've always said, and I think I've stopped saying it because I think it came across a bit hatey. Thank you, James Piccone. I've always said that I think another element of Brendan Schaub's kind of demise is sort of like just flat out jealousy and envy and stuff from other comedians. Because if you listen to other comedians talking, they always say how toxic that whole community of people are. They love talking behind each other's back. They're very, very catty and backstabby and shit. So it's impossible for me not to imagine loads of veteran comedians who have been busting their ass, doing the door, you know, manning the phones, doing the ticket booth and shit, and they've seen Brendan kind of lap them or sell out places or get friendlier with Joe Rogan before they did, who would be, you know, deservingly pissed off and annoyed that that's not them. I can understand, you know? And I think a lot of that is something that he probably didn't realize himself about how bad that kind of made him look, that inability of be self-aware. Because I think if that was me and I was Brendan, I would have come into the game with a lot more humility because I already know I've got the advantage of Bryan Callen and Joe Rogan introducing me into the game. So it's a bit of an unfair advantage. So I would kind of act with some level of humility. I'd be a little bit more, I wouldn't be moving like, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm the boss, I did this, no one could touch me, I'm the greatest and shit. I'd act a little bit more humble and try and move with a bit more respect. But Brendan was really letting his nuts hang. Remember that video of him turning up to the Comedy Store in his fucking massive Ford, what's that thing called? F-150. That white one that Ann Liederman said he fucking tried to fuck her in and shit, right? Like, he pulled up in that fucking Ford. Imagine, just imagine this scenario. You're a fucking veteran comedian. You're 45. You've got a wife and you've got 2 kids yourself. You're living in a studio apartment somewhere in LA. You've been busting your ass. You're maybe on a hit show when you're in the 80s and stuff, but your career's kind of petered out a little bit, but you're trying to push on the stand-up comedy thing. You're probably not even passed yet at the Comedy Store, right? And then here comes Brendan. Oh, sorry, it's a Raptor, my bad. It was a Ford Raptor. Here comes Brendan, right? What's the difference between a Raptor and a fucking F-150? Aren't they both the same things? Or is the Raptor the one that's been beefed up? What's the difference between a Ford Raptor and the F-150? For the guys in the chat that know about cars. Yeah, exactly. The store parking lot is tiny, Coilo. I want to know, what's the difference? What do you guys think? What is the difference between the Ford F-150 and a Raptor? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Anybody know the difference? More money, little taller. Okay, cool. Fair enough. So it's beefier, basically. Raptor's more powerful and bells and whistles. Okay, cool. So yeah, why I assumed it was. So just imagine, right? The Comedy Store parking lot is very small. And also, from what I remember, there are certain parking spots that are designated for certain people. I don't know why. Maybe because you're past. Maybe because you're a legendary comic. I'm not too sure. But I'd imagine it's a legendary thing. Imagine if like a Dave Chappelle pops in they want to make sure that they have a space to park their car so they can do their sets, right? So they probably always leave a couple of parking spots open. So he pulls up to this Comedy Store parking lot that's already super small in this huge car. He's a very novice comedian, maybe only a couple of years in, and he pulls up into one of the parking spots, or maybe takes up 3, considering how big that car is. And other comedians who are legitimately busting their ass and whatnot, they come in there trying to park their car and they can't because Brendan Schaub is taking up all the fucking space. Just imagine how that's going to make you feel. Number one, you probably can't afford that car yourself. There's a bit of jealousy in there. Number two, even if you have a car, he's taking up your space, which you probably shouldn't do. And number 3, he probably shouldn't be parking there at all because he's a novice comedian. But he's only playing and performing on there because he's friends with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's inviting him to play those, Joe Rogan and Friends shows and shit. Or Joe Rogan Invites. I can understand why they'd be a bit pissed off. So I think a lot of Brendan Schaub's demise, especially within the comedy scene, was his inability to move with some level of fucking humility in the scene. He always just tried to go on 10. He'd never tried to be chill. He would always go on 10, and in the end, look what ended up happening. Look what ended up happening in the end. So, sad scene to see, but again, like I said, I think that white hair era of Brendan Schaub, when he thought he was going to be, the next MTV movie star and shit, kind of fucked him in the end. And now, he's in a bad position. But again, I don't think it's self-inflicted. I can't have too much sympathy for the guy because I think he basically fucked it himself, which is, not the most crazy thing to say. I think we all kind of believe that. So moving on from that one, let's watch a little bit of this. Let's watch, what should we watch here? Yeah, let's do this one. So have you guys seen this? This is really funny, right? This is courtesy of Thick Boy, and it features Brendan Schaub confirming that there's going to be a next JRE fight companion coming up soon. And this is around, what minute was that? 1940. Let's see if I got it here. It's around 1940. He mentions it here. And then, yeah, 2019. So this is Brendan Schaub confirming that there's going to be an original JRE fight companion with the original crew on JRE happening sometime soon. Let's play this. Bear with me a second. Boom, boom, boom.
There, man. All right, Jim, what do you got?
All right, since we're
I can't
talking
wait for
about-
UFC 291. We will have a CALLEN fight campaign for that, for UFC 291. That's 2 weekends from now, July 29th. Then August 5th, you have the original fight campaign crew doing a fight campaign for Corey Sandhagen's fight. And that's on JRE with Eddie Bravo, Bryan Callen, and myself.
Oh, cool.
Yep. That's August 5th in Austin. That's also the Jake and Nate. Yep, that's right. Sandhagen versus Nurmagomedov.
So, in my opinion, most likely, there's a chance this might not happen, right? There's a chance this might not happen because we've seen as the last fight companion happen, Rogan cancelled out of the blue because young Jamie had to go on a golfing trip that suddenly came out of nowhere. And I think Rogan at the time, went on holiday. I forgot what he did. Did he go on holiday? I forgot what he did. Something happened. So he cancelled that fight companion. And it felt like it was out the blue because Brendan kind of found out a couple of days before he was meant to go fly out over there to Austin. And obviously the kind of thinking behind it is also it's a bit of a brutal thing because most of what we've seen so far with Rogan when it comes to Austin and people coming to his studio, especially if you're a comedian, it's mostly tied to you performing at the Comedy Mothership. So when you go and perform or go and have an interview on JRE, usually because you're in town anyway performing at the Comedy Mothership. So it's kind of brutal that Brendan Schaub and Bryan Callen get to go on a fight companion with Rogan and then don't get to perform at the fucking club at all. That's a little bit harsh. You know what I mean? But also, it kind of, I guess, is what it is because, Rogan doesn't want any bad blowback from having, an alleged rapist like Callen at his show. And obviously, he doesn't think Brendan's funny enough to perform. If anything, I think if I'm Bryan Callen, I'm probably more okay with the fact that Rogan won't let me perform at his club because he doesn't want any blowback from me being accused of racism. Oh, sorry, racism, of raping somebody, right? But if I'm Brendan and Rogan isn't booking me because he doesn't think I'm funny enough, that I'm going to take very personally. And that's going to hurt my feelings because, like I said before, in the early parts of Brendan Schaub's career, Rogan was happy to have him on shows with him at a comedy show. That's why I said a really unpopular opinion before that I always think not always, but I kind of feel a little bit bad for Brendan in that respect, because I feel like I can understand if Brendan feels like he's entitled to be given a set at the Comedy Mothership, if that makes sense. Because if Rogan was okay to have Brendan on his shows at the Comedy Store back in the day when Brendan first started, when he was horrible still, then why not have him now? Objectively, he's, you know, got more years underneath his belt. He's more experienced and shit. Why not invite him now in the Comedy Mothership? Like, why now has suddenly Rogan got a crisis? No, Rogan's finally now got fucking principles and morals and whatever it may be when it comes to who he kind of platforms. But all those years ago, he didn't. So that's the only thing I'd be a little bit annoyed about. But I think if you're Brendan, you're probably shooting yourself in the foot confirming these dates so quickly. You don't need to confirm this date so soon, sorry. You just need to keep it to yourself, because the last time it got cancelled last minute, it was kind of embarrassing. And I think the reason why he probably does this is to probably counteract the narrative he probably saw online of people saying him and Rogan aren't that friendly or aren't that cool anymore, which I still believe. No matter what he says, I still think him and Rogan aren't as cool as they once were. And my gut feeling is that him saying what he said about Rogan slanging dick back in the day, essentially in part, you know, revealing the fact that he believes Rogan cheats on his wife, I feel like that fundamentally changed the nature of their friendship forever. It's never been the same since then. And of course, all the things have happened since then. The whole Annie Lederman stuff, the Kalila stuff, him trying to fuck basically Bobby Lee's girl, getting Rogan involved by trying to bully Bobby Lee and stuff by using Rogan's name, blah, 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 blah. And the fact that, you know, Gringo Pappy came out and it was horrible. And if you believe what Brendan says, all of his friends told him not to put it out, but he still put it out anyway. So I think because of all those things, clearly, those guys aren't as friendly as they once were. That's my only opinion. I think so. That's the case. So I think Brendan does this stuff where he, you know, will get a little bit excited and announce stuff like this to kind of try and clap back at the haters and prove that they're still friends. But it kind of harms him in the long term because, you know, shit may happen, shit may change, and then this might get cancelled, and then you look fucking horrible. So he didn't need to talk about this stuff so early on, so soon. He could have kept it to himself. And waited until the time came, but again, he wants to try and prove the haters and the doubters wrong. And in actuality, he's just going to end up hurting himself, because more likely than not, this will end up getting cancelled again. Because I'm quite surprised that Rogan would want to have these guys back on his show when it seems like he's not, you know, sorry, when it seems like he's kind of moved on and he's got new friends now. So the fact that he wants them back on there is a bit surprising to me. But maybe I'm the redacted one. Maybe that is the case, and he actually is more friendly with them than he leads on. But I don't really think that's the case. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Actually, let me make that a little poll in the thing. Will the JRE fight companion with Brendan and crew happen on? Was it August 5th? He said. What did he say? I think, was it August 5th?
Doing a fight campaign for Corey Sandhagen's fight, and that's on JRE with Eddie Bravo, Brian Callen, and myself.
What day is that?
Oh, cool.
Yep, that's August 5th. And
cool, August 5th. On August 5th. Let's see what you guys think on August 5th. Would the JRE fight the fight campaign with the yes, no, let's see what you guys say. Let's see what you guys say, because I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be another cancellation personally. Something's gonna happen lastminute.com. Maybe because, you know, Rogan said it when he was happy and excited and high or something, but I think it's gonna get cancelled again. Let's see what you guys think in the stream chat. What do you guys think? August 5th. What do you guys think? No, let's see what the votes are saying here. Get your votes in. I personally think it's gonna get cancelled. I think he's preempting it. He's being too hasty. He should fucking chill out and wait. He doesn't need to fucking go so quickly. You know what I mean? He doesn't need to go so quickly. You can chill and take it easy. Relax, take it easy. Yes. Big up Uche in the stream chat. Big up you. Hopefully you're good. Big up everybody in the stream chat locking in. If you're here locking in and you haven't liked the stream, make sure you do. If you're enjoying the fucking stream, if you're enjoying the content, please make sure that you're liking and you're putting all of that love into the fucking likes down below. If you don't like it, you can dislike it also. That's all well and good, but make sure you engage over there. That'd be greatly appreciated. That would be greatly appreciated. Okay, cool. Moving on from that one. Let's do another one as well. We need to do golden hour bits and bobs. So I've got some very little notes here that I want to talk about from the golden hour that I saw that was pretty interesting to kind of talk about here. Bear with me 1 second. So golden hour episode number 37. We got some interesting bits on here, right, to kind of quickly speak about on here. So we got first little clip around here, was it 3 minutes? We've got a clip here of Brendan, you know, another example of his inability to admit when he's wrong. It's a very small clip. It doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things. I could be blown out of proportion. But again, just kind of admitting that you kind of fucked up and fumbled and didn't get the fucking name of the fucking movie right is one way to kind of prove that you're, you know, not the most thin-skinned and unable to receive criticism guy that exists out there. But for some reason, he's incapable of doing so. So this is a little kind of example of it. Him getting it wrong and just refusing to admit that he got it wrong in any way, shape or form. Very bizarre and weird behavior, really. I don't really understand that because it's never that deep. But again, you know, maybe I'm not Brendan. I don't really get it. But let's play this clip here courtesy of Golden Hour episode number 37. And let's see Brendan refuse to admit he's wrong.
Actually, I was like, for an 80-year-old, I was like, get it.
But it's probably fake though, right? It's computer generated.
No, but they had this whole computer generated part of the movie that I was like, and I think because AI is in everybody's consciousness right now, so it was like if this would have happened 5 years ago, we would have been like, whoa, it's young Indiana. Now we're like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Well, it just looked a little off. Like, remember, what was that movie, The Irishman, when they did it with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci?
The Irishman. The Irishman.
The Irishman.
Well, it's the Irishman.
The Irishman.
Irishman, like he's a fucking.
Well, no, they're.
I'm here to save the city, eh? You know.
What is that?
It's a
What accent?
superhero.
What is that? I'm here to save the city.
Today.
So you got a nice bit of refusing to admit that you got the name of the movie wrong. You've also got a nice classic Brendan Schaub fucking rabbiting, or parroting of a fucking joke that someone else said, and just repeating it in the same way. So annoying. Do you guys have any friends that do that in actual real life? And just repeat what people say as a joke, like just parrot it word for word. Don't even change it, anything of what they're saying. It must be so annoying being around something like that, especially if you're a comedian anyway in that respect, because you're basically on these podcasts essentially performing. You're kind of doing bits on there. So someone just keeps copying and parroting your bits word for word. It must get annoying after a while. It must just get so frustrating. Like, fucking hell, man. Find your own fucking jokes. Like, come on. The Irishman. The Irishman, not the Irishman, the Irishman. You fucking love it. Fucking Irish. I used to get rid of them, says Crash. Yeah, I started in yeah, exactly. The final said the Irish. Yeah, that has been an Irish man. Oh mate, honestly, what a fucking life being surrounded by that guy, the Irishman. What are you guys saying here in the poll? Will the JRE fight companion on August the 5th happen? Let me quickly kind of pop this open, see what you're saying. No, 61%. Yeah, so you're mostly agreeing with me. If it does happen, fair enough. Congratulations to him. But I just don't get why he's forcing it and speaking about it so quick, so like soon. Just chill out a little bit. But again, I feel like he does that because he wants to prove the haters and the doubters wrong and kind of prove that, hey, you know, I have fans, they love me, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's a fucking bizarre way to go about doing things. But hey, I guess that is what you do when you're the redact. Moving on from that one, we got this video, this clip, which is fucking awesome also. So my theory is in general, I think someone mentioned here, was it? The Finder said it. My theory is that Chris is living in hell on the golden hour. Because I always got my suggestion, or my kind of thing that I always say is that Brendan essentially took advantage of Chris at his lowest moment. When Chris got accused of being a diddler and he got cancelled from everything, I think Brendan used that as a perfect opportunity to worm his way into Chris's life and be his best friend. Because nowadays, Chris is closer to Brendan. Again, we don't know behind the scenes, but from what we see on fucking content and shit, Chris appears to be closer to Brendan than he is to Bryan, which is weird because Chris and Bryan were always super close. But obviously they fell out because, you know, Bryan kind of threw Chris under the bus when he got accused of what he got accused of and basically said, hey, I don't know this guy, great guy, never met him. We never hung out before, even though you've seen all those videos of us together before. We never hung out, we never had meals, and ended up deleting pictures of him on his Instagram to kind of save himself. And then the next week, he gets accused of rape. Karma, right? So because of that, Brendan's kind of wormed his way into Chris's life and made him, like, by force, his best friend. But I feel like if the roles were reversed and Brendan Schaub got accused of diddling kids and he needed Chris to save him with a new podcast and getting on his show, Chris wouldn't do it. Chris wouldn't touch him with a fucking 10-foot barge pole if Brendan got accused of what he got accused of and he was doing his own career the way he was going before. He wouldn't have done it. So I feel like the love is a bit one way. And I also feel like personality-wise, they just aren't the same person. They're very different in how they view the world and how they go about things and whatnot. And I've noticed in this pod that Chris, ironically enough, you know, despite being a diddler and despite being accused of some very heinous sexual harassment, abuse, emotional abuse crimes, he's also somebody that doesn't like being touched. He's clearly one of those type of dudes that doesn't like rough play. You know, there's some guys that don't like to get roughed up and stuff that have never been part of that sort of thing. It's just not their vibe. And he doesn't like it. But the problem that he has is that Brendan, when he doesn't know how to be funny, the first thing he does, like a true jock, like a true fucking, you know, redact, the first thing that he does when he doesn't have to be funny is that he touches you. He rough plays you and stuff because he doesn't know how to make jokes or to be funny or to use his words. So the first thing he runs to is physical contact. And Chris fucking hates it. So this clip is a clear example of just how much Chris fucking hates being touched. When Brendan touches him first with his muscles and touches his hair and shit. It's absolutely hilarious. Let me play this for you here.
Right? You got families now. 50-year-olds got families now.
Right.
And they want to stay at home.
At a certain time.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know if they thought that they were going to get the younger audience. They don't give a shit about this stuff.
Disney is eating all the dicks, huh? And I'm kind of glad to see it.
Once
you go woke, you'll broke.
There's something that
You know what I'm saying?
I just don't like any company.
You've been working out, huh?
I have, huh?
Were you creatine?
What's going
Was
on,
that
bro?
creatine,
Hey,
daddy?
what's going on, man?
Oh, it's creatine,
Hey, what's
daddy.
going on, dude? I did.
Hey, we both have long hair, huh?
Dude, I did no. I don't want you to. No, I'm gonna no. I did deadlifts.
You use Pantene?
The other day. No.
Huh.
He doesn't like being touched. That face of somebody, look how annoyed he is when he starts touching him and stuff. Chris D'Elia does not like that in the slightest, which is funny again, considering what he's been accused of. He does not like being manhandled.
You know what I'm saying?
I just don't.
Kind of glad to see it.
Once
you go woke, you'll broke.
There's something that
You know what I'm saying?
I just don't like any company.
You've been working out, huh?
I have, huh?
Were you creatine?
What's going
Was
on,
that
bro?
creatine,
Hey,
daddy?
what's going on, man?
Oh, it's creatine,
Hey, what's
daddy.
going
I
on,
don't know what
dude?
he's doing.
I did.
Hey, we both have long hair, huh?
Dude, I did no. I don't want you to. No, I'm gonna no. I did.
He fucking hates it, but he can't do nothing about it because guess what? Brendan Schaub pays his bills in some respects. Brendan cuts the check. Brendan ensures that he maintains his current lifestyle, is able to look after his family, you know, without the ability to make mainstream bucks. He's heavily reliant on Brendan. That's the issue that he has. There was a time in his life where getting on Fire and the Kid would just be fun for shits and giggles. Now he needs them. He needs those guys more than they need him. No, he needs those guys more the other way around. Do you know what I mean? Like, he needs them guys more than before, basically. And now he's forced in the position where he has to basically sit there and let Brendan manhandle him, touch his arm, flick about his hair, you know, and just essentially mock him to his face. And he can't do shit about it. He can't do shit about it. And I fucking love it. It's absolutely fucking hilarious, honestly. One of the most funniest things that you're ever likely to see in a million fucking years. He fucking loves it. Like, that's like, hello, darkness, my old friend. You're right? Like, he's staring into the fucking abyss, thinking, fuck, you know, this is what I have to do for fucking money now that got cancelled. Like, it's absolutely horrible. Anyway, moving on from that one. We've got this fucking last clip from the show, which is fucking beautiful. This is from the Golden Hour, and this is the favorite segment. This is when they started talking about like haters and trolls and shit. Essentially talking about how hard it is to handle being incredibly famous and whatnot, and some of the blowback and feedback you get from fans and haters alike online and whatnot. And like I said before, one of my main things that I feel like these guys don't account for is the fact that they're all in their own way incredibly unlikable. And by the decision of who they hang around with and the company they keep, that's also going to invite a disproportionate amount of hate their way, which they don't really account for. They just think it's a part and parcel of being famous, but it's not the case. I don't think everybody that's famous, that's well known, gets the same level of hate, attention, vitriol, negativity that they do. They just get it more because they're surrounded by people that are incredibly unlikable, and they are also incredibly unlikable themselves, which is, well, I've never got, because I don't understand how people that are really unlikable don't understand why they are, if that makes sense. I think if you're a content creator online, you should be somewhat self-aware of like where you stand and what you're about. Like, I think Keemstar is probably the best example of it. Like, he knows exactly how people view him online, and he kind of plays into it a little bit. He kind of uses it as to his advantage. But I don't think Keemstar is under any illusion as to how people view him or as to why people don't like him. He obviously doesn't give a fuck. He's not going to change his behavior or whatever or whatnot or become more likable, but he knows why people don't like him. And for some reason, these comedians don't ever understand that. And some of them do way worse things than what Keemstar has done, yet they don't understand why people hate them as much as they do. It's very, very bizarre. But anyway, let me play the whole clip so you can see what they're saying here. It's a very interesting clip because, again, there's a lot of cope going on here in the entire clip as they speak about not understanding why people get certain levels of hate. It's very interesting.
Bitch, I'm from France.
She hasn't seen her kids in a year, you know.
Yeah, my heart goes
People
out
are
to
calling
her,
the
man.
cops to go check on her.
Dude, remember
because
she had
of
kids with Kevin Federline?
Instagram posts.
Kevin Federline, what a come up.
all
Remember, he's
sad.
just in the back, was like, yeah, I'll fuck her.
Yeah.
And then fucking 3 kids later.
I know, but bro, this is the thing about like it's just like you're not equipped to deal with that fame. Like it's just
nobody is.
It's just
Has
so.
it worked out for anybody? Like on that level? Like,
I don't know,
how
man.
famous she is.
Like I saw a video of the other of.
Yeah, big up Matt Guerra says, yep, the same reason they have success is a lack of self-awareness, and round they go. Yeah, you're right, actually. I've said it before in the Soccer Circle. That's very, very true. Actually, part of the reason why Brendan is probably so successful in like a monetary way, because it depends how you judge success, because personally for me, I wouldn't want that life. I don't care how many fancy cars you drive or what house you live in, but I wouldn't want a life where all my peers in the industry that I work in look down on me, you know, make fun of me behind my back and shit. I wouldn't want a career where I have like a subreddit of like 150 plus people dedicated to fucking picking apart every dumb thing that I say. I wouldn't want a career where I get given a golden ticket to the Willy Wonka factory by Joe Rogan, then I completely fuck it up. You just wouldn't want to be there. But if you judge it by just his ability to not have to work a normal job and that level of success, part of the reason why he's successful is because he is not self-aware. He has no idea how people view him. He thinks he's fucking amazing. I'm the best. I make no mistakes. It's the haters that are wrong. That's part of the reason why he's able to probably get up in the morning and keep going on. Because if he had a level of self-awareness, if you have a little level of humility and shit would go really south for him very, very quickly. So it's probably for the best that he does kind of block it out and say everybody that doesn't like him is haters and shit, because that's the only way to kind of make it make sense and keep it trucking. Probably. But again, what do I know?
Of like them interviewing Tom Cruise the other day, and I'm just like, where is his mind? Like, and he's a guy that we think has it all together, but like that level of fame is so it fucks you up.
Humans aren't supposed to be
even
that
a little
famous.
bit. Like, I have to fucking talk about it in my therapy. Like when I have a fucking day where people are like doing things to me, like coming up to me on the street or whatever the fuck, and like I have to put a smile on my face and I'm in a bad mood. You know, it's like.
So is Chris D'Elia admitting here that people come up to him on the street and call him a rapist and a diddler? That's pretty wild if that's true. Or is he complaining that people ask him for autographs? I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's complaining about people asking for autographs. I think he's basically saying he sometimes gets shouted at the street. People say, creep, pedo, diddler, hide your kids. Chris D'Elia's coming. Yeah, he probably gets that on a daily basis. That's fucking grim. You know that? That's why I say sometimes I understand why cancel culture exists. That works. Imagine if you don't get convicted in a court of law, but every day you walk down the street, people just keep shouting, pedo, pedo, pedo. That's pretty brutal. I know for the victims, it's probably better if he was in prison, but knowing that he's going to live a life where he's never not going to hear people shouting, pedo, pedo, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy.
A little bit of that is hard. Like I can't imagine that at fucking 19.
Like not being able to go out to
Bro.
to the theater with your friends. You can't go out to eat without getting bombarded.
Hey, Brendan, sit this one out. Let Chris D'Elia say what he's going to say. Sit this one out a little bit. Give the guy space to speak about his experiences, because clearly, again, this is what I mean. I think Brendan has a severe lack of like emotional intelligence also. Don't you think so? Because I've watched this clip just a couple of times, but it's very clear that Chris wanted to kind of open his heart out a little bit, right? Speak about his troubles, because clearly he's the victim here, right? Even though he's got a score of allegedly 100 or so victims online who have been documenting and sharing their fucking experience, a horrifying experience with Chris D'Elia, right? That they've kind of gone through, allegedly, whatever you want to believe. Clearly, Chris is the victim in his eyes. Cool, whatever. He wants to kind of, you know, bare his soul a little bit. But Brendan can't fucking shut the fuck up. He also wants to be like, yeah, I get it too. Bro, shit this one out. Let this guy say what he'll say. Because it's very clear he wants to open his heart a little bit and have a bit of an emotional moment. Normal people like me and you kind of get that. You know when your friend wants to have a bit of a moan, wants to have a bit of a cry, and you just, okay, you give them space to kind of say what they want to say. But Brendan's just like ready to just fucking jump in there. Just, it's like, shut the fuck up. Let the guy speak.
Times. I don't like.
That's why I never, you know, it's like when Workaholics was at its height.
Yeah.
I guess I was already older, you know, so I always had a thought in my head, like, you know what, I'm not gonna ever let this be a thing for me.
Don't let the fame go to your head
because it's gonna go away,
right?
You know,
right?
So
yeah, you're mature.
Yeah, that's an older approach, but it's also like
Brendan mocking his time at Workaholics at the same time, right? Look at that. He mocked him and then he tried to kind of emote in the same way, like, just shut the this guy, man. Sometimes I think part of the reason why Brendan's shows don't work is that he tries to speak too much. Like, he should actually just be the host. Like, just lob up topics for your comic friends to speak about and then lend in your little quip here and there. But I think he actually views himself on the same level of all these guys. He doesn't ever see himself. It's not to say that he's, like, my opinion on it, it's not to say that you're less than anybody, but there's a way to do content sometimes where it's good to make the other people shine. Like, it's like never outshine the master type of vibe. A little bit of humility in shows kind of adds to the overall experience where you kind of play a little bit of a second, you play a little bit of the, you know, second fiddle a little bit. You kind of, you know, you toss a ball, you let them bat it out a little bit, then you take part in the times. Like, that is also a good way to kind of create content, to purposely sort of take a step back. But he always wants to be in the front, always talk, always kind of getting involved. Just like, chill, let the people speak, and then you can jump in later.
Like when
people miss it when it's gone.
Like these young kids, like even John Morant, it's like he's 24 with $300 million in the bank. He's one of the best basketball players on earth. He's gonna fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
There's no.
How do you say basketball there? Let's go back. How do you say basketball? Basketball. Was it basketball?
When it's gone.
Like these young kids, like even John Morant, it's like he's 20.
John Morant. Honestly, how do you mess up Ja Morant? It's Ja, J-A, 2 letters. J-A, John Morant. John. Now his name is John. Jonathan Morant. Jonathan Morant. Yeah. Jonathan Monroe. That's his name now. Jonathan Monroe. How do you mess up Ja Morant, honestly? Like, what?
It's also like when
people miss it when it's gone.
Like these young kids, like even John Morant, it's like he's 24 with $300 million in the bank. He's one of the best basketball players on earth.
Basketball. I don't know.
He's gonna fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
There's no blueprint to go, hey man, when you have this many eyeballs, you gotta act this way. He's like, what the fuck you want me to do? Look at Bieber, dude.
Maybe not pull out your blicky every time your friends go on Instagram Live. That's the worst example ever, really. The Ja Morant thing is the worst example ever. Because people are just saying, hey, you've already got enough eyes on you anyway, being the best one of the best basketball prospects in the league. Why would you pull out a blicky every time you go on Instagram Live? No one's even telling him not to have guns. I don't see anybody online that's saying, hey, Ja Morant shouldn't own weapons. They're saying, just don't flash them while you're on Instagram Live, because clearly your employers, being the NBA, don't like that type of behavior. Whether you agree with it or not, they're just saying, while you're employed by the National Basketball Association, don't pull out your blicky on Instagram Live. That's not a bad compromise to have, I don't think. Right?
Imagine Bieber playing in Toronto on the drums on the street. Usher's like, this kid's cool, blows him up.
Yeah.
And then he went through his phase,
The way
unfortunately,
Bieber
because of
turned it all around.
It's amazing. And who knows how he's doing.
Amazing.
Like, who knows how he's doing, though?
I
Like,
don't know, yeah.
Yeah, he's a great kid and such a talent, but
He's a great kid. Do you know him? Do you know him? Again with his fucking references. I bet you he's going to make a story up saying, yeah, I bumped into Bieber one time. He said he was a big fan. Like, he's a great kid. Do you know him as a great kid? Such a weird thing to do anyway as well. Like, I had a few friends like this who like pretend that they had famous friends, but this guy's ability to always know everybody is so funny.
Humans aren't made to be that famous, especially with social media now. So back in the day, we'd see, whatever, people get famous, but they weren't dealing with it like we are now.
I know. Social
Well,
media.
we weren't in depth into people's personal business.
True.
I mean,
No. I think they always overblow the subject and always kind of paint themselves out to be the victims when really and truly it's mostly their actions that have led to them being this hated. Before Chris D'Elia got accused of diddling, he couldn't sit there with good conscience and say that he gets a lot of hate online. He was probably one of the most loved comedians online. Do you guys remember that? He was probably more loved. He was probably loved in the same way that Theo Von was loved online. People used to always love Chris D'Elia. That's why people were shocked when that whole fucking diddling and abuse and whatever shit came out, because it sounded so different to how he actually acted on podcasts. Then when you looked at it a little bit deeply, or with a bit more detail and shit, or closely and stuff, you had to realize, oh, maybe he was always like that. But Chris D'Elia was super beloved at a point in stand-up comedy, especially podcast community. Everyone loved Chris D'Elia. They wanted him on his podcast because he was good for views. His fans loved him. He'd always sell out shows. Then, obviously, when he got accused of what he got accused of, and people heard from the victims, of course you're going to get hate. Why don't they understand that? Same with Eric Griffin. People have said Eric Griffin has done some crazy shit, some madness with girls back in the day. That's why you get hate. And because you're quite unlikable also. You don't have the greatest personality. You're a bit of a Debbie Downer. Same goes for Brendan Schaub also. These guys act like, oh, because social media is different for us. No, it's only different if you're a hateable person and now more people have a way to contact you and say how much they don't like you. But if you're well-liked, you're probably not going to get that much hate. It's not that difficult to understand.
If Michael Jordan had to deal with...
Yeah, exactly. 7 Dirty. He was funny until everybody found out he was a nonce. Exactly. Basically. Honestly, Chris D'Elia was loved. I don't know why people are trying to... Or he's trying to fucking rewrite history. Everyone loved Chris D'Elia. They thought Chris D'Elia was fucking awesome. Then you found out that he may or may not have done those things to those girls. And depending if you're a well-adjusted human and you have daughters and shit, imagine how you're going to react to finding out that one of your guys that you look up to, who you like the content of, does those type of things to young women. Imagine how that's going to make you feel. You're going to be like, you know what? Fuck that guy. It makes complete sense why you'd say that also.
Social media, I don't know if he would have been as famous.
That's it.
Or as beloved.
There it is. He wouldn't be as beloved because
Yeah.
they said he was a complete nightmare, like an asshole.
Yeah, but regardless of that, I'm saying like he also was like
He was a savage.
Everyone thought,
yeah,
but
savage.
dude, there were people at home that were like, "Fuck Michael Jordan,"
right?
But they had nowhere to.
No, again, they're just over. Of course, he would get hate if he was on the internet, but they're making it seem as if. I love how this is a cope. They're basically trying to say that everybody gets hate to justify the levels of hate that they get. But that's not true. No, but everybody doesn't get as much hate as they get. Obviously, some people get some portion of it, but I'm sorry. If you get accused by 100 plus women online of being a fucking monster, where you're fucking getting these women to fucking tattoo shit on their bodies, you're getting them to fucking wear certain things, you're fucking meeting girls at meet and greets and fucking trying to force them into fucking sexual whatever experience back home and whatever it may be, allegedly, you're doing all this horrible shit to people. People are not going to like you. That's okay, no? Isn't that okay? Aren't we allowed to like not like people based on some of the information we read about them online? Come on. And also, he hasn't offered an alternative narrative yet. What's the alternative narrative to these women all coming out sharing their stories? We haven't heard it from Chris D'Elia yet. What can you say to us? Let us know. Big up Austin Casey.
Brenda has an ability to read something or hear it somewhere and talk about it as if it is something that he was figured out on his own.
Exactly.
He also does that with celebs. He reads about them and then talks about that celeb as if he knows.
Exactly. I love that you clocked that, Austin Casey. I love that you clocked that. He does that a lot, and I think, this is my theory, I think Brendan is so redacted that I don't think he realizes he does that. Like, he sort of like hears something, because I think he's doing that a lot. Remember when he used to listen to, I don't think Brendan does listen to it anymore, but when Brendan used to listen to Dax Shepard podcasts, he'd always kind of repeat anecdotes he heard from celebrities on that podcast and repeat them like there were things that he actually went through or things that he's heard from personal experience. When it's just him listening to some famous person like Jennifer Lawrence talking on a fucking Dax Shepard pod. So I think he's so redacted, he doesn't actually realize when he's just speaking about things that he's heard of other people speak about, but he internalizes it as his own experience. It's so bizarre. Really, really is odd. Exactly. Tashki's saying here, no, Crash is saying here, who's saying here? No one gets hate for nothing. I saw someone. Yeah, exactly. 7 Dirty says, sorry. It's not hate for no reason, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, Crash. Yeah, a lot of people in Detroit hate Jordan. I'm sure they do. A lot of people that had to kind of face Jordan when he was in his pomp and he used to fucking dunk on teams, of course they're going to hate him, but they're saying that to just justify the level of hate that they get. Fair enough. People hate Jordan, what? Because he's really good at basketball, because he might be a bit of a cold psychopath that only cares about winning. All right, cool. But he's not going to get hate because of diddling fucking kids, is he?
That's another thing.
You know what I mean?
You had to do like this. You had to like write a letter.
Yeah, you
to
wrote
the Bulls, and they're like,
yeah,
whatever.
Dear Michael.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't even 140 characters. They could write a 7-page, and then you didn't even get it. Imagine you have a person.
Yeah, you didn't even get it. Yeah, exactly.
Who's like, yeah, I got like 10 hate letters.
Yeah.
You want to see it?
No.
But what's the way social media is? It would be like when you wake up.
Yeah.
Your manager's there holding the letters over your head, and they're just like, read this.
Yep.
You have to read this.
Yeah, that's
you
my,
have to see it.
Look at Brendan now's inability to just let Chris have his moment.
It's my life.
That's what's it's like that's what social media is.
It's horrible when you put it that way, man.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It's not good. It's absolutely, and we don't know the long term kind of
I think
side effects.
They're starting to know.
It's starting to come, and suicide's up, and then even we're
really
grown ass men. Sometimes it get me depressed. You know, you're like fuck.
Well, I can say this, man. Not everyone's equipped for the negative consequences.
No,
not everybody's equipped for it.
I don't think anybody is though.
Well, no, there are people that can phase it out. There are people that I mean, it affects them.
Who though? Give me a good example.
Him.
Yeah, I mean, well,
he dealt with it.
I did, but it was. Yeah, it was.
No, what I'm saying
he goes to therapy every day.
I understand that, but you still have to live your life. You still have to you're providing. You still have to.
Well, he's not. Yeah, he's not going to jump off a fucking building, but it was close, and I was right there with you.
There's people who are
fucking hell. Let the guy have his fucking moment. He's trying to share something that happened to him. Be out, Austin Casey.
Case in point, he repeated the story about getting molested by a Down syndrome kid, which was Bobby Lee's story.
Exactly. I never actually. Good point. I actually never thought about that. That's actually a very good point, Austin Casey. Exactly, yeah, the Down syndrome kid. He actually just rabbit that like as if it happened to him when he just repeated the story that fucking Bobby Lee said when he came on their podcast at one time. Fucking awesome. You gotta love fucking Brendan. Big up Austin Casey. I appreciate for the $10, brother. But yeah, this is a good example of just Brendan's inability to just let person just have their moment and say their piece. He's trying to guess and second guess what Chris D'Elia is gonna say, gets it wrong, then tries to fucking jump on it and say, yeah, I was just like you actually, trying to be his best friend. See, like, he has legitimately crowbarred himself, right? I think he called Chris D'Elia's wife built like a crowbar, but he's crowbarred himself into Chris D'Elia's life on fucking deliberately. Ever since that fucking shit went down with Chris, he has used the opportunity to make sure that he kind of gets into his good graces, you know what I mean? And now he's not fucking letting go, and he's reminding him at every possible time that he's that guy. Exactly, Koila. Listen to Golden Hour audio only, must be torture. Exactly. Imagine, Koila, this is meant to be a comedy podcast. This is meant to be a comedy, I don't know, sketch type of I don't know what it's meant to be. Something. And this is what they're talking about on this show. Comedy, as Mark Norman would say. Comedy.
We're not equipped at all to even deal with
any of that.
A tweet about them. Mm-hmm. They're not even equipped to deal with like the amount of like you get bombarded, man.
I was talking about to a comic the other day, famous comic, and he was just like, "Man, I get one comment, dude, and it's just like, I mean, people are more resilient than individuals are more resilient than they give themselves credit for if they let themselves be." But yeah, dude. I mean, to be honest, it was touch and go there for a while. Like I going through my shit, I was like, oh man, this would be just way easier if none of this shit was happening, and and I know how to make none of it happen is to just fucking go away.
Right.
And there are people that have
by deleting the apps. You mean?
No,
I'm sorry,
that's
I'm
not what I mean. Yeah, but
Brendan is so fucking redacted. Honestly, fucking hell, man. By deleting the apps, you mean? No, you fucking mongoloid. Do you know what I was going for? Brendan is fucking quality. Deleting the apps. Yeah, I'm sure. No, he wanted to self-delete. He wanted to unalive himself, right? He wanted to, who's that guy? Is it fucking Tommen? He wanted to fucking do Tommen and Game of Thrones and step out the window. That's what he fucking wanted to do. Deleting the apps. One more time. Oh, and again, think about this with you guys, right? Think about this with you. Regular people understand when their friends want to have a little bit of a moment and to share, kind of to pour their heart out. You know it. You can guess it. We all have, you know, EQ, right? We have this ability to understand what's going on without someone having to say it verbatim. Hey, can you give me a moment to say what I want to say? We all kind of know, right? But Brendan has no idea when that's happening. Clearly, you could tell he wanted to speak what he wanted to speak about. Give him time to speak what he speak about. Don't jump in there. Don't guess. Don't do nothing. Give him the space to speak what he's speaking about. Even though it's fucking redacted and he's not the fucking victim, yeah, really and truly, you should have no sympathy for fucking Crystalia. No one should. If you believe what the victims are saying, no one should have any sympathy for the guy, right? He's actually lucky that he's famous and rich, so he didn't ever get prosecuted for what happened, and maybe it's hard to convict him of the crimes that he was being accused of because they kind of operate in this fucking criminal, legal, fucking grey area right in the middle. But you should never have any sympathy for Crystalia, ever. But if you're his friend, I don't know why you would be, but if you are his friend, you should give him the space to speak what he wants to speak about without jumping in. But clearly, Brendan didn't get that memo.
To a comic the other day, famous comic, and he was just like, man, I get one comment, dude, and it's just like, I mean, people are more resilient than individuals are more resilient than they give themselves credit for if they let themselves be. But, yeah, dude, I mean, to be honest, it was touch and go there for a while. Like, I going through my shit, I was like, oh man, this would be just way easier if none of this shit was happening, and and I know how to make none of it happen is to just fucking go away. Right. And you know, there are people that have
deleting the apps. You mean?
No,
I'm sorry,
that's
I'm
not what I mean. Yeah, but there are people that have, like, dude, I was watching a show, Love Island, right? And dude, like 4 people have committed suicide. From
the
that
host
show
committed suicide because they were so mean to her.
I know, and
she's gorgeous.
And if I
but you don't. Anyway, I'm not gonna get in the background of Caroline Flack and stuff, but. Yeah.
hadn't gone through all my shit, I would have been like, oh, they're weak. But bro, it's another story, man.
I'm with you. I go when I see it now, I go, I get it.
Dude, my heart, I feel for these people.
I'll see it and I go.
So hold on. Back in the day when people got bullied online and they committed, you know, whatever, what was it called, Sabuco on themselves, these guys felt no sympathy for them. You thought of them as being weak. This is the reason why I think most of these comedians shouldn't be given the benefit of the doubt, and you should maybe point and laugh at them for as much as you can. Honestly, point and laugh at them as much as you honestly can, because they don't have any ability to see how other people are going through what they're going through until it happens to them. So once it happens to them and they are now in the same situation, now suddenly they're sympathetic to their position. Now suddenly I get why you know, people are driven to that fucking point because of the hate that I get. But before, when it was happening to me, I didn't care. So again, it comes back to me. Unless it happens to me, I don't give a fucking fuck. Wow. Absolutely incredible. You love it, innit? You love it. I had no sympathy for fucking people who would self-expire because I thought they were weak. But now that I'm going through the same thing, I kind of get it. Okay.
I kind of get it now.
Well, I'll tell you what. I talk about this on my podcast. I've talked about it a few times. But remember when, like, Logan Paul was going through his shit and I was tweeting at him and that thing went viral and I was making fun of him about all that? I regret that I did that, man. I regret that I did that.
Yeah, because you're down bad. That's why. You only regret it now because you're down bad. Logan Paul is a pretty horrendous person in some respects. Right? Pretty terrible. Especially with the scamming of the fans, you know. I know he's got his fans, but outside of the stuff that he does that's cool and fun, like the boxing and the wrestling and the content, as a human being, he's not the greatest guy in the world. So when you did what you did to him at the time, everybody laughed and joined in on the dunking because the guy's a fucking, you know, bit of a redact, bit of a horrible person. But now you're down bad, suddenly you have a heart. Suddenly you have compassion. Suddenly you have empathy. Suddenly now you feel for the world. Get fucked. Come on, get fucked.
That it was a joke, and I you know, but like, bro, when somebody goes through something like that, it is so hard for them, and you can see it's hard for them. And these people who just want to make a quick joke about something, it's just not worth it, bro.
No, it is worth it. It is worth it. If you are accused of what you've been accused of, again, Logan Paul, maybe his hate is maybe, let's say, it's maybe blown out of proportion. Maybe you can say that, right? He's scamming his fans. He's not physically harming people, but I still think scamming people is horrible, especially scamming people who are legitimately trying to support you or legitimately trying to make some money or just have some fun and shit. Scamming them out their hard-earned money is fucking horrendous and a deplorable act, in my opinion. I think scamming people out of money is just as bad as harming them physically. Hot take, but it is what it is. Cool, whatever. Yeah, fine, safe. Yeah? But if you've been accused of what these guys have been accused of, I'm sorry. You deserve to get made fun of until the end of time. Until the end of fucking time. Sometime even after that also. You deserve to get made fun of for fucking ever for what you've been accused of. Because more than likely, what you've been accused of, there's some element of truth to it. None of you guys have offered up an explanation to kind of, you know, give us a alternative, you know, viewpoint of what happened. Neither did fucking, what's his face? Neither did ERIK, Griffin. Neither did Chris. None of these guys have offered an alternative fucking story as to the allegations that they've been kind of levied against him. So more than likely, we know that these stories are probably true. We don't have to play about his money. Oh, I'm not gonna say nothing. Let's play the video.
And that's me talking about I'm older now. I went through my shit, but I think that this is the data that we didn't know about. You know, that the data you're talking about, we don't know how it's affecting people. We're starting to understand how it affects people.
I also think it's the culture. Like now, like I won't say who it is. I was in the green room. I was at the Laugh Factory, and these guys were making.
Again, this is a little pet peeve of mine. Brendan does this thing that all comedians do, but he does it the most, where he rabbits these little sayings, these little phrases they do. And comedians have this little phrase they all use. I think Chris Lear just said it a minute ago. I won't say who it was. I was talking to somebody very well known. I won't say who it was. Like name dropping without name dropping. I'll tell you after the show. I'll tell you after the show. All this sort of, you know, GAY stuff, right? And Brendan does this a lot. And I think he does it more so to kind of feign that he's fucking friends with some influential, popular people. Like, oh, look, I was talking to so-and-so, right? As opposed to just telling a story. He has to kind of drop that little nugget in there. I won't say it was someone really well known. It's like, come on, bro. Just tell the story normally. You don't need to do this way. But anyway, little small pet peeve of mine.
In front of Matt Rife. And I don't know those guys that well, but we were in the circle back then. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you?
But why shouldn't people make fun of Matt Rife? Matt Rife is fucking killing it and successful. But Matt Rife should be made fun of in some respect, just based on just how he kind of made it, his success, the way he looks and stuff, his fan base. You can understand why people would make fun of it a little bit. It could obviously go too far into hating, but joking about Matt Rife and shit is really not that big of a deal. But if you think about it, the reason why Brendan's a little bit pissed off about it is because making fun out of Matt Rife is kind of like making fun out of him, because he probably sees himself in the same way as Matt Rife in terms of the looks, in terms of being a quote-unquote jock, in terms of kind of making it on his own type of thing. That's a weird thing about this story. It's not that he's actually feeling bad for Matt Rife being made fun of in the green room. It's more so his way to kind of insert himself into the conversation and talk about how hard he's had it. That's what's actually going on here. There's no sympathy for Matt Rife. It's actually, oh man, everyone hates me because I'm so amazing, because I used to play football, because I'm this big jock-looking guy that would bully you in high school, but I'm actually a dolphin. I'm not a shark. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
They're losers.
I was like, you know how many tickets that dude sells? Oh, if it's about tickets, I go, no. You got to realize, man, he was doing comedy way before this. You see him on Wild Out. I'm like, you know how hard that dude's worked? And you guys are just going to say and talk shit?
Whoever blows up, they're going to talk shit, man. I mean, it's just how it is.
But I think it's a...
And also, I love how Brendan is trying to tell other established comedians how they should go about, you know, talking about comedy or acting in general when it comes to other people's stand-up specials. He would say that because he has one of the worst rated comedy specials in the entire world, right? In the history of fucking stand-up comedy, that someone will say, hey, guys, you should be real nice, man. Be nicer to people, man. Be kind, people. Be nice. Yeah, because your special was fucking shit.
The culture where
everybody wants,
because I remember when I go to the comedy store, like whoever it was, I remember Bert's special came out one time, and Bert's my boy, man. I remember I walked in, and the rest of these people are his quote unquote boys. Yep. Like, you see Bert's special,
yeah. But that's the thing that's funny about what he's saying here. this proves again what I've always said. Comedians are the biggest haters in the world. More so than any fucking person on the Fire and the Kids subreddit. More so than any person in the Instagram comments or in the fucking Twitter replies. Comedians are worse than anything. They've probably said worse things than fucking what Mike Redbar said about these guys behind each other's backs. They are the most jealous, backstabby, hater people you've ever seen or come in contact with into your entire life. Which is why they all make such a big deal out of the fact that Joe Rogan is so open and inviting on his platform, because they all know if they were all Joe Rogan, they wouldn't do what Joe Rogan does. That's why they make such a big deal out of it, because it shouldn't be a big deal that Rogan invites other comics onto his show and is open about having people that aren't that famous on there. If he likes you and thinks you're funny, he's going to give you a platform to say your piece, to boost your profile, to maybe sell more tickets. It's not a big deal really, but it's obviously a big deal for them, right? Because they know that if they were in their position, they wouldn't do it. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Like, no.
Any special.
What?
They go,
even if it was
it doesn't
not
matter
good,
who it is.
if it's your friend, you go ride or die.
I don't even watch them. I just go, it was great.
Yeah, I don't
watch them. I go, it's my boy. I love it.
I actually just
So Girls was fantastic. That's the last one I've watched.
I love Brendan Schaub here. I watch everybody's special. Then when Chris says I don't watch it as well.
Just watched that. It's so funny you say that. I
Girls
was just about to
beast.
say. I was like, I really enjoyed that. I hit him up and I was like, yo, my wife and I are watching. this special right
Fantastic.
now.
So fucking beggy, innit? I hit him up, yeah, because you want to get on his show, right? Like I hit him up. These guys are so desperate. Ugh.
You know, so that's a good one.
Fantastic.
I watch 0 specials. I've only
Tom's
seen.
the only one I watch, and then Big J's.
I love how he mentions all the hot names that are kind of on trend now to mention. But I don't understand why comedians do this. Why do they all brag about not watching other people's specials as if it makes them look like they're busy and important and shit? Why wouldn't you want to be kept abreast of what people are doing in your industry? Why wouldn't you want to know what the general vibe is of someone's special? Why wouldn't you want to, why not? They're all in your same field. They're essentially co-workers and colleagues. Why wouldn't you want to know what they're getting up to? Maybe not the whole thing, but just having a general gist of what the special looks like, what the themes are, the length of it. Why wouldn't you want to be interested in it? Why would you want to pretend like you don't watch anything, like as if like you're some pure fucking artist that can't be swayed or influenced by other people's fucking content out there? Really and truly, actually, it could be argued that some of these stand-ups probably should be watching more people's stand-up specials. They probably should be going back into the fucking archives and digging in and seeing Wagwan about other people, like what they did, what they didn't do. Maybe you should be looking at other people's specials. Maybe you should. Maybe you fucking should. I think so, personally. But again, what do I know?
Only seen Chris Rock's, the one where he did the tambourine.
The second one?
Not the one with Will Smith.
The live one? Oh,
Nope.
No. Did you watch the second version of Tambourine? Because that shit is fire.
Yeah. Anyway. You got just of it. Fucking funny. Position to be in. Big get rid of the stream chat. Let me end this fucking poll here. What are you guys saying here? What's this? Jason Barry said AZ really makes it feel like we're all sitting in a room talking. Love the show. Thank you, brother. Jason Barrico, I appreciate you as always. Thank you for the kind words, but I'm only but a small cog in this machine. You guys are the ones that make the stream fun because of all the chats, because of all the funny little conversations that you're having, and because of all the insights that you are giving me. I can only bounce off of you guys. You know what I mean? I can't do this on my own. It's a collective effort. You know what I mean? It's a collective effort out here. So big up you guys as well for participating. But the poll here, so far, everybody's agreeing with me. More than likely, will the JRE fight companion with Brendan Schaub happen on August 5th? Most people are saying no, 60%. I said August 5T. No, anyway, brother. When I watch Brendan so much, I get my own forms of fucking chauvinisms here. So yeah, most of us agree with that. Let's end the poll on that one. That was a crazy thing to fucking watch and to kind of keep abreast of. So big up all of you guys for communicating and being part of the fucking show. I really do appreciate you. I honestly do appreciate you. So we got a couple of more things to check out here. Let me see what I want to see. Oh yeah, we got Crystalia stuff, and then yeah, let's do, before we do Crystalia, let's do Turkey Tom. Have you guys seen this? I haven't seen it all, but Turkey Tom, one of my favorite YouTube commentators online now. YouTube content it's what they call it? It's a commentary content, brother. You know people that do those type of things, right? Like the fucking what's his face? Like the Moist Critical guys and stuff. But I'm a big fan of Turkey Tom. I like him a lot. And he's got another channel too called Tom Tom. He does other things on as well. So he did a video recently called The Most Hated Comedians of All Time. It's on his channel called Turkey Tom, as you can see there. So I'm going to quickly play this for you to see what go on, because I haven't actually watched this myself yet in full. So let's see what the vibe is here. It features, obviously, what's her face? Amy Schumer as well. But it also features a little bit of Brendan as well. So I want to see what he was talking about Brendan with. So let's quickly play this. Bear with me a second.
Willie didn't attract the attention of any talents.
Oh yeah, is it the Brendan bit here? Yeah, it's the Brendan bit here. Cool. Let's do it to the Brendan bit there. Is that the Brendan bit? Am I the right section? Yeah, I am. Cool. So it's around here. It's the Brendan Shaw bit. Let's see what he's saying about Brendan, Turkey Tom.
Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling.
I'm gonna quickly go to the fucking boys' room. Bear with me 1 second. I'll play. Let's play.
The only reason she isn't in the final product was that she chose to drop out due to the fact that the script didn't have a feminist edge. Now that she has a successful TV show on Hulu with Life and Beth, it wouldn't surprise me if she scored some A-lister parts in movies in the near future. If they can keep Ezra Miller on Hollywood life support despite the fact that he's a walking PR nightmare, Amy Schumer is no trouble at all. I believe the saying goes, a jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. In the case of Brendan Schaub, however, some have cast doubt on this adage. Born and raised in Colorado, Brendan's family had a history in competitive sports, with his father being a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and his uncle, Pax Beal, being a bodybuilder and ex-football player. There's no coincidence, since genetics definitely played a role in the proclivity towards athleticism. Schaub grew to be well over 6 feet tall, and unsurprisingly, quickly found success in pursuits such as football and lacrosse while in high school, lettering twice in the former and 4 times in the latter, even being voted MVP in his senior year. Willie didn't attract the attention of any talent scouts. When he tried out for the football and lacrosse teams of Whittier College, he got accepted into both. Though he was majoring in sociology, it was just a placeholder degree while he focused on his prospects as a full-time football player. Once he was done with college, he ultimately never got drafted or signed, causing him to retire in 07. However, this didn't mean he'd given up on being an athlete. Far from it. After abandoning football, he picked up martial arts, in particular boxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Much like his previous forays into sports, he quickly got somewhere with it, winning the novice division heavyweight title in Colorado and becoming the training partner of Shane Carwin, a heavyweight contender in the UFC. With this connection, he transitioned seamlessly into being an MMA fighter. Once again, he started out extremely well, with 4 wins in a row, all in the first round. It was only after 3 exhibition matches in The Ultimate Fighter, which he won, that he experienced his first loss, followed by another 4 victories in a row, one of them against Mirko Cro Cop, one of the most respected fighters in the UFC, though already 36 years old by that point. Not only did Schaub win, but his win was ruled the knockout of the night. After this, however, his fighting career gradually slowed down until it halted completely in 2014 after his loss to Travis Brown by TKO. Initially, he planned to continue fighting indefinitely, but after his loss, Joe Rogan and Bryan Callen essentially did an intervention live on a podcast to convince him to retire from MMA. While their conversation was long,
what do you guys think about this still? Looking back at it, I think this is actually what friends are meant to do. I don't think it was mean. I think this is when they actually were all friends. When they actually were all friends, they'd say things to each other that maybe they probably don't like to hear. But when it's coming from a friend, it should be better than hearing it from strangers. Like, this is how your friends really should be. Your friends should be able to kind of call you out on your shit, and they should be able to maybe be brutally honest with you. Usually, I feel like. But again, over time, with more money and influence and usually just lack of care, I think when you get just a certain level of money, you just stop caring about everything. Maybe everybody around you don't really give a fuck what they do, really. Just do what you do to keep out of my way. But I think this was probably a sign of when they were last really friends, when they could speak openly to each other about certain things, you know? Like in that respect. So I don't really see this as mean or as bullying. Actually, this is actually a good thing that he done at the time, because essentially it kind of led to Brendan becoming as successful as he is now, right? He basically helped Brendan become a multimillionaire by telling him, hey, you suck at fighting, stop right now. Not a bad thing, really. But I think some people look back on it now and think, you know what? It was done. It was bad taste. Should have done it on air. I don't have an issue with it personally. I think it was perfectly fine.
A slightly edited version uploaded to YouTube netted over 5 million views. People were mostly taken aback by how brutally honest Joe was to Brendan. While Brendan took his UFC losses in perhaps more stride than he should have, no knockout was as devastating as having his two best friends walk him down conversationally and strip him of his ego in regard to the reality of the situation. In the bluntest terms possible, while still being sympathetic to him, Joe explained that Schaub was simply in way over his head when it came to fighting, and if he kept putting himself in the cage with elite fighters, he would continue to get knocked out and hurt until he suffered irreversible brain damage. Ultimately, it seemed that Schaub recognized that Joe was right, and that being a professional fighter was far too big a risk for a guy like him, who certainly had other ways of making money besides getting his head.
Oh, really? Is that true? Matt Guerra says, fun fact, this combo was on T-Fat-K podcast episode. Oh, yeah, true, you're right. They did. They recorded this show in Joe Rogan's podcast studio, but it was actually a Fighting the Kid episode. The same way that how Rogan will let sometimes Lex Friedman, Tim Dillon, and Theo Von do the same thing. Oh yeah! So this is the first and only time Rogan's ever been on the Fighting the Kid, and they've got like what, over 600 episodes, maybe more than that, and he's only been on that show once. And I think he's been on Theo's show at least twice. No. I think he's been on Tim Dillon's show at least twice. He's been on each of those guys' shows at least more than once. That's fucking crazy, man. That to me would be something I would find a little bit, I take personally, I'm not going to lie, I'll take that a little bit personal. Like, why aren't you coming on my show? Why are you our friends, but you don't want to go that, like, you know what I mean? I'd be a little bit annoyed. A little bit annoyed.
Head kicked in by people who were more proficient than him at MMA. Despite it obviously not being ideal that a conversation as sensitive as this was taking place in front of millions of people, both parties showed the kind of respect and grace that is becoming increasingly hard to come by these days. Eventually, years later, the two revisited the intervention, and when asked about why he brought it up in the middle of a podcast, Joe said that he wasn't planning to do it, but once the topic came up, he got genuinely emotional and did it out of a deep sense of concern for Schaub. Due to the nature of the situation, there was no way for Brendan to come out looking good. If he had gotten angry, he would have just been seen as delusional. But because he ended up agreeing with Joe, it just fanned the flames of a perception people already had of him, which was that he was Joe's yes man and went along with anything he said. Then again, people often say that Joe is a yes man that changes his opinions based on the guests, so at this point, this didn't get Schaub too much hate. If you exclusively take into account his career in fighting and his participation in podcasts, the most Schaub could be considered is annoying or not the best communicator. However, things changed drastically when he made a hard pivot to being a comedian. For starters, this move was considered poorly thought out since Brendan spent the majority of his life being an athlete in some capacity and had absolutely no experience or seemingly prior interest in being a comic. People were confused as to why he didn't become a coach or open up a gym, especially considering that Eddie Bravo, another frequent JRE guest, took that route with significant success. A year prior to his departure from the Octagon, Schaub had begun a podcast with fellow Joe Rogan collaborator BRYAN CALLEN called The Fighter and the Kid. Eventually, either because the podcast was good enough or because Schaub and CALLEN were sufficiently connected, the podcast was picked up by Fox. Most likely it's a combination of the two, since at the time, plenty of episodes were getting hundreds of thousands to even millions of views on YouTube. Many episodes featured comedians and other more established personalities, which certainly helped it become popular. In retrospect, the way Brendan came off in the show was much less obnoxious than what he'd become infamous for. Exactly. Not only could you sympathize with him, but you could also occasionally laugh at his exchanges with Bryan. This was very impressive since this was someone who wasn't media trained, with no experience in the field he was getting into.
I think Turkey Tom makes a good point. Maybe the actual point when Brendan actually started to become incredibly unlikable was when he went into stand-up comedy. Because before that, when he was just a lovable jock type of dude, a podcast personality, people didn't mind him. I didn't mind him. But for some reason, when he got into stand-up comedy and he started to actually believe that he deserved to have the success that he had, even though he didn't really work hard for it and most of it was coming through his fucking podcast success and he didn't have any level of humility about it. He came into it. And I think the part of it is what I remember rubbing up people the wrong way. There was a part where I think you remember early on, he kept like jokingly bullying Bryan because Bryan wasn't selling tickets that time. And he was selling loads. He was selling out places because he just started, maybe because of part of the intrigue, I don't know. But there was a period in time where at the beginning of Brendan Shaw's stand-up career, he was selling out shows. And I remember there'll be particular podcasts where at the end, when they do their little plugs for their dates, Brendan will be like, oh, all the dates are sold out. I've got nothing really to promote. So just go to the website and kind of like brag and kind of look at Bryan. and like in a jokey way, like, go on, you tell me your dates now. Tell the audience your dates. You kind of would brag and stunt about it, and the assumption or the kind of the thing that he was trying to say but not say was that he had kind of like an athlete's mindset when he came into stand-up comedy. He was able to work way harder at it than other people. He was able to put in the hours, and that's why he's kind of been more successful than other comedians, because they're kind of lazy, or they indulge themselves in booze and going out more. He just treats it as a job. He clocks in and clocks out. And I think, remember, he used to say a lot, he treated comedy like going in the gym. It's like sets and reps. There was never never any talk about being funny. It was always a point of like just getting the sets and reps. And that's why he became so successful. So I think Turkey Tones made a good point. Maybe Brendan's pivot of being unlikable was when he went into stand-up comedy, because that's when he started to think his shit didn't stink.
And with a speech impediment, who was somehow doing well for himself in a medium that consisted entirely of being good at communicating.
Actually, no, also we're saying, hell yeah, Ago, big up you. I remember being on your streams when there were 10 viewers. You're coming up, my dude. Yeah, big up. You know the vibes. To be fair, this stream isn't very indicative of how my normal streams go. When I do my main show, my Agostinho Zinga Show podcast, the numbers aren't as good. Let me not lie. I'm not going to try and use this as some sort of like, marker of how my appeal is overall. This is a very particular niche group of people that like to hear this type of stuff. But big up you for the nice words. Obi was saying here, and Tashki saying once he accumulated that level of delusion that allowed him to pursue comedy at a high level, he became insufferable. You know what? I'm going to actually push back on that. I don't think it's delusional to try and pursue a career in stand-up comedy. That's not the delusional part of it. The delusional part of it is him not understanding like what level he's at. Because when Brendan came into it, remember, Brendan came into stand-up comedy and refused to do open mics. He refused to do stuff of his level. He refused to do like random fucking go up and do random sets at random clubs. You know, people always say this a lot about comedians where they'd go to a random city and they just pop in and do a quick set. I don't know what the term is, but there's a thing that comedians always do to try and basically get reps and to kind of practice their material. Brendan refused to do that. All the shows that Brendan did were always shows that he would kind of do as a tour or whatever it may be, or in big clubs. He never ever accepted the level he was at. He always assumed, just because of his fame and because of how connected he was to Joe, that he could skip certain steps. That's a delusion. And then the thing about Brendan that's really odd, he skipped the steps and he thought it wouldn't harm his ability to tell jokes. When in actuality, those early skips maybe have hurt him, because a part of me thinks, unpopular opinion, a part of me thinks Brendan isn't as unfunny as some people think he is. I think a lot of stand-up comedians are unfunny. I don't think he's an exception. I think in general, in stand-up, there's way more unfunny people out there making a career than actually that are funny. So I think Brendan's just one of many. But the issue with Brendan is that he actually thinks he's fucking funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he actually believes he's fucking hilarious, and he doesn't understand how maybe the things that he did in the beginning of his career has maybe hurt him overall, because he's an ability to kind of play that level a bit. Because all it would have taken him is just a little bit of humility, do a few open mics, not take the fucking Showtime money early on, and just kind of play the long game. And maybe he would have been in a better place. Who knows? Maybe.
He must have been doing something right. At least that's what people thought at the time. The problem was Brendan's relative success in this area started getting to his head very fast. While he's never been the most charismatic guy, earlier on he was likable, as the podcast relied mostly on the chemistry between him and Callen, whose conversations often sounded like two friends talking. But as the show grew, so did Brendan Schaub's ego, to astronomical proportions. Brendan is notorious for being someone who's easily suggestible, and in an interview he and Bryan gave to the Dallas Observer, he reveals that Bryan was the one that told him to start doing stand-up. He says, "We're having success with the podcast, and Bryan said, hey man, we should do the show on the road and do a live show. I thought that sounded terrible. But his idea was not to take the podcast on the road, but to do a live comedy performance. He wanted me to open up and do stand-up. I said, that's not my wheelhouse, I know my limitations. But he said I was looking at it wrong. He wanted me to start off by telling a story, and we added from there. For a guy who's competed his entire life in athletics, competed at the highest level in football and fighting, fought in front of 60,000 people and millions of people on pay-per-view, nothing beats these live shows." Can you imagine if...
And I think that's what they should have stuck with, actually. They should have continued doing those T-Fat-K live shows as opposed to doing their individual fucking stand-up comedy shows. Personally, I feel like they would be way more successful doing that type of thing then Brendan trying to pursue a career, he's trying to be fucking Louis C.K. That's never going to work out really, because he just hasn't got it. The brutal reality of it is, you know, he's always been an athlete his entire life. He was never a joker, never Mr. Funny Guy, never the class clown, never. So to suddenly start a career being a stand-up comedian in your mid-30s, even if you have got a funny bone in your body, it's going to be very difficult. It's just hard to do. And if you are going to do it, you have to do it in a very methodical type of way, where you maybe, you know, trying to, you know, get down to the bare bones and break down the fucking science of fucking being funny, and just get up there and be a fucking robot and just deliver lines after lines after lines after lines and try and be funny that way. But he didn't even do that. So the reality of it is that he was never ever going to be funny. Probably it was a very short, you know, he didn't really have a chance for it, but his approach didn't help him. That's the real main issue about it. His approach didn't help him.
If Brendan listened to his gut instinct here and didn't get into stand-up, within a year of this terrible lapse in judgment, Brendan had evidently developed illusions of grandeur about his talent as a communicator and performer. Instead of crediting the somewhat sudden success of the podcast and their subsequent live shows to the setup being good and the guests being interesting, he thought he was the reason they were working. In 2016, he started doing some stand-up shows as a solo act and started his own podcast, Big Brown Breakdown, a name he wisely changed to The SCHAUB'S Show. His podcast was well received, at least initially, because for once, he was talking about something he at least had some experience with, fighting. Over time, however, the show's ratings took a downturn as listeners noticed that the show was gradually moving away from being about fighting and towards being about Schaub. One of the reviews on iTunes puts it pretty succinctly. I used to love this show. Schaub is trying to be a Hollywood star or something and has changed a lot over the years. Dude, we don't care about name dropping or anything celebrity-like. We listen to your show because you were funny and down to earth. Get back to basics. It's actually pretty tragic to look at how raving the reviews for the Schaub Show used to be, and how much this unchecked ego destroyed his reputation with people who genuinely liked him. This issue wasn't exclusive to his podcast, but destroyed his reputation raving the reviews for the earth. Get back to basics. It's actually pretty tragic to
one of them here. Have to update my review. Podcast isn't what it used to be. He used to be actually talk about fighting. Now he talks about himself in the most unlikable ways. Huge fan, but items that need to be addressed. 45-minute intro on the weekend activities, which is fine. Then you repeat them on T-Fat-K. That's very true.
To look at how raving the reviews for the Schaub Show used to be, and how much this unchecked
Schaub has really fallen off. I used to be a huge fan of everything Schaub did, but along the way, his head has gotten so big, he has let hit a number of different annoying characters, blah, blah, blah. And you know what's really funny about this review? That's actually the main crux of the issue of Brendan, because I don't feel like most people care about Brendan and other people like that. I feel like most people that do care, who make this type of content that I'm doing, whatever, usually start off being fans. So it's actually a real bad indictment on how terrible of a person you are over time, that you turn your fans into quote-unquote detractors. That's the actual real hard reality of it. Because he's not famous enough to attract a whole legion of haters or just following him just for the sake of just not liking you. No, usually people start off liking you, then they don't like you because of something that you do, and you're unable to kind of correct course. That's actually quite disturbing. Another one, 50 minutes of fight talk, 50 minutes of ads, and the rest of the show is awkward transitions. Get the ads or the fight talk. If you love ads and a combat sports sport, this is Jesus Christ.
Ego destroyed his reputation with people who genuinely liked him. This issue wasn't exclusive to his podcast, much to the contrary. It polluted every facet of his public life. In The Fighter and the Kid, his tendency to recklessly interrupt guests and even his co-host Bryan became increasingly prominent. As early as the show's departure from its affiliation with Fox in 2016, people were picking up on their deteriorating relationship, as Schaub would often ridicule Bryan's opinions and frequently cut him off. Despite the fact that, even though we didn't have any of Brendan's hands-on experience with mixed martial arts, Bryan frankly sounded more knowledgeable on it. Overall, Brendan just seemed like he was no longer trying to be likable whatsoever. In another venture of his, the Below the Belt series, which is simultaneously titled Food Truck Diaries and Fight Talk, because Brendan can't seem to settle on
Oh, okay. So hold on. I thought Big Brown Breakdown went into being Below the Belt. Didn't Big Brown Breakdown get signed to Showtime? Then when he got fired from Showtime, he changed the name to the Schaub's Show, right? If I'm not mistaken. So Below the Belt doesn't exist. Below the Belt is now Morning Combat. That's what it is now on YouTube, right? If I'm not mistaken. Fucking hell, how many names, how many shows has this guy had? How many fucking chances? How many deals? Always fucking piss up the wall. Fucking hell. And the other funny thing about it is I've always said that Showtime check, he really messed up that way, man. He shouldn't have. That show should have been his best show, really. The MMA show should have been the best one.
A name if his life depended on it, Brendan would frequently screw up the names of the fighters he was talking about. This was jarring since part of the appeal of the show, which was greenlit by the TV network Showtime, was having someone with a background in the UFC talk about fighting. But throughout the entire thing, he consistently sounds like he has no idea what he's talking about. Regardless, because of the sheer caliber of the people Schaub managed to get on the show, many of the episodes were very successful on YouTube. As people had come to expect at this point, every time Brendan was successful with an endeavor, it just magnified all of his character flaws. Another of his behavior patterns that had become noticeable was his tendency to brag about his lifestyle and accomplishments, often resorting to exaggerating and lying about them to make himself look good. While he had already been doing this for a long time, initially no one had any reason to suspect it, but as the public's opinion of him grew negative, people started to scrutinize his claims, only to find out he was basically a pathological liar. One of the best examples of this is his "This Is Not Happening" performance in 2019, where he goes over his career in the UFC. At the point this video came out, the fighter and the kids subreddit had already turned against Schaub and became exclusively dedicated to hate following and documenting his continuous downfall. Identifying as homeless cats and fry cooks at PF Chang's after a bizarre rant from Schaub about why he didn't care about what his haters thought, the members of the subreddit were rigorous in not letting Brendan get away with anything. As a result, the details of his story about his career in the UFC were closely examined, and it turns out he lied through the whole thing. He claimed his—
Wow, I forgot. Oh yeah, true. There's a whole entire fucking post debunking everything that's happening that this is not happening fucking story. Claim, hey, he says his childhood dream for 20 years was become a UFC champion. Truth. His childhood dream of 20 years to be in the NFL. Exactly. We all know this. There's a link to it too. Claim. He says Royce Gracie v Ken Shamrock was the first ever fight in UFC 1. Truth. Their fight was sandwiched in tournament bracket. Wasn't the first or last fight of the night. Claim. 10th or 11th ranked Brendan was set to fight second ranked heavyweight Travis Brown. Travis was ranked third at the time and Brendan wasn't even in the top 15. Fucking love it, man. The lies are incredible.
Childhood dream was to be a mixed martial artist when in a podcast appearance, he claimed it was to play in the NFL. He played up both his and his opponent's rank in the UFC, as well as lying about how many people were in attendance to make his fight sound more important. He name drops multiple big celebrities saying they were at the fight, which literally none of them were. These are just a few of the lies in his individual video, because if you were to exhaustively go through the stuff he says in the podcast, he lies so often about topics so inane that it's impossible to document all of it. Sure, his "This Is Not Happening" appearance is a stand-up comedy routine, and comedians lie all the time to make their stories funnier. But the issue here is the fictional parts don't contribute to the comedy, they just contribute to Schaub's inflated perception of himself. Exactly. And since we're on the topic of his comedy, his arrogance is also the culprit for the utter annihilation of any respectable career in stand-up he could have potentially had. Instead of putting the work in for a decade or even longer to scrape together 1 hour of material worthy of turning into a special, after just a measly couple of years calling himself a comedian, he released You'd Be Surprised. It would go on to become the worst rated special of all time. Literally, it's a 1.5 out of 10 on IMDb. While the public was blissfully ignorant of just how incompetent a comic Brendan Schaub actually was until after the special came out, some of his friends saw this coming from a mile away. Joey Diaz, for example, despite holding out hope that Schaub would eventually develop into a legitimate comedian, instinctually didn't like Brendan Schaub's move into comedy for the exact reasons that were mentioned earlier. He compared it to the opposite situation. If a lifelong comic who happened to win a couple of amateur fights proceeded to call himself a professional fighter and put himself in the ring in front of thousands of people, it's only reasonable to expect that this person gets the beatdown of their life with a side of thorough humiliation. In a way, that's what Brendan got. What many people have pointed out was that it wasn't just a regular failure to launch. It was a sign that Brendan didn't care about being a good comedian in the first place.
Honestly, that episode with Joey Diaz was one of the best because essentially Joey, in like a nice way, was trying to tell Brendan what he shouldn't do by telling him how he didn't like how he got into stand-up comedy. He was trying to tell him in a nice way, right? He was trying to. But Brendan is so dense, he didn't clock on to what he was trying to say. He just took it as like, oh yeah, you know, what I could tell you didn't like me at that time when I was doing stand-up. I could tell you were a bit off about it, but now I'm happy you've come around to it and you like it and you know that I'm good at it. That should have been like a little bit of a heads up of like, what's Joey actually trying to say here? That's what he should have been thinking. What's he actually trying to say to me? He never thought about that once and just took it as this like a face value. Oh yeah, he's just saying this thing. I'm going to keep it moving. But Joey is actually trying to tell him something without being super explicit about it. But he just didn't clock it.
All he wanted was a special with his name on it, and he was willing to go to whatever lengths necessary to get something out and earn that validation. But when the special was released and the negative reactions began flooding in, he couldn't accept the fact that it was getting panned. After all, he was a self-professed Renaissance man who could instantly excel at anything he tried. Instead of retreating and realizing that he had gotten way ahead of himself by releasing a special with just a few years of experience under his belt, as a mature person would do, he decided to falsely copyright strike any YouTube video that dared to disturb his debut as a professional comedian. If only someone had informed him of the Streisand effect before he made this dumb attempt at silencing his critics, he could have saved himself from the following years of continued criticism. One particular YouTuber by the name of Beige Frequency made a video called Brendan Schaub's You'd Be Surprised is the worst comedy special I've ever seen, which, as you can imagine, isn't exactly kind to Schaub's magnum opus. Within 24 hours, the video was taken down twice by Joe Rogan's media company, Bent Pixels, which Beige revealed in another upload. For a moment there, Brendan had the opportunity to play the part of a meathead with a bad first special, which would not only be redeemable, but if he handled it right, could be a great place to start out as an underdog. I mean, Louis C.K. came back from being exposed for being a pervert with a leaked set that instantly became massive. But Brendan made the fatal mistake of adding insult to injury and letting everyone know that he wasn't willing to take the L. He wasn't just a bad comedian anymore, he was a bad person, and sooner or later, everyone would know about it. The thing about the internet is that events like this don't happen in a vacuum. Once things start moving in a certain direction, the tendency is to snowball, not slow down. I know looking up people's net worth online is a meme, but considering the type of gigs he gets and the lifestyle he lives, Brendan is most likely sitting on at least $1 million or $2 million. My point being, he absolutely does not need to be concerned about what YouTubers are saying about him. By engaging with them and stooping as low as false copyright striking people for being mean to him, he was inviting the attention of people to whom stooping low becomes second nature.
That's a really good point. Like, without even addressing his fucking, you know, the errors of his ways, or maybe without even addressing some of the public backlash that he gets, if he just would have ignored everything and just pretended like it didn't exist and just focused on doing what he does, he would have been fine. That's the funny thing about it. He didn't even need to do any sort of like self-inventory, any kind of looking into the mirror, any kind of analysis, any kind of self-work, nothing. He could have just simply ignored everything and he would have been totally fine. But he chose not to, and then end up kind of biting him in the bum, really.
Because the takedowns were done manually, the people criticizing Schaub not only knew that he was looking himself up to see what everyone was saying about him, but he was really upset about it too. Perhaps because of the steep decline in chemistry between him and Bryan Callen, Brendan sensed that the fighter and the kid had its days of success counted and decided to start yet another podcast, this time with Chris D'Elia, ERIK Griffin, and Theo Von, which was initially called The King and the Sting, then The King and the Sting and Wing, and finally The Golden Hour, because everything Schaub does is contractually obliged to be.
I think he got that one a bit wrong. I think King and the Sting was always a Theo Von and him show, because I think that started from the premise of when Theo first started coming on Fighting the Kid, he would always go back and forward with fucking insulting. Oh shit, boy, look, I just noticed there's a black guy in the back. Fuck, I didn't notice that first. There's a black guy in the back. That's like me when I stream at night. Shit, I didn't see him. I swear to God, I didn't see him. I swear to God, I thought it was a poster or something. Fucking hell. That's like me when I stream at night. Honestly, I just realized that was a fucking black guy in the background. Holy fucking shit. Big up you, whoever you are, guy. Big up you. Collect your money. But fuck, I didn't realize it was even there at first. I was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, oh shit, that's a person back there. Anyway, yeah, so Theo Von and Brendan started off that show because Theo would always take the piss out of Brendan, and people liked that bit of humor and fun that they had on the show. And actually, that was one of the times where people actually were fans of Brendan, because he didn't take himself too seriously and was able to have, you know, someone joke at him and stuff and poke fun at him and whatnot. And then, you know, that led into the King and the Sting. But another time, you know, Theo saw that Brendan was bad for business, left, and then Brendan got Chris D'Elia and Griffin involved because they were both down bad and needed jobs.
be poorly executed and require changes on the fly. While he made a wise decision in not putting all of his eggs in the same basket as Callen, since in 2020, Callen was accused of sexual misconduct by 4 women, Brendan wasn't wise enough to foresee Chris D'Elia also being the subject of scrutiny in regards to his alleged sexual harassment of minors. Man, what the hell is it about being a stand-up comedian that makes you a freak? Eventually, Theo Von was smart enough to notice that his participation in the podcast was more about having his name attached to the project than it being a platform for him to be creative. And he left it. In 2021, Brendan launched his Thick Boy brand and YouTube channel, which amounts to little more than paying a team to make him look like an established celebrity YouTuber, only for the channel to eventually devolve into a platform for all of Schaub's already existent projects. Additionally, this channel, along with many other channels Brendan has control over, is known for deleting and censoring comments, particularly the ones that get traction. Despite this attempt at yet another pivot to being a solo online personality, Brendan Schaub's success was entirely contingent on the people he somehow convinced to work with him. While the fighter and the kid's popularity had dwindled, the golden hour was still enjoying growth. But, like all things Schaub, it was immediately tainted by his inability to handle a spotlight. A couple of years prior, in 2019, Brendan and Theo, when they were the only members of the podcast, were answering questions sent in by listeners, and one of them was about if it was possible to be attractive while bald. Using about 5% of his magnanimous intellect, Brendan takes this as an opportunity to say that his longtime friend and spiritual stepfather, Joe Rogan, was, and I quote, slinging dick. That
spiritual stepfather. That's a fucking brutal thing to say, isn't it? That is true. Like I said, if ever there's a time where you can compare Brendan Schaub's fucking grief, watch how he reacts. God forbid it doesn't happen anytime soon, right? But watch how the difference in grief that Brendan will have if A, the time comes when his father passes away, or B, the time comes when Rogan passes away. Just watch the difference in grief online from Brendan. Just notice it. I bet you any money Brendan's going to be sobbing on fucking camera. He might even go live on Instagram for the first time and actually cry about fucking Rogan in a way that he's never going to cry about his dad, which is fucking bizarre to say the least.
Expression means one thing and one thing only, and given the context of the conversation, there was no way Schaub meant something else with it. The problem—
Let's see, what's that say? Hold on, let's see. What I say?
Only.
Slinging some dick, the definition from Urban Dictionary. To get your grind on, whether it be literally slinging dick to some whatever, or metaphorically slinging dick or performing activities. Yeah, so there's no other way to interpret it.
And given the context of the conversation, there was no way Schaub meant something else with it. The problem is Joe Rogan has a wife, which meant Brendan was essentially revealing Joe was cheating on her, or at least claiming he was.
Exactly.
Later on, when the topic got brought up, he tried to claim that what he meant was that Joe was killing it in life, and you can guess how well that excuse worked. That attempt at a save was so bad that, even though it had already been clipped, they actually cut that part out of the original episode, which only served to make things look even worse.
Oh, really? I didn't know that little tidbit. I didn't know that little clip that we all have seen of Brendan trying to explain why he said Joe Rogan fucking slangs dick is not a bad thing. I didn't know that got clipped from the original fucking show. They deleted it from the actual show itself. So you can't find it officially on any of Brendan Schaub's channels, but you obviously can find it other people. That's actually absolutely hilarious. He tried to apologize, fucked it up. Look, first of all, by talking too much, he exposed his friend. Then, by trying to fucking walk it back, he then fucked it up even more to the point where he had to delete it. Gotta love it.
The topic of infidelity eventually came back with a vengeance, but directed at none other than Schaub himself. At the beginning of 2022, on the 49th episode of the Trash Tuesday podcast, fellow comedian Andy Letterman began talking about a certain other comedian whom she claimed sucked at comedy, who despite having a wife and kids, decided to suggestively invite her to walk him to his truck, an offer Annie rejected. As soon as the story was told, another of the show's hosts, Kalila Kuhn, immediately deduced who Annie was talking about and said that he had also tried to get with her.
Was this also the moment where everyone started to hate Kalila, by the way? Did Kalila, and again, I don't know anything about Kalila's history. Will you guys in the chat to know more? Was Kalila receiving that level of hate before this whole thing happened? Because this might have been an inflection point. This is the point that they all exposed Brendan, but unfortunately for Kalila, this also was a point where the hate for her just went into fucking nuclear levels. People then started to go in on her super hard, started to rip apart her poems, started to criticize her for liking to be fucked by random dudes all the time, right? Like, I don't know, people just love to hate her so hard. Was that part of it, or was she always hated? I'm not really too sure. Because I feel like there was a point where people did like Kalila a lot, but then they didn't. Not really too sure. Okay, Ricky is saying, no, she was well hated before. Okay, fair play. She was always a little sketch. Okay, cool. Kalila hate train keeps on rumbling. This is the first domino. Okay, this is the first domino.
Eventually, they said that his initials were BS, which pretty much confirmed they were talking about Brendan. This became a big controversy when the always vigilant Fighter in the Kids subreddit capitalized on it immediately, picking it up and running, as well as turning it into a meme and making a variety of songs revolving around the phrase, "Walg me to my trug." While the topic wasn't broached in his appearances to Joe Rogan or the Impulsive podcast, when Schaub went on Andrew Schultz's Flagrant 2, he got grilled on it in a pretty masterful way. Despite asking Brendan about one of the most damning and revealing things possible, Andrew remained aloof as if it wasn't some potentially life-destroying piece of information for Schaub. Meanwhile, Schaub handled it like you would expect, stuttering while trying to explain himself like a kid that got caught pissing in the sink, which, if you don't know, is also an actual real habit of Brendan Schaub and the entire Turkey Tom team. Underlining this situation was other corroborating factors unearthed by
Yo, this video, man. This video, I kind of feel bad for Brendan. Must be the worst luck ever. Imagine being on a random live stream doing, I think at the time it was a Super Bowl watch along thing with some other illustrious guests like Mike Tyson and Donald fucking what's his name DC was there, you know, whatever, right? Great show. And then randomly when you're off stream, when it's just, you know, they're putting a little interim on there, a little kind of intermission thing going on there, they fucking have the fucking drones have you doing a wide shot of just the entire mansion where you're all sitting in to make it, you know, to add to the ambience. Then randomly somebody picks up that they can see you walking across to some random girl in the crowd and giving them a fucking note. Do you know how horrible that is? Do you know how horrible that must have been? The bad luck that you have on a random live stream. He could have been anywhere. He could have been back there. He could have been over here. He could have been in the toilet. He could have been outside the front. Somehow he happened to be just right here where the drones and the cameras were, right in line, and they picked him out. Super bad luck.
The subreddit, such as a video of Brendan Schaub passing a note to a woman, which was presumed to be his number. This clip was used in a video by a small YouTuber called Uniqueness, and not only were his videos about Brendan Schaub taken down with more false copyright claims, but Brendan actually went the distance and sued him. When trying to defend this insane and narcissistic decision, Brendan said, "If you want to criticize my fight picks, my stand-up, my podcast, that's what I'm a public figure for. I signed up for that. That stuff does not bother me. But when you start slandering my name, stealing content, and creating this false narrative of cheating on my wife and do all this crazy and defamatory stuff and using my content and the clickbait stuff like that for years, well then you're not playing the same game, man. Then I have to do something. If you made your entire career off defamation, I have to do something." Several times I've had my team reach out and go, "We don't want to pursue this, just stop." And he wouldn't. So what do you do? So this narrative and that, oh, this bigger YouTuber suing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him. You know, I thought you didn't get down with cancel culture. I don't in any facet. This is different. It's different insofar as it affects him personally. Exactly. The allegations that Schaub was a serial cheater were further substantiated by a series of screenshots from multiple different women, all shown being contacted or knowing someone who Schaub contacted. Some of them even
remembering the time that Brendan Schaub slid in my DMs, wish that man wasn't married because I would have been on that. Oh wow, okay, fair play.
Been fresh out of high school. I think
wild accusation. I did take one, but Justin is my witness. We were FaceTiming when it happened. Shit.
I think for something to be considered defamation, it would have to be false information, so I'm pretty sure that Unique was in the clear there. To help pay for the legal costs of dealing with Schaub, Unique opened a GoFundMe page. Despite it failing to raise the amount of money set as the goal, Brendan lost the lawsuit anyway, along with a whopping $500,000. He also appears to have threatened to serve the Trash Tuesday crew with a lawsuit for daring to tell an anecdote of a guy cheating on his wife, which everyone immediately recognized must have been him without them even having to say his name. Through a series of increasingly convoluted and schizophrenic Benadryl hallucinations, some courtesy of Bryan Callen no less, Brendan's beef with Trash Tuesday turned into Brendan being absolutely convinced that Kalila and Bobby Lee, her boyfriend, were running the Fighter in the Kids subreddit. In May 2022, Brendan and Bryan called Kalila and Bobby to berate them for being responsible for all of the hate Brendan gets online, because there's no way he could have attracted all of that hate himself, right? It must have been a conspiracy. During this call, Brendan claimed to have 300 100 pages of evidence that Bobby and Kalila were behind it all. Just 2 weeks later, he appeared on the...
By the way, we've never seen those corroborating 300 pages. And you know what the truth of it is? Brendan got hoodwinked. Brendan got scammed. That's what happened. Somebody very smart saw Brendan in a vulnerable moment and reached out to him and said, hey, I can find out who's at the fucking, you know, who's responsible for this Fighting the Kids subreddit. Who's the ones that are out there trolling you and putting smut on your name. This person lied to Brendan and said that they could do all these things for him, find out who it is. And essentially what they did is that they went on the Fighting the Kids subreddit, they clicked right, you know, they right clicked and then basically did view page source and printed it all out. All those HTML codes to make it seem like they did some work. And Brendan, being a redact, thought that that was evidence that it was Bobby Lee behind it. And most likely in that fucking HTML fucking, you know, mass of fucking information, maybe Bobby Lee's email address was in there. So I think what actually happened is that Brendan actually got scammed. That's what actually happened. I think he believes he had 300 pages because somebody reached out to him from like a cyber security team or something and fucking lied to him and he fucking bought it hook, line and sinker. That's the actual sad thing about it. He got scammed. That's fucking crazy.
Tiger Belly podcast, which ran for an hour and 20 minutes, mostly consisting of Kalila and Brendan going back and forth unproductively, while Bobby just appeared to be shocked to be in this situation. In the episode of Trash Tuesday that came out to address this drama, Kalila specified that the only evidence ever provided to her and Bobby by Schaub was a zoomed-in screenshot of HTML code that had the Tiger Belly email randomly put in the middle of the code. Now, I wish I could explain to you what that means or why that convinced Brendan, but for once, there's no plausible explanation as to what happened. I don't fucking know. It could have been that Brendan was looking for justification to attack Kalila for exposing him on Trash Tuesday since he couldn't just do it straightforwardly, as it would have been an implied admission of the Trugwog incident.
My theory is this. My theory is that, because the story goes that Bobby Lee's, the story goes that Bobby Lee's brother, the other guy, Stevie Weeby, right? They're both like fucking, what do you think called? Arrested Development kids, right? They're both a little bit on the spectrum. They're both kind of really old, but they act like children. But the story goes that Bobby Lee's brother, at the time, was a bit of a guest star on the King and the Sting. He'd come in and be like some guest stuff, whatever. And essentially, he was like a punching bag for them, right? They kind of bully him on that show because he's a bit of a dweeb. And he kind of let them do it to him. The story goes that he's the one that told Brendan about Kalila's bedroom kinks, that she might be into fucking threesomes, that she likes to be in open relationships and stuff, whatever it may be. I think he's the one, that's the story goes. I think he's the one that told Brendan. For some reason, you know, like, I don't know if you guys hear this or if you've seen it before. This is something that's very, very niche, but sometimes I've known guys who, if they hear about another girl being a slag or being very fucking loose with how they fucking interact with sex and shit, it somehow gives them the right or the opportunity to try. Like when they hear that, it's like a fucking invitation, like a siren. So I think with Brendan, when Brendan heard that from Stevie, that Kalila likes to get a bit freaky in the bedroom, it kind of immediately piqued his interest. And what he did is that I'm pretty sure he then emailed her or DM'd her after that same time that he heard that from Stevie. That's what basically happened. So when Kalila tried to expose him, he probably felt like she didn't have a right to, because in Brendan's head, Kalila's a slag. She's a bit of a whore. She's a slut, whatever, because she likes to have sex with other dudes. And I think that's what kind of got him upset to try and find out information about the 300 pages. It's a bit of a strange thing to say, and it sounds a bit convoluted. It doesn't really make sense, but I think that's where Brendan's head was, because I always try and think of it in that redacted way of that he tries to think about things, and I genuinely think in Brendan's head, he feels like he's justified in everything that he does. So what better way to be justified than saying, hey, you know, this person is a fucking slag anyway. How dare you try and expose me when you're a fucking slag in the first place? And then he got angry about it. That's my thinking.
It could have also been that he wanted to go with the subreddit and needed a pretext besides that the posts on it were hurting his fee-fees. In either case though, would he be downright stupid enough to just put their emails into the subreddit's inspect element, screenshot it, and save that as evidence? As we've come to learn, Brendan is a moron, but is he that much of a mouth breather? If he is that stupid, would he know how to do inspect element? Did he get help from someone? There are a lot of unanswerable questions here. The bottom line was that when he became the target of substantiated accusations of wrongdoing, Brendan decided to make a bunch of unsubstantiated accusations about someone else. It really didn't help it that it was Bobby Lee, who is a comedian and is also well liked by other comedians with a loyal following. Meaning Brendan wasn't just making himself look dumb to random strangers, he was burning bridges in the business that he supposedly cared about. One of the more impactful signs that Brendan's credit with the comedy world was drying up fast was that it seemed that Joe Rogan was becoming more comfortable with putting him in a negative light. During a discussion on his podcast, the topic of Brendan Schaub's conspiracy theory about the UFC purposely having one of their fighters not make weight so that they could change the card was brought up, and Joe said that it was ridiculous and evidence that Schaub needed a handler to keep him from saying absurd things. A pretty common Rogan W. In response, Schaub essentially went, "No you," while visibly so upset he was almost crying.
I don't need a handler. These guys need a handler.
All this controversy is underlined by Schaub's second comedy special, The Gringo Papi, which somehow managed to outdo his predecessor and underperform even further, getting a mesmer.
Oh, you see, officially, I didn't know that. So even IMBD agrees with me. IMBD says that You'd Be Surprised got a 1.5 and Gringo Papi got a 1.1. So IMBD agrees with me. You'd Be Surprised is a better comedy special than Gringo Papi. I'm happy about that. Pat myself on the back.
Mesmerizing 1.1 rating on IMDb. Much like his previous special, the poor reception was quickly followed by a string of false copyright takedowns. Not only were many comedians turning on him, but the MMA world was beginning to turn its back on Brendan as well. Ariel Helwani and Dana White, just to name a couple, had already noticed how Schaub's relationship with fighters and MMA culture was parasitic. With his career,
I love how he pronounces Ariel. Ariel. Is that how you pronounce it? Is that Ariel? Ariel Helwani.
Career in comedy crashing and burning and his reputation becoming disfigured beyond the hope of repair, he couldn't even sell tickets anymore, and consequently, his streams of income were shutting down. Because of this, Brendan ended up firing Mark Harley from his crew, and Harley promptly exposed Brendan for a myriad of things in a Reddit AMA. Among the many things he addressed in the post, Mark claimed that Schaub was indeed a pathological liar who chronically overplayed the size of his social media presence, going as far as view-botting his special on YouTube to the tune of hundreds of thousands, as well as buying followers on Twitter and Instagram. Mark also gave significant backing to Schaub's cheating, since he was the person responsible for managing
Is baddie named Chloe? It was in my hidden messages saying with young baddie, 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 bad, 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 baddie party, baddie party, bad, 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 baddie party, baddie party, bad, 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 adding to baddies, adding to baddies, add, adding to baddies, adding to baddies, bad, 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 A and B, adding to baddies, adding to baddies, adding to baddies.
managing Schaub's socials. He got annoyed at how often Schaub basically asked him if there were any baddies hitting him up in the DMs, and even provided receipts for it. As much as it sucks that this horror show will continue to go on indefinitely, since none of Schaub's offenses are sufficient enough to have him go away, I have to say, there's so much unintentional humor that's just oozing from this whole phenomenon. It's actually impressive.
Yeah, it's fun. Season 1 we went to Asia forever, and then season 2 we went to Europe, Africa, and
Damn, you went to Africa?
Well, just for one location.
God damn it, what was I gonna say?
We were in Morocco.
Jesus Christ, dude.
People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too all the time.
Africa is a country.
That's a big continent.
It's a continent, though, yeah.
But moving on, depending on how much of a zoomer you are, it's quite likely you've never heard of Dane Cook. But if you're
Anyway, that was a fucking amazing little video there from fucking Turkey Tom. Big up him. He made some really good observations. I love how he fucking went over the whole of it. You can watch the whole thing if you want. It's a Dane Cook segment. Who else is going to be talking about here? He spoke about Dane Cook. Who else did he speak about here? Brendan, Dane Cook, Carlos Mencia also, I think he speaks about. So you definitely would check out if you want to. And also, who's that woman called? Kathy Griffin, right? So yeah, so check out if you want to. There's some more people to speak about here. Dane Cook, yeah, Carlos Mencia and Kathy Griffin to go up there, so you can check it out if you like. Well, Pride, big up Austin Casey, appreciate you. Why isn't it saying the TTS? Come on, speak. Okay, bear me 1 second, my friend. Let me just repeat. Let me play that again one more moment. Big up for the donation, though, so in case you appreciate it, brother. One more time. Let me replay this. Come on, TTS me, bitch. TTS me. TTS me. Is he going to TTS me or not? Come on. Okay, maybe not TTS again. There we go. Okay.
If you watch a video titled Joe Rogan explains and demonstrates a sidekick after drinking wine, you will see back when Brendan, Bryan, and Rogan were still good friends and they were all really funny and having a great time.
Okay, I'm actually going to check that out, actually. Thank you for the suggestion, Austin Casey. Appreciate you, brother. Let's actually check that, actually. What's it called? Joe Rogan explains and demonstrates. Let's actually see this. And then we're going to jump into the Chris D'Elia stuff. Joe Rogan explains and demonstrates a side. What's that? Sidekick. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's see this. Okay, cool. Let's see this. This is from Chris. What's the account called? Chris Maiden. Let's see this.
Don't throw the kick until your knee is up. Get your knee up first and then throw the kick.
Oh,
the
yeah,
problem is you're doing
this.
both at the same time. No. Don't throw the kick until your knee's up high. Lift your knee up way high past your waist and then throw the kick. Yes. Knee up first and then don't look over your stomach. Look over your shoulder. Yeah, but knee first. Here, hold on.
It's fucking hysterical.
The funny thing is that if you're a regular human, you would probably know that Rogan's replaced you, innit? Now he does this with Ari and Shane and Mark. He doesn't have this sort of fun with these guys anymore. Like, it's definitely changed, for sure. I'm pretty sure maybe him and Eddie Bravo are still cool behind the scenes, because I feel like Eddie Bravo purposely took a step back from the spotlight once everybody started getting cancelled, because maybe he felt like he was probably next or something. I don't know. But I felt like he did. Once everybody started to go down, he really, kind of stepped away from the podcast space. Maybe because he needs to make money for his family. I don't know. But I feel like it's a bit intentional, him not appearing on GRE as much. He probably just didn't want to have that smoke on him anymore. And maybe because of his opinions on COVID and shit. I'm not really too sure. But definitely, that whole, comedy rat pack of friends doesn't exist anymore. They're completely gone. He's got new friends now.
This is ridiculous.
This is so stupid. I can't keep doing this while I'm drunk. I can't watch it. I can't watch.
Are you getting this on video?
My barbell jeans got me pumped.
Joe's gonna go off here. Dude, jeans on jeans on jeans.
Lift up here. You're so flexible. Now,
Fight companion.
Now, from here, turn your shoulder to the right. Turn your shoulder to the right. Now extend. Straight. Don't look over your stomach. Look over your shoulder. Like this. Like that. That's how you look. That's the end. That's the end.
I'm not flexible anymore.
You aren't flexible. You're fine. Look, right from here. Watch.
Oh, son.
Okay.
Damn. Even in the air, it's fucking Chuck Norris is blushing.
I know. Lift your knee up and then kick.
I still think Jean-Claude Van Damme beats the fuck out of both of you.
First, then kick. Watch. 1, 2. Okay, ready? See the difference?
I'm not mad at Joe's form at all.
1. No, 1 and then 2. 1 up. All right. Up.
Eddie,
now
can you do
twist,
play-by-play?
Twist.
This is meant to be a comedy podcast, by the way, right? Comedians pretending they are fucking fighters and shit. This whole fucking excessive display of masculinity is just so fucking redacted, so fucking lame, so fucking corny. Just get on the fucking mics, tell your fucking jokes and keep it moving. If you want to see fighters talk about fighter shit, we're going to go to fighters. There's plenty of them out there who talk about fighting shit. We don't need to have some middle-aged men with kids and shit and beer bellies telling us how they fight and what they would do. This is ridiculous.
But don't look over your stomach.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. I know Jean-Claude Van Damme would be proud.
Look at Brendan, man. Look how young-faced and full of life Brendan looks. Look at that, eh? Part of the crew, chilling, having a good time, full head of hair, relaxing and that.
See how I'm kicking? Look, I'm throwing it up here. Yeah, I'm like this. Okay. I'm never like this.
Look at Joe's ass when he throws the kick. Like, just
Dude,
focus
I was
on his
just
ass.
looking at it.
Don't look at the foot.
He has a set of
Don't look at the foot.
honeydews on him.
Look right into the glutes. Look deeply into them.
Dude, I'd love to see an actual taekwondo match between Callen and Rogan.
That's better.
Yeah, it's like young old vibes. This is worse than somebody an uncle at a football game. It reminds me of that Drewski one, right? The Drewski, let's see that Drewski video with the uncle boxing. What is it? Drewski boxing coach. Remember that? That like the uncle at your Chris. No, where is it? No, the uncle that boxes. Uncle, where is it? Is it Unc? Not the coach, it's the unk. It's the uncle, right? Has he got it here? Oh, where is it? Fuck. It's like a Floyd Mayweather thing. He talks about that. Let me see if I can find it. But maybe this is also good as well, actually. Let me see if I can find it. Drewski boxing. Let's see if I can find it that way. It's the one where like he pretends like he's, you know, it's like you being an uncle and you're fighting in front of the fucking TV and shit. Oh man, it's not on here. Annoying. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Where is it? Fuck. Does it matter? Not really. Where is it? Cannot find it. Come on, man. Where are you? I don't know. It's not here. It is what it is. Anyway, what can you do? We move on. So, next on list, next video and last one today, before I leave you guys, is watching a bit of Crystalia fucking crowd work. This might be brutal. This might be fucking painful, but I do this for the fucking, for the L's, for the lows, for the fun, for the ha-has and hee-hees. So let's see how this one goes, but Crystalia fucking crowd work, half hour of crowd work. Rowdy show. Crystalia on his fucking YouTube. Let's see what he's talking about here.
What up, Pueblo, Colorado?
Also, if you're a fan of this guy, have you no shame? Have you no shame? Really? Imagine being a fan of this guy, like legitimately, after everything that's been going on. Like, you have to be a fucking diehard and a half in it. Really and truly. But let's see what he's saying.
Oh, Pueblo, Colorado. Fuck yeah, dude. Finally, I'm here. Dude, I've been wanting to come to Pueblo for so long. Since I can't even remember when I first started thinking about, you know what, when you grow up, this is what my my dad said, you know what, you want to be a comedian, son? Well, if you can get people to show up in Pueblo, Colorado, you made it. And we're here in Pueblo, Colorado. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yo, Chris looking a bit thicker than a Snickers, isn't it? No? Chris looking a bit dumpy dump, no? We all know Chris looking a little bit thick. Looking a little bit wide bodied. He's always kind of skinny mini, but he's looking kind of wide, no? Looking kind of wide. That's what happens when you get accused of being a pedo. You just comfort yourself in some Popeyes when you get accused of being a pedo.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought you guys were gonna be ugly as shit, but you're not. You're kind of good looking. What the fuck? It's weird.
Yeah, man. Let me mention people's looks when I get accused of what I got accused of. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Why am I here? Dude, yeah, hell yeah, you guys are in here. I can't believe you blew past. Dude, how'd you guys get past those two protesters?
Not the best shot to have on your fucking camera, right? No? With those empty seats in the front. And bragging about these fans turning up to a show despite the protesters outside is a little bit insensitive, but hey, we moved.
It was crazy. You guys are brave. You guys are so brave, man. How'd you guys all do this? Excuse me. How'd you all do that? Dude, it's hilarious that they were trying to organize a protest. Dude, and two people showed up, man. That's so sad. Do you know what? No, it's hilarious to organize a protest also here. Because it's in the top 10 most violent fucking... Do you know what I mean? Like, dude. Yo, you guys had... Tell them... I just want to make you guys laugh. 30 people were killed here last year, okay? And I'm just here to make you guys laugh. And, yo...
So I guess that whole, like, laughing at yourself before you said the joke is something that Brendan's probably copied from Chris, right? Because he seems to find himself utterly hilarious. He can't even finish his sentences, and he's already fucking busting up laughing. So maybe that's where Brendan copied it from.
30. and there's 100,000 of you, 30 people. That means you guys have to walk around like this. There is straight up nothing to do here except get murdered, maybe. And that's why there were 2 people that showed up at protest, because they were like, I mean, there's nothing else to do. Let's go, put on the riot gear. Stop, put that away, put the phone away. Bro, I'm a person, I can see it. That's hilarious, man. I mean, it's sad 30 people died. That's not funny, but I don't know, duck or whatever. Dude, there's whatever. I'm sad about it, you know? It does suck, but I just want to make you laugh. And you're like, fucking no, dude. We'll start from across the street, and then if it looks okay, we'll go fucking maybe closer. You know what I mean? Little bitch ass. And and the fucking guy wore a mask. Let's do this. Waste of fucking time, dude.
Imagine joking about these protests outside of your show when the protests are in basically opposition to you performing based on the hundreds of allegations that you have of sexual assault, harassment, pedo shit. Like, imagine this is the jokes that you're doing on stage, essentially laughing at your accusers. But then when you get on podcasts, you try and paint yourself out to be the victim. Oh, I felt like fucking ending it all, deleting all my apps, right? As Brendan Schaub would say, right? 1 minute you're playing the victim, next minute you're this badass that doesn't give a fuck. Choose one identity. Choose one identity. You can't be the bully and the fucking victim of bullying at the same time. Choose one, please.
Heard before I got on stage that the protesters went home. Bro, they went home. They fucking, you got... That's some bitch shit. Dude, they go like this. Oh, everyone went in? Fuck it, let's go, man. You know what'd be hilarious? If they fucking were walking home and they just pop, pop, and then fucking 32 homicides. That would be hilarious.
So now he's advocating for the protesters to die. Cool. Very, very tasteful. Very tasteful, Chris. And he wonders why people hate him. He wonders why he gets so much hate. He wonders why people come up to the street, up to him in the street and shout, "Pedo!" Right? He wonders why. He wonders why that's the case. He wonders why.
Oh, we protest for the wrong shit. Just bleeding out. Pop, pop. Oh. Fucking fuck Pueblo, Colorado. We should have moved to Portland. Stop saying Pueblo. I don't give a fuck. It's Pueblo? Cool. Pueblo, okay. What are you, the fucking mayor? I don't give a fuck. This place is shitty no matter how I say it, okay? It's not my problem. I don't give a fuck, okay? Our fucking governor said California, so go fuck yourself, all right? It's Pueblo. I'm gonna call it Narnia if you keep going. How about? I don't give a fuck. I get it. I get it. Do you have fucking Tourette syndrome? What's happening? Pueblo, 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 Pueblo. She had to move here because that was her tick. Her family's like, what is she fucking saying? I don't know. Look it up. Google it. Google it. Google it. Well, we could. Oh, you know what it is? It's a place in Colorado. Oh, really? Is it nice? We could just move there, honey.
See what I mean about Brendan? I sometimes understand why he's so delusional about his abilities in fucking stand-up and how funny he is and whatnot. I get it. Because I feel like most stand-up comedians are shit. So if this is what the top-level people are doing, because at one point Chris was a high top-level person, then I'm not surprised why Brendan thinks he's also maybe not so far away from these guys, because this is fucking terrible. Objectively so. Maybe I've got my own biases involved in this that's making it hard to me to laugh and shit because of the crimes he's been fucking alleged to have, committed and whatnot. But this is pretty mediocre, no? Is this really worth $30? Maybe 50 with some drinks, maybe 100 with some parking, maybe more than that with flights and accommodation. Is this really worth that money?
It's not nice. It's not nice. 30 people a year get shot, and also there's 2 fucking protesters. So we do not want to go. We do not want to go to Pueblo. What is it? Pueblo? It doesn't matter, honey. The place fucking is an anus. The place is an anus. It doesn't matter, sweetheart. The place is an anus. What's that? Bro. I don't. Oh, okay. Our dating cruising app is Northern, is cruising Northern. What the fuck is this guy saying? Is that an app that you guys use to hook up? You're the mayor. What are you fucking? Is that an app? Pueblo is a cruising app. There's an app. This guy got booted from Silicon Valley. He's fucking. They're like, your app sucks, bro. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Watch when I move to Pueblo. Let's see what happens, dude. Cruising Northern is going to be a fucking hit, all right? It's for basically murderers and protesters, and when they link up, dude, when they link up, they're going to have babies, and then the fucking reckoning is coming. That's what's going to happen. What's this app? Cruising Northern? What a fucking horrible name for an app. Cruising Northern.
Someone should shout out from the fucking audience. Do you still have Snapchat on your phone?
Is that what it is? Am I saying it right? Or why don't you tell me how to say it, asshole?
Cruising like zing. Cruising. Pueblo. Cruising.
Pueblo. So what do you?
I think you know what a lot of stand-up comedy probably relies on you being likable, innit? As long as your fans like you, then they're probably gonna find everything that you do funny because they find you fucking hilarious. You know, that's probably the large part of a successful stand-up comedian's stand-up comics kind of career is basically currying favor and likability with some people, which is why the ones who aren't successful are probably the most unlikable ones. That's part of it. Because this is pretty like don't get me wrong, there are some bits in this where I can understand where you'd find it funny, but just think to yourself in your brain as you're listening to these jokes, do the jokes that he's saying warrant the laughs that he's getting from the crowd? Because one of those girls at the front is fucking waving her hand, she's fucking going nuts in the crowd as she's bent over. Look, I think there's a bit here. Where is it? Let's see if I can find it.
Cruising.
Pueblo.
Cruising.
Pueblo.
See that girl there?
So what are you saying, fucking guy?
She's fucking going crazy.
That got booted from Silicon Valley? Huh? There's an accent? He had an accent, yeah. So what? It was a Mexican one, right? It's a fucking, it's a cruising, because this is Pueblo, Colorado. It's fucking, what's up? The fucking app. Hey, dog, check this out, dog. I got this fucking dating app, bro. It's going to go bonkers nuts. Hey, check this out, dog. This is what it is, bro. You fucking go online, right, bro? So most people be dating on like fucking real life, bro. Fuck that shit, man. Let me tell you, right? We go to the fucking habit of crime, Pueblo. We make this app called Cruising or some shit, bro. I love the words cruising and Northern, so I put them in the app. And it's an app, bro. He's the fucking Steve Jobs of Pueblo. He's fucking Steve Jobs.
Hey, bro, don't fuck around. My name is Steve Jobs. In Pueblo, bro. This app going to go bonkers on the fucking internet, dog. Steve Jobs, man. Fuck it.
And on that note, I'm fucking done. That fucking sucked. Chris D'Elia's still allegedly a pedo and a diddler. Anyone supporting him is condoning that sort of behavior. And you all probably deserve whatever he has alleged to have done to other people happen to your family and friends if you're going to excuse this behavior. Don't care. The guy fucking sucks. This comedy special or this fucking out crowd work half an hour is fucking absolutely garbage. And I've wasted my time and my life and my brain cells watching this fucking horrible shit. I'm fucking done. I'm going to go off to the gym, going to go pump some weights, going to go get angry on the fucking machines, listen to some fucking new fucking Lil Uzi Vert, play that fucking album back to front, sweat some bits, come back, do the Agostinho Zinga show again, and then go to fucking sleep because I need to fucking get rid of that shit from my fucking brain. But fuck Chris D'Elia, that shit fucking sucks. Don't want any of it whatsoever in my fucking life. Okay? Okay, cool. Anyways, thank you so much for all of you for tuning in to The Random Show, episode number 128. It's been a fucking blast, my friends. A fucking blast, right? And I hope you've all had fun and I hope you've all enjoyed it. Thank you for joining me. The show is only as good as you guys participating and communicating with me. I am but just a small cog in this wide fucking game of fucking to and fro, in me saying stuff, me reacting, you laughing, you suggesting this, you that, you teasing me, you insulting me, you questioning me, whatever it may be. It all fucking adds to the patina of fucking joy and love in this fucking place. So appreciate every single one of you for joining in. You've all played an integral part on this stream. I'm just one person, but it takes a fucking stream chat to fucking make a good stream. All right? Yeah. But big up everybody in the stream chat. I appreciate every single one of you for joining in. It's been a fucking absolute fucking blast. I can't deny it. And I really am happy and thankful you're all here. Let me quickly check who's actually here because I'm actually curious to see who's actually tuned in and whatnot, because it's actually been a bit of a blast. How can I see this stuff? Can I see it on here? Yes, I can. Big up Dirty Merch who's here. Andrew W. Crash, of course. Austin Casey. Big up my guy. Crash 1984, of course. Big up Charles Lucas. Coiler, of course. Uche. Big up Uche, of course, as per usual. Big up Dirty Merc. Big up Jobu13, Charles Lucas. Game Load Moses was obviously here before. Game Bread, PO9 Bala. Big up Brandon, 7 Dirty. Mr. Bob. Big up Young Old Vibes. Big up 730, I said before. Who else is here? Troll. Too many names to mention. Big up every single one of you. Appreciate you all. Heading to the gym now, and I'll see you all again maybe in a couple of hours when I do the Agostinho Zinga show. If you're here again, then you can tune into that one. But yeah, for now, big up everybody. Appreciate you all. It's been a fucking blast, and I'll see you all again very, very soon. I'll see you all again very, very soon. Take care, my friends. Be safe. And yeah, man, we'll see each other soon, innit? We'll see each other very soon. Peace. Goodbye. Be safe.